The History of the Assassins. Derived from Oriental Sources. By the Chevalier Joseph von Hammer. Author of The History of the Ottoman Empire, and c. Translated from the German. By Oswald Charles Wood, M.D. London. Smith and Elder, Cornhill. 2. The Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain. With the profoundest respect and admiration for their important services in cherishing and promoting the cultivation of Oriental languages and literature, the present work is dedicated by their most obedient servant, Oswald Charles Wood. The Royal Asiatic Society of Great Britain. With the profoundest respect and admiration for their important services in cherishing and promoting the cultivation of Oriental languages and literature, the present work is dedicated by their most obedient servant, Oswald Charles Wood. Translator's Preface. The translator has been induced to present the history of the assassins to the British public as much on account of the interest of the subject itself, as by a desire to introduce to them a portion, certainly, but a small one, of the works of an author so highly gifted and of such established reputation as M. von Hammer. Nor will the present volume be deemed supererogatory, if it be considered that, notwithstanding the attention which, of late years, has been in this country so meritoriously devoted to the study of Oriental history and philology, still but few and meager accounts have been afforded of the extraordinary association forming the subject of the ensuing pages, and even those scattered through large and voluminous works. The translator deems it unnecessary to apologize for the notes which he has appended, believing that their curiosity will plead his excuse. It may be proper to remark that the translator has thought it advisable to adapt the orthography of the proper names to the pronunciation of English readers. In this, he has been for the most part guided by Sir William Jones's Persian grammar and the very excellent Turkish one of his late accomplished and lamented friend, Arthur Lumley Davids. He has only, therefore, to state that the vowels are to be pronounced broad and open, as in Italian, and the consonants as in English. By this means, the uncouth appearance of the names occasioned by endeavoring to represent the vowels by English diphthongs is avoided. Brompton, June, 1835. Contents. Book I. Introduction. Muhammad, founder of Islamism. Account of his doctrines, sects, Ismailites, the assassins, a branch of the latter. Book II. Foundation of the Order of the Assassins, and reign of the first Grand Master, Hassan Sabah. Book III. Reign of Kia Bisurtamid, and of his son, Muhammad. Book IV. Reign of Hassan II, son of Muhammad, son of Bisurtamid, surnamed Allah Sakrihi es Salam, and his son, Muhammad II. Book V. Reign of Jalaluddin Hassan III ben Muhammad Hassan, and of his son, Alaeddin Muhammad III. Book VI. Reign of Rokneddin Karsha, the last Grand Master of the Assassins. Book VII. Conquest of Baghdad, fall of the assassins, remnant of them. History of the Assassins. Book I. Introduction. Muhammad, founder of Islamism, exhibition of its doctrines and of its different sects, from one of which, the Ismailites, the assassins sprung. Although the affairs of kingdoms and of nations, like the revolutions of day and night, are generally repeated in countless and continued successions, we, nevertheless, in our survey of the destinies of the human race, encounter single great and important events, which, fertilizing like springs, or devastating like volcanoes, interrupt the uniform wilderness of history. The more flowery the strand, the more desolating the lava, the rarer and more worthy objects do they become to the curiosity of travelers and the narratives of their guides. The incredible, which has never been witnessed, but is nevertheless true, affords the richest materials for historical composition, providing the sources be authentic and accessible. Of all events, the account of which, since history has been written, has descended to us, one of the most singular and wonderful is the establishment of the dominion of the assassins, that imperium in imperio, which, by blind subjection, shook despotism to its foundations, that union of impostors and dupes which, under the mask of a more austere creed and severe morals, undermined all religion and morality, that order of murderers, beneath whose daggers the lords of nations fell, all-powerful, because, for the space of 3 centuries, they were universally dreaded, until the den of ruffians fell with the caliphate, to whom, as the center of spiritual and temporal power, it had at the outset sworn destruction, and by whose ruins it was itself overwhelmed. The history of this empire of conspirators is solitary, and without parallel. Compared to it, all earlier and later secret combinations and predatory states are crude attempts or unsuccessful imitations. Notwithstanding the wide space, to the extremest east and west, over which the name of assassins, of whose origin more hereafter, has spread, and that in all the European languages it has obtained and preserved the same meaning as the word murderer, little has hitherto been made known. In consecutive order, or satisfactory representation, of their achievements and fortunes, of their religious or civil codes. What the Byzantines, the Crusaders, and Marco Polo related of them, was long considered a groundless legend and an Oriental fiction. The narrations of the latter have not been less doubted and oppugned than the traditions of Herodotus concerning the countries and nations of antiquity. The more, however, the East is opened by the study of languages, and by travel, the greater confirmation do these venerable records of history and geography receive, and the veracity of the father of modern travel, like that of the father of ancient history, only shines with the greater luster. Philological and historical, chronological and topographical researches, instituted by Falconet and Sylvestre de Sacy, Quatremere, and Rousseau, outlines of European and Oriental history, like those of Deguines and Herbelot, the very recent history of the Crusades, by Wilkin, compiled from the most ancient documents of the narrating Crusaders, and contemporary Arabians, smooth the path of the historian of the assassins, which name neither Withoff nor Meridi deserve, the former, on account of his gossiping partiality, and the latter, by reason of his meagerness and obscurity. Even after Abulfada's Arabic and Mercan's Persian historical work, of which A. Jourdain has given a valuable extract on the dynasty of the Ismailites, other Oriental sources, almost unknown, claim the attention of the historian. Among the Arabic are Makrasai's large Egyptian topography, and Ibn Khaldun's political prolegomena, Haji Khalfa's invaluable geography and chronological tables, the Caliph's Bed of Roses, by Nasmasaid, the 2 collectors of histories and narrations, by Muhammad the Secretary, and Muhammad Alafi, the explanation and selection of histories, by Hesarfen and Muhammad Effendi, among the Turkish, and among the Persian, the Universal History of Lari, the Gallery of Pictures of Ghaffari, a masterpiece of historical art and style, the History of Wasif, The Conqueror of the World, by Jawani, the biographies of the poets, by Devletshah, the history of Thabaristan and Macedran, by Sahareddin, and, lastly, the Counsels for Kings, by Jalali of Cain, are the principal. He who possesses the advantage of drawing from these Oriental sources, which, for the most part, remain concealed from the Western world, will be astonished at the richness of the treasures still to be brought to light. There lie open before him, the sovereignty of the great monarchies converging into one point, the power of single dynasties, shooting out into 1,000 rays, the fabulous chronologies of the most ancient and the exact annals of the most modern empires, the period of ignorance anterior to the Prophet, and the days of knowledge that succeeded, the wonders of the Persians, the feats of the Arabs, the universally ravaging and desolating spirit of the Mongols, and the political wisdom of the Ottomans. Amidst such an abundance, the miner's strength appears too small, and his life too short, to enable him to avail himself of all, and moreover, the very excess of riches renders selection difficult. Which vein is he first to open, and from which mass is he first to extract the ore for the manufacture of historic art? Nowhere in the labyrinthine treasury of the East will he find a perfect work, but only rich materials for the construction of his edifice. His choice is determined by accident or predilection. What is new and important always finds a sale, and the market is never glutted with building materials, at a time when architecture flourishes. An Arabian proverb says, "The building stone is not left lying in the road." If it be indifferent to the historical investigator, who is eager for knowledge, and to whom sources are accessible, with what and to what end he begins his labor, it is by no means so with the conscientious historian, who only works with pleasure where all known sources are at his command, and when accuracy may, for the future, spare him the charge of incompleteness. In this point of view, the serried ranks of Oriental histories are thinned at once. Where, either in the West or the East, is the library, which contains the works so necessary to the complete treatment of the most important Oriental epochs, works which, as yet, are known only by their names, and not by their contents? Who, for example, could precisely and circumstantially describe the history of the Caliphate, the dominion of the families Ben Umayyah and Abbas, and their capitals, so long as he had not read the history of Baghdad, by Ibn Khatib, and that of Damascus, by Ibn Asakir, the former in 60, the latter in 80 volumes? Who could write the history of Egypt, if he has not at hand, besides Makrasai, the numerous works which he consulted? Still greater difficulties beset the writer of Persian history, whether it be of the fabulous times of mythology, or of the middle period, where the stream of the Persian monarchy, till then restrained in one bed, flows into the numerous branches of contemporary dynasties, or of the most modern, where it has long been lost in the desert of wild anarchy. More than one generation must pass, ere the literary treasures of the East will be completed in the libraries of the West, either by the patronage of princes, or the industry of travelers, or become more accessible, by a more extended knowledge of languages, and by translations, and ere thus the venerable witnesses of antiquity will be assembled, all of which it is the first duty of the historian carefully to examine. An exception to this want of accumulated authorities, which has hitherto been so sensibly felt in Europe, and which checks the writer of Oriental history in the midst of his career, is exhibited by that of the Ottomans. Its original sources, the eldest of which scarcely boast an antiquity of 500 years, might, although not without considerable expenditure both of money and trouble, even now, be all procured, and moreover, might be completed and corrected from the contemporary histories of the Byzantines and modern Europeans. A history is, however, the work of years, and the severity of the task demands strength, prepared by previous exercise. In addition to the immense importance of the subject, we were induced to impose upon ourselves the present work in preference to others, by the consideration, that being in the possession of all the before-mentioned original authorities touching the history of the assassins, besides which none are known in the East, we might deem the examination of historical witnesses concerning this important epoch almost as closed. Their depositions are certainly sparing and meager, but the barrenness of the subject and splendid descriptions of battles, expeditions, commercial enterprise, and monuments is compensated by the deeply engrossing interest of the history of governments and religions. The assassins are but a branch of the Ismailites, and these latter, not the Arabs generally as descendants of Ishmael, the son of Hagar, but a sect existing in the bosom of Islamism, and so called from the Imam Ismail, the son of Ja'far. In order, therefore, to understand their doctrinal system, and the origin of their power, it is necessary to treat, at some length, of Islamism itself, its founder, and its sects. In the 7th century of the Christian era, when Nushirvan, the Just, adorned, with his princely virtues, the imperial throne of Persia, and the tyrant Phocas stained with his crimes that of Byzantium, in the same year, in which Persia's host, for the first time, fled before the Arabian troops of the insurgent viceroy of Hira, and Abraha, the Christian king of Abyssinia, the lord of the elephants, who had hastened from Africa, in order to destroy the sacred house of the Kaaba, was driven back by that scourge of heaven, the smallpox, which commencing there, has since raged over the whole of the old continent. Birds of celestial vengeance, says the Quran, stoned his army with pebbles, that they fell, in this year, so important to Arabia, that from it began a new era, that of the year of the elephants, in the same night, when the foundations of the palace of Khosrows at Medine, which had baffled the attacks of time, or the builders of Baghdad, were overturned by an earthquake, when, by the operation of the same agent, lakes were dried up, and the sacred fire of Persia was extinguished by the ruins of its temple. Muhammad first saw the light of the world, the third part of which was so soon to submit to his faith. His biography has been written in many volumes, by the historians of those nations who believe in him. From thence Marachi, Gagnier, and Sale have derived the accounts which they have given to Europe. The first is imbued with the fanatical zeal of his church, the second is the most fundamental and complete, the third the most unprejudiced. Voltaire, Gibbon, and Muller have painted the legislator, conqueror and prophet. After them, it is difficult to add anything concerning him. Hence, in this case, we shall be brief, and shall only state what is necessary, and what has remained untouched by those three great historians, or that portion of his tenets which stands in the nearest connection with those of the Ismailites, and by which, in the sequel, they were undermined. Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, and grandson of Abdul-Muttalib, was descended from a family of the highest rank among the Arabians, that of Quraysh, in whose custody were the keys of the sacred house of the Kaaba. He felt himself called to lead back his countrymen, who were sunk in idolatry, to the knowledge of the only true God, and, as prophet and legislator, to complete the great work of purifying natural religion from the dross of superstition, a task which so many had previously, at different times, attempted. Arabia was divided among the religions of the Christians, the Jews, and the Sabaeans. To combine these three into one, by the union of that which flowed from principles common to all, for the attainment of political liberty and greatness, was the aim of his life, which had been so long spent in meditation, and only late in years was roused to active exertion. From his infancy, his mother, Amina, who was a Jewess, and in early youth, during a journey in Syria, the Christian monk, Sergius, imbued him with the religious tenets of Moses and Jesus, and exhibited, in the full light of its infamy, the idolatrous worship of the Kaaba, where 300 idols demanded the adoration of the people. The Jews were expecting the Messiah as the Savior of Israel. The Christians looked for the advent of the Paraclete, as their comforter and mediator, when, in his 40th year, an age which, in the East, has always been considered as that of a prophet, Muhammad felt within him the voice of divine inspiration, enjoining him to read in the name of the Lord, the commands of heaven, and by their promulgation, to prove himself to his people, the prophet and apostle of God. Nature had formed him a poet and an enthusiastic orator, by endowing him with an astounding power of language, a penetrating ardor of imagination, a dignity of demeanor, commanding the profoundest reverence, and a captivating suavity of manners. Valor, magnanimity, and eloquence, qualities prized by every nation, and by none more than the wild son of the desert, were the three great magnets which drew to him the hearts of his people, who had long been wont to do homage to the heroic and munificent, and more especially to the great poets, whose noble productions were hung in the Kaaba, written in golden letters, and as the immediate gifts of heaven, deemed worthy of divine adoration. Of all Arabic poetry, the Quran is the masterpiece. In it the lightning of sublimity gleams through the dreary obscurity of long prosy traditions and ordinances, and the energetic language rolls like the thunder of heaven, reverberating from rock to rock in the echo of the rhyme, or pours on like the roaring of the wave, in the constant return of similar-sounding words. It stands the glorious pyramid of Arabic poetry. No poet of this people, either before or since, has approached its excellence. Lebed, one of the 7 great bards, whose works were called al-Mu'allakat, the suspended, because they hung on the walls of the Kaaba for public admiration, tore his own down, as unworthy of the honor, the moment he had read the sublime exordium of the 2nd surah of the Quran. Hassan, the satirist, who lampooned the Prophet, on which verses of the Quran descended from heaven, was forced, at the conquest of Mecca, to confess the irresistible power of his word and his sword, and Ka'b, the son of Su'air, paid him spontaneous homage in a hymn of praise, for which the Prophet gave him his mantle, which is still preserved among the precious articles of the Turkish treasury, and is annually, during the month Ramadan, worshipped and touched, in the most solemn manner, by the Sultan, accompanied by his court, and the great officers of state. Muhammad's lofty destiny, in changing from poet to prophet, has induced many later Arabian poets and beaux esprits to attempt the like, the consequences of which have either been nugatory, or fraught with their own destruction. Moselima, a contemporary of Muhammad, and, like him, the poet of nature, nevertheless, soon became dangerous to him, as the unattainable divinity of the Quran had not yet received the sanction of ages. Ibn Makafa, the elegant translator of the fables of Bid Pi, who shut himself up for whole weeks, to produce a single verse which might bear a comparison with the lofty passage of the Quran, on the deluge, earth, swallow thy waters. Heaven, withhold thy cataracts. Earned by his fruitless labors nothing but the reputation of a freethinker, and Modanebi, whose name signifies the prophesying, gained, indeed, the glory of a great poet, but never that of a prophet. Thus, for 12 centuries, the Quran has maintained, undisturbed, the character of an inimitable and uncreated celestial scripture, as the eternal word of God. The word of the prophet is the Sunnah, that is, the collection of his orations and oral commands, which, no less than in the written Quran, by vivid fancy, energy of will, power of language, and knowledge of mankind, manifest the genius of the great poet and legislator. The former has never been estimated in the view we have just taken of it, the latter will be considered in the sequel. The Creed of Islam, i.e. the most implicit resignation to the will of God, is, there is no God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet. His whole doctrine consists of only 5 articles of faith, and as many duties of external worship. The dogmas are belief in God, his angels, his prophets, the day of judgment, and predestination. The religious rites are ablution, prayer, fasting, alms, and the pilgrimage to Mecca. Creed and worship formed a sort of mosaic of portions of Christianity, Judaism, and Sabaeanism. There are no miracles, but those of the creation and of the Word, that is, the verses of the Quran. Muhammad's journey to heaven, contained in it, is merely a vision in the style of Ezekiel, of whose throne bearers, the Al-Barak, the prophet's celestial steed with a human face, is in imitation. The doctrine of the last day, the judgment of the dead, the balance in which the souls are to be weighed, the bridge of trial, and the 7 hells and 8 paradises, are derived from Persian and Egyptian sources. The highest rewards of heaven are pleasures of sensual enjoyment, shady lawns, with rills bubbling amidst flowers, gilded kiosks and vases, soft couches, and rich goblets, silver fountains and handsome youths. Sparkling sherbet and generous wine from the springs, Qusr and Selsabil, for the pious, who during their lives have abstained from intoxicating potations. Black-eyed damsels, ever young, for the righteous, and, in particular, for him who has earned the eternal palm of martyrdom in the holy war against the enemies of the faith. His is the everlasting reward, for paradise is beneath the shadow of the sword, which the faithful are to wield against the infidel, till he conforms to Islamism, or subjects himself to tribute. Even against intestine enemies of the faith, or of the realm, the execution of justice is lawful, and homicide is better than rebellion. The Quran contains much relating to the laws of marriage and inheritance, and the rights and duties of women, to whom Muhammad was the first to ensure a civil political existence, which before him they seem scarcely to have enjoyed among the Arabians. There is nothing concerning the succession to the administration of affairs, and with regard to claims to property in land and sovereignty, thus much only, the rule is of God, he giveth it to and taketh it from whomsoever he will. The earth is God's, he devises it to whomsoever he will. By these general formulae of the celestial decrees, a fair field was open to despots and usurpers. Muhammad's idea was that sovereignty was the right of the strongest, and he once expressly declared that Omar, who was distinguished by the great energy of his character, possessed the qualities of a prophet and caliph. Tradition has, however, handed down to us no similar expression in favor of the amiable Ali, his son-in-law. Moreover, it had not escaped him that in the constant progress of history there is nothing immutable, that no human institution can be endued with perpetual duration, and that the spirit of one generation seldom survives that which succeeds it. It was in this sense that he said, prophetically, the caliphate will last only 30 years after my death. It is probable that had Muhammad destined the succession, or as the Arabs call it, the caliphate, to his nearest relations, he would have expressly named his son-in-law, Ali, as caliph. As, however, he enjoined nothing on this point during his life, for some eulogiums passed on Ali, adduced by the latter's party, are vague and doubtful. He seems to have committed the appointment of the most worthy to the selection of the Muslimin. The first whom they elected Emir and Imam, was the first convert to Islamism, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, the true, and after his short reign, Omar al-Faruq, the decisive, to whom they did homage with oath and striking of hands. Omar's severity, equally inflexible to himself and others, and the remarkable force of his character, first impressed on Islamism and the Caliphate the stamp of fanaticism and despotism, which was foreign to its first institution. The spirit of conquest, indeed, was already manifested by Muhammad's first enterprises against the Christians in Syria, against the Jews in Chaibar, and the idolaters of Mecca. Abu Bakr followed his footsteps with his victories in Yemen and Syria, but Omar first erected the triumphal arch of Islamism and the Caliphate by the capture of Damascus and Jerusalem, by the overthrow of the ancient Persian throne, and the sapping of that of Byzantium, from which he tore two of its strongest foundation stones, Syria and Egypt. It was at this epoch that the blind zeal of the Caliph and his generals ruined the treasures of Greek and Persian wisdom, the accumulation of ages. It was then that the Alexandrian library fed the stoves of the baths, and the books of Medine swelled the flood of the Tigris. 8 Omar prohibited, under the severest penalties, the use of gold and silk, and the sea. As being the great medium of the intercourse of nations by commerce and exchange of ideas, he interdicted to the Muslimin. Thus, by the vigor of his spiritual and temporal administration, did he hold his conquests, and preserve the doctrines of Islamism, zealously watching lest their integrity should be endangered by foreign influence, or the manners of the victors corrupted by the luxury of the vanquished. It was not unjustly that he dreaded the effect which the superiority in civilization and institutions of the Greeks and Persians, might exert on the Arabs. Muhammad, indeed, had already warned his story-loving people against the traditions and fabulous legends of the latter. The reins of dominion, which Omar had held in so tight a grasp, escaped from the hands of his successor, Osman. He was the first caliph who fell beneath the dagger of conspiracy and rebellion, and Ali, Muhammad's son-in-law, mounted the throne, which was stained with the blood of his predecessor, and which soon after was dyed with his own. Many refused to acknowledge or swear fealty to him, as Prince of the Faithful. They were called Mu'tazili, that is, the separatists, and formed one of the first and largest sects of Islamism. At their head was Muawiyah, of the family of Umayyah, whose father, Abu Sufyan, had been one of the most powerful opponents of the Prophet. He suspended the blood-stained clothes of Osman on the pulpit of the great mosque of Damascus, to inflame Syria with vengeance against Ali. But the ambition of Muawiyah was less effectual in securing his destruction than the hatred of Aish, which even during the lifetime of Muhammad and Abu Bakr, her father, she had vowed against him. When in the 6th year of the Hijra, during the Prophet's expedition against the tribe of Mostalak, Aish the Chaste, having wandered from the line of march with Safwan, the son of Mu'tal, had given rise to certain calumnies, Ali was one of the many who, by their doubts and conjectures, rendered the title of chaste so problematical that it was necessary to have a surah descend from heaven to hush report and rescue the honor of Aish and the Prophet. Henceforward, by the authority of the sacred scripture of Islamism, she passed for a model of immaculate purity. 80 calumniators fell immediately beneath the sword of justice, but Ali was destined, at a later period, to atone for his incautious skepticism with his throne and his life. Aish led her 2 generals, Talha and Zubair, against him, and by her presence, inflamed them to the combat in which they perished. A part of his troops refused to fight, and declared aloud for the opponents. They were afterwards called Khawarij, the deserters, and afterwards formed a powerful sect, equally hostile with the Mu'tazili, to the interests of the family of the Prophet, but professing many tenets, differing again from theirs. At the Second Battle of Siffin, Muawiyah caused the Quran to be carried on the points of lances in the van of his army. After the action near Niran, Ali's compulsory abdication took place at Daumat al-Jandal, which was shortly after succeeded by his assassination. Thus the Caliphate, contrary to the order of hereditary succession, came, by means of murder and rebellion, into the family of Umayyah, 30 years after Muhammad had prescribed that space of time as the period of its duration. Of all the passions which have ever called into action the tongue, the pen, or the sword, which have overturned the throne, and shaken the altar to its base, ambition is the first and mightiest. It uses crime as a means, virtue as a mask. It respects nothing sacred, and yet it has recourse to that which is most beloved, because the most secure, that of all held most sacred by man, religion. Hence the history of religion is never more tempestuous and sanguinary than when the tiara, united to the diadem, imparts and receives an increased power. The union of the supreme temporal and spiritual rule, which the steady policy of the popes, never to be diverted from its object, has for centuries in vain sought to achieve, is a fundamental maxim of Islamism. The Caliph, or successor of the Prophet, was not only Amir al-Mu'minin, commander of the true believers, but also Imam al-Muslimin, chief of the devout, supreme lord and pontiff, not merely invested with the standard and the sword, but also the Prophet's staff and mantle. The Muslim world could yield obedience to but one lawful caliph, as Christendom to but one pope. But as 3 popes have often pretended to the triple crown, so have 3 caliphs laid claim to the supreme rule of 3 portions of the earth. After the family of Umayyah had lost the throne of Damascus, it still maintained the caliphate in Spain, as did the family of Abbas, on the banks of the Tigris, and that of Fatima, on those of the Nile. As formerly, the Umayyads, the Abbasids, and the Fatimites reigned contemporaneously at Granada, Baghdad, and Cairo, so at the present day, the sovereigns of the families of Qajar and Osman possess the dignity of Caliph at Tehran and Constantinople, the latter with the most justice, since, after the conquest of Egypt by Selim I, the insignia, which were preserved at Cairo, the banner, the sword, and the mantle of the Prophet, together with the two holy cities, Mecca, his birthplace, and Medina, his burial place, augmented their treasury and their dominions. They designate themselves guardians and servants of the two holy cities, Padishah and Shah-i. Emperor and King, Sultan al-Bahrain and Khakan al-Bahrain, rulers and lords of two parts of the globe and two seas. They might, with great justice, entitle themselves sovereigns of three holy cities, rulers of three portions of the globe, and lords of three seas, because Jerusalem, as well as Mecca and Medina, is in their possession, because their dominion extends into Europe, Asia and Africa, and because the Red, as well as the Black and the White Seas, lie within the compass of their sway. Having bestowed this rapid glance on the modern dominions of the Musliman, which the illustration of the subject justified, we shall now revert our attention to its primitive condition. The first and greatest schisms in Islamism proceeded from the contest for temporal rule, and the faith shared the dismemberment of the empire. We have already remarked the existence of the two great political and religious factions, the Mu'tazili and Khawarij, the apostates and the deserters, many of whose tenets differed materially from those inculcated by the ruling doctrine, but particularly that opinion which they maintained with arms in respect to the right to the dignity of Caliph and Imam. This is the origin of most of the sects of Islamism, and is the fertile root from which has grown the many-branched stem of heresy. No less than 72 sects are counted, according to a tradition of Muhammad, who is said to have foretold that his people would divide into 73 branches, of which one only is the true one, all the rest being erroneous. A very instructive subdivision and enumeration of them is found in Shahrastani, and also Makrasai, to which Sylvestre de Sacy first directed public attention, in a treatise read by him to the Institute of France. We shall be satisfied with considering merely the two stems into which the tree of Islamism, as soon as it rose above the ground, bifurcated, and which even now, after the growth of 1200 years, still remain the two principal limbs which have given birth to the confused sectarian ramifications. These two divisions are the doctrines of the Sinaites and the Shiites, which, though otherwise multifarious, differ from each other principally in this, that the former recognize, as legitimate, the succession of the four first caliphs. The latter only acknowledge the rights of Ali and his descendants. The Sunnite is shocked by the murder of Osman, and the Shiite is revolted by the slaughter of Ali and his sons. What the one execrates, the other defends, and what the latter receives, the former rejects. This exactly diametrical opposition of most of their dogmas became only the more decisive by the lapse of time, and the separation of political interests of the nations which subscribed to them. Most of the wars between the Turks and Persians, the former Sinaites, and the latter Shiites, have always been as much religious as international wars, and the efforts, so often repeated, and last essayed by Shah Nadir, of bringing about a coalition of the two parties, remained as fruitless as the endeavors, century after century, to unite the Western and Eastern Christian churches, with whose schism that of the Sinaites and the Shiites may not inaptly be compared. The Sinaites, whose doctrine is considered among us the orthodox one, all the delineations of the Islamic system, hitherto published in Europe, having been derived from Sunnitic authorities, are again divided into four classes. These differ from each other in some non-essential points of ritual ceremony, as, for example, the ritual of the Roman Catholic Church, and the no less canonical ones of the United Greek, Armenian, and Syrian churches. In essential dogmas, however, they agree. These four thoroughly orthodox sects of the Sinaites are named after the four great imams, Malik, Shafi, Hanbali, and Abu Hanif, who, like fathers of the church, stand at their head. Their doctrine and that of the latter, in particular, which is acknowledged as the predominant one in the Ottoman Empire, are sufficiently known by the admirable exposition of them by Muradi Diasan. We are less acquainted with the sects of the Shiites, who are divided into several, as for example, the anti-Catholics into Protestant, Reformed, Anabaptists, Quakers, and c. The four principal are the Kaisanai, Sidai, Gullit, and Imami. We shall here give some particular account of these from Ibn Khaldun and Lari, both by reason of the novelty of subject and the relation it bears to the present history. The chief ground of their difference consists in the proofs on which they rest the pretensions of Ali, and the order of succession in which the imamate, or right to the supreme pontificate of Islamism in his family, has been inherited by his descendants. The Kaisanai, so named after one of Ali's freedmen, maintain that the succession did not pass, as most of the other Shiites believe, to his sons, Hassan and Hossein, but to their brother, Muhammad ben Hanif. They are divided into several branches, two of which it is proper to mention. First, the Waqif'i, the standing, according to whom the imamate has remained in the person of Muhammad, and has never been transferred, he never having died, but being said to have appeared since on earth, under other names. Of this opinion were the two Arabian poets, Qusayr and Said Homeri. 2 Ndly. The Hashimi, according to whom the imamate descended from Muhammad ben Hanif to his son, Abu Hashim, who bequeathed it to Muhammad of the family of Abbas, who left it to his son, Ibrahim, who was succeeded by his brother, Abdullah Sefa, the founder of the dynasty. The object of the Hashimi was evidently to strengthen the claims of the Abbasids to the throne of the Caliphate, to which one of the principal doctors and preachers of this sect, Abba Muslim, essentially contributed. 2. The second principal sect of the Shiites, the Sidai, affirm that the imamate descended from Ali to Hassan, and Hossein, from the latter, to his son, Ali Sinaites, and from this last to his son, Said, whereas most of the other Shiites consider, after Sinaites, his son, Muhammad Baqir, Said's brother, as the legitimate imam. Besides this order of succession, the Sidai differ from the Imami in two essential points. First, in recognizing him only as the true imam, who possesses, in addition to piety, liberality, bravery, knowledge, and other princely virtues, while the Imami are satisfied with the mere practice of religious duties, as prayers, fastings, and almsgiving. Second, in acknowledging, as legitimate, according to an expression of Said, the caliphate of Abu Bakr, Omar and Osman, who are rejected by the other Shiites as illegitimate and execrated by the Imami. This exception has obtained the Sidai the by name Ruwafis, i.e. dissenters. The Sidai are again divided into different branches, according as they make the imamate descend from side to one or the other. They have given origin to many competitors for the throne, both in the east and in the west. Such was Edris, the son of Edris Muhammad's brother. It was to this last, usually known by the name Nef Sekai i.e. the pure soul, that Said's son, Yahya, who was hanged in Khorasan, is said to have ceded his pretensions to the imamate, of which the before-named Edris availed himself to found the dynasty of the Idrisides in his newly built city of Fez. According to others, Muhammad, the son of Abdullah, also called the pure soul, and many, surrendered the imamate to his brother Ibrahim, and this latter to his nearest relation, Isa. These three, who raised their claims to the caliphate during the reign of Mansur, expiated them in imprisonment, or with death. By their removal, the family of Abbas was established on the throne, till, at a later period, it was assailed by a descendant of Isa, with the aid of the Africans from Zangbar, Sinji, who at that period overran Asia. In Dilem, also, a certain Nasser Atrush invited the people to recognize the claims to the caliphate of Hassan ben Ali, a son of Omar, brother of Sina Labadin, uncle of Said, and hence arose the power of Hassan in Tabaristan. Thus the Shiites promulgated their doctrine respecting the succession of the imamate, both in Africa and Asia, at the expense of the existing caliphate of the Abbasides. 3. The Gullet, the exaggerating. This title, which is common to several sects, indicates the exaggeration and extravagance of their doctrines, which far exceed the bounds of reason, and in which traces of the metaphysics of the Gnostics and of Indian mysticism cannot be overlooked. They recognize but one Imam, as the Jews admit, but one Messiah, and attribute to Ali divine qualities, as the Christians do to Jesus. Some distinguish in him two natures, the human and the divine, others acknowledge only the latter. Others are of opinion that the Imams alone are gifted with metempsychosis, so that the same perfect nature of Ali has descended, and will to the end of the world descend, to his successors in the imamate in their respective turns. According to others, this series was interrupted by Muhammad Baqir, the son of Sina Labadin, and brother of Said, who is believed by some to be still alive, wandering on earth, although concealed, like Kaiser, the guardian of the spring of life. Others again affirm that this is true only of Ali, who sits immortally enthroned in clouds, from whence his voice is heard in the thunder, and the brandished scourge of his wrath is viewed in the lightning's flash. These sects of the Gullet are held to be damnable heretics, not merely by the Sinaites, but also by the rest of the Shiites, as the Arians and Nestorians were so estimated, not by the Roman Catholics only, but also by the Byzantine Jacobites. They received the general name of mulhad, or impious. The basis of their doctrine lies in their extravagant homage and de facto deification of the first imams, who, however, far from admitting it, condemned its supporters. Ali himself doomed some to the flames. Muhammad ben Hanif rejected with horror the faith of Mukhtar, who ascribed godlike properties to him, and the Imam Jafar excommunicated all who hazarded the same tenet concerning himself. This, however, did not prevent its gaining both teachers and disciples. It is not difficult to perceive its tendency, nor how convenient an instrument of sedition and usurpation it must have been found in the hands of skillful impostors or political competitors for the throne. It was easy to turn, in the name of one invisible and perfect Imam, the obedience of the people from the visible and imperfect prince, or by the ascription to an ambitious usurper of the transmigration of the souls and the perfections of preceding Imams, to achieve his investment with the sovereignty. For the Gullet, however, notwithstanding the extravagance of their doctrines of deification and metempsychosis, were, on the whole, far from being so dangerous to the throne as the Imami, who, indeed, adopted from them the idea of a vanished Imam, but who otherwise maintained a continued series of revealed Imams prior to him, but posteriorly a natural descent of concealed ones. While some closed the series of the revealed with the 12th, and others with the 7th, none expected, from his reigning successors, the most requisite princely qualities as the Shiites did, but merely devotion and innocence. By means of this doctrine, wily and courageous intriguers were enabled to keep their weak princes in leading strings, and by their skillful maneuvers to delude the people, to serve their own ends. The Imami are divided into two classes, the Esnashri, or the Twelvers, so named because they make the series of revealed Imams end with Muhammad ben Hassan Askari, who was the 12th. Of him, they believe that he disappeared in a grotto near Hela, and that he remains there invisible, to reappear at the end of the world, under the name of Modi, the leader. The second class is the Sabian, the Seveners, who only reckon 7 Imams, in the following order. First, Ali, 2nd. Hassan, 3rd. Hossein, 4th. Ali Sina Lapidin, I. E. Ornament of the Devout, 5th. Muhammad Bakir, I. E. The Dealer in Secrets, 6th. Jafar Sadiq, I. E. The Just, and 7th. His son, Ismail. The latter, who died before his father, is deemed by them the last Imam, and from him they are called Ismailites, as the Twelvers were named Imamites. The discrepancy between them commences at the 7th Imam, as the Imamites, the Twelvers, deduce the imamate from Musa Qasim, the son of Jafar and brother of Ismail, in the following order: 7th. Musa Qasim, 8th. Ali Risa, 9th. Muhammad Taqi, 10th. Hadi, 11th. Hassan, 12th. Askari and his son, Muhammad Mehdi. The claims of these imams to the caliphate were so powerful and well recognized under the first Abbasides that Maimun publicly named Ali Risa, the 8th of them, as his successor. To the great dissatisfaction of the whole family of Abbas, who would certainly have endeavored to prevent the execution of this law of inheritance, had not the death of Ali preceded that of Maimun. In maintaining their sovereignty, the Seveners or Ismailites were more fortunate than the other sect. Their power first originated with the dynasty of the Fatimites, on the coast and in the interior of Africa, at Mahadia and Cairo, and 150 years afterwards, in Asia, by the dominion of the Assassins, in the mountainous parts of Iraq and the coasts of Syria. By the Oriental historians, the African Ismailites are termed the Western, the Asiatic the Eastern Ismailites. Ere we commence our proposed subject, the history of the latter, it is of primary importance to say a few words, in circumstantial detail of the former, as being their original stock. Their founder was Ubaydallah, who came forward as the son of Muhammad Habib, the son of Jafar Mossadegh, the son of Muhammad, the son of Ismail, as, in fact, the 4th in descent from the 7th Imam. Ismail, in the opinion of the Ismailites, was the last of the revealed Imams, and his son, grandson, and great-grandson, Muhammad, Jafar Mossadegh, and Muhammad Habib were concealed Imams, Mekdam, till Ubaydallah, as the first again revealed, asserted the rights of the family of Ismail to the caliphate. These rights, however, were long and violently contested by the Abbasides, whose interest it was to annihilate together both the genuineness of their rivals' genealogy and the validity of their pretensions. During the reign of the Caliph Qadr Billah, a secret assemblage of doctors of the laws was held, in which the most celebrated among them, Abu Hamid Asfrani, Imam Kaduri, Sheikh Samir, Abjurdi, and others, declared the genuineness of the Fatimites' genealogy and their claims to the throne to be false and void. How well-founded, if not this decision, at least the fear of the Abbasides was, appeared 50 years afterwards, when the Emir Arslan Besasiri, a general in the service of the Dilamite Prince Beheddalit, originally a Mamluk of the Fatimites at Cairo, transferred, for a whole year, to Baghdad. The two royal prerogatives of Islamism, the coining of money, and the public prayer, from the name of the Baghdad Caliph came Biamrillah, to that of the Egyptian sovereign Mostansir. This rivalry, and the necessity of self-defense, caused the doubts which the Abbasides had cast on the descent of Ubaydallah, the first of the Fatimites, to fall into considerable suspicion, and they are considered unfounded by great Arabian historians, such as Makrasai and Ibn Khaldun, as being the effusion of a factious policy. The great jurist Qadi Ebubekr Bakalani is of the opposite opinion, which is supported, as we shall presently see, not only by this sheikh's authority, but also by other cogent arguments derived from the esoteric doctrines of the Ismailites. In order to understand these, on which also those of the assassins are founded, it is necessary to take a still wider view of the sects and parties into which Islamism was divided. Religious fanaticism is continually accused by history as the fomenter of those sanguinary wars which have desolated kingdoms and convulsed states. Nevertheless, religion has scarcely ever been the end, but merely the instrument of ambitious policy and untamable lust of power. Usurpers and conquerors perverted the beneficent spirit of the founders of religion to their own pernicious ends. Religious systems have never operated so destructively on dynasties and governments as in those cases where the insufficient separation of the spiritual from the temporal authorities has given the freest play to the alternation of hierarchy and tyranny. The nearer the altar is to the throne, the greater is the temptation to step from the former to the latter, and bind the diadem round the mitre. The closer the connection of the political and ecclesiastical interests, the more numerous and prolific are the germs of tedious civil and religious wars. The histories of the ancient Persians and Romans, of the Egyptians and Greeks, possess almost an immunity, because religion, being merely considered as popular worship, could neither weaken nor support pretensions to the supreme authority. Christianity never deluged kingdoms with blood, until it was made use of by ambitious popes and princes, contrary to the original spirit of its institution, as under Gregory VII and his successors, the crozier overpowered the scepter, or when, to use the words of Gibbon, rebellion, as it happened in the time of Luther, was occasioned by the abuse of those benevolent principles of Christianity, which inculcate the natural freedom of mankind. Entirely different was the case with Islamism, which, as we have seen, being founded as much on the sword as the Quran, united in the person of the Imam and Caliph, both the dignity of pontiff and that of sovereign. Hence its history presents more numerous and more murderous wars than that of any other religion. Hence, in almost all the sects, the chief ground of the schism is the contested succession to the throne, and hence, there is scarcely one of any importance which has not, at some period, proved dangerous to the reigning family as a political faction in the state. There was none which did not strive to become, in the strictest sense, predominant, and to seat the princes of their faith on the throne of Islam. Their missionaries, claimed not only the faith, but also the obedience of the people, and were at once apostles and pretenders. All the heresies, which we have hitherto mentioned, were, in spirit, essentially usurping sects. Islamism, however, bore in its bosom others still more prejudicial to its existence, sects, which trampling underfoot all the maxims of faith and morality, and preaching the overthrow of thrones and altars, bore as their cognizance, equality and liberty. We have still to give some details concerning these latter, to which, in order to distinguish them from the former, to whom they are entirely opposed, we shall give the name of revolutionary. The Persian Empire, the most ancient and likewise the best regulated monarchy of the East, was the first to experience, and had, for the longest period endured, all the horrors of despotism and anarchy arising from unbounded power and resisting liberty. As long as the faith of Zoroaster preserved its primeval purity, and the sacred fire still burned in the temples, religion could neither afford a shield nor a mask to rebellion. But when, under the Sassanides, the edifice of the ancient system was shaken by new opinions and reforms, the temple and the palace began alike to totter. Innovators and heretics sprung up, and sedition undermined, at the same moment, both the altar and the throne. The sects of Magianism are very little known to us, hence, the erroneousness of the prevailing opinions concerning the religion of the Persians. Dualism, or Manichaeism, has often been cited as the original doctrine of Zoroaster. It has been attempted to combine into one system opinions in vogue at very different epochs, hence, the vague and contradictory accounts not only of the Greeks, but even of Anquetil and Klucker, since the discovery of some books of the Zend, to which Herder was the first to direct our attention. His conjectures confirm what Makafa, probably taking Scheheristani as his guide, has said respecting the sects of the Magians. He enumerates several, and first, the Kiyumursi, followers of the ancient doctrine according to Kiyumers, called the first man or king, second. The Servani, who consider Servan i.e. eternity as the matrix and sole origin of all things, third. The Zerdishti, or disciples of Zerdusht or Zoroaster, the reformer of the ancient doctrine of Hom, fourth. Sfenovi the dualists, properly so called, fifth. The Manovi or Manichaeans, sixth. The Pharcanii, a species of Gnostics who admit two principles, the Father and the Son, whose discord was mediated by a third celestial power, seventh. The Mastochi, the adherents of Mastek, who declared war against all religion and morality, and preached universal liberty and equality, the indifference of human actions, and community of goods and women. As he gave free rein to all the passions, he gained all their slaves, not merely the poor and needy, that numerous class, having nothing to lose and all to win, but also those who, on the contrary, had all to lose and nothing to win, the grandees, and King Kobad himself, the father of Nushirvan. This latter expiated the weakness of his concession by the loss of his throne, and an incarceration, from which he was released only by the wisdom and virtue of his vizier, Bisur-Jimur. His son Nushirvan, however, purified the faith, and exterminated this scandalous brood with fire and sword, without being able, as appears from later incidents, entirely to annihilate them. For, in the first century of Islamism, the same spirit showed itself in the liberal doctrines of several heads of sects, till at last, in the hands of Baibek and Karmith, it raised itself over heaps of carcasses and ruins, the terror of the kingdom, and the abhorrence of mankind. The Persians, says Makrasi, have ever considered themselves the freest and most cultivated of nations, and others as mere ignorant slaves. After the destruction of their empire by the Arabians, they looked down upon their victors with contempt and hatred, and sought the ruin of Islamism, not only by open war, but also by secret doctrines and pernicious dissensions, which, breaking forth in rebellion, must have shaken the kingdom to its base. As these opinions bore the stamp of irreligion and libertinism, those who maintained them were called Syndic, libertines, a word corrupted from Zend, the living word of Zerdusht. Their first appearance in Islamism was in the commencement of the caliphate of the family of Abbas, of whom the first caliphs in vain endeavored to eradicate them with the sword. The eastern provinces of the ancient Persian Empire, whither the remaining adherents of the ancient dynasty and form of worship had taken refuge, and whither Ismailism had, as yet, scarcely penetrated, were the fertile sources of these heresies so fatal to the imamate and caliphate. Thus, in the reign of the Caliph Mansur, the Rawendi, who maintained the doctrine of the transmigration of souls, revolted, and 20 years afterwards, under the command of Abd al-Qahir, the Muammar i.e. the red or the ass-like, so called, either because they wore red clothes, or because they were called the true believers' asses, the Arabic root hamara meaning, both, he has been red and he has been an ass, and in the same year, in Transoxana, the Cephajamigan or white-dressed. Founded by Hakam ben Hashim, called Mokana the Concealed, from wearing a golden mask, or Sasandaima i.e. the moonshine maker, because he, at night, produced a miraculous illumination from a well at Naksheb, which caused the place to appear to be lighted by the moon. By this juggling he wished to attest his divine mission, as by a miracle, as Mani had proved the celestial origin of his, by the divinity of art, namely, with a book adorned with splendid paintings, or Tenji Mani. Mokana taught that God had assumed the human form since he had commanded the angels to adore the first man, and that, since that period, the divine nature had passed from prophet to prophet, to Abu Muslim, who had founded the glory of the Abbasids, and descended lastly to himself. He was a disciple of Abu Muslim, who was acknowledged also by the Rawendi as their head, and who seems to have been the first to introduce the doctrine of transmigration into Islamism. Mokana added to the metempsychosis, Tenasuk, the incarnation of the human and divine nature, a dogma originating in India, and afterwards adopted, as we have seen above, by the Gullit as one of their principal tenets. In the reign of Maimun, the seventh Abbasid Caliph, when translations, and the invitation to Baghdad of the literati of Greece and Persia, had caused the seeds of science, already planted, to bloom in full luxuriance, the spirit of the Arabian, which was now imbued with the systems of Grecian philosophy, Persian theology, and Indian mysticism, shook off, more and more, the narrow trammels of Islamism. The appellation of mulhad, atheist, and syndic, libertine, became constantly more and more common with their cause, and the wisest and best informed of the Caliph's court were thus stigmatized. In the first year of the 3rd century of the Hijra, arose a revolutionary sectarian, who, like Masdek, 2 centuries and a half before, in Persia, preached the indifference of actions and community of goods, and menaced the throne of the Caliph with ruin, as his prototype had that of Chosru. Baybek, surnamed Kurmi, either, according to Lari, from the town Kurum, his birthplace, or, according to others, from the gay licentiousness of his doctrines, Kurum, in Persian, signifying gay, for a space of 20 years, filled the whole circuit of the Caliph's dominions with carnage and ruins, until at length, in the reign of Motassem, he was overthrown, taken prisoner, and put to death in the Caliph's presence. Baybek, before he delivered his captives to the axe, caused their wives and daughters to be violated before their eyes, and it is said that, in his turn, he received the same treatment from the commandant of the castle in which he was imprisoned. When his hands and feet were struck off, by order of the Caliph, he laughed, and smilingly sealed with his blood the criminal gaiety of his tenets. The number of those who fell by the sword in 20 years is estimated by historians to amount to 1,000,000. Nud, one of his 10 executioners, boasted that he alone had butchered 20,000 men, so terrible and sanguinary was the contest between the assertors of liberty and equality, and the defenders of the Caliph's throne, and the pulpit of Islamism. At this tempestuous and blood-stained epoch, there lived at Awaz, in the southern part of Persia, Abdullah, the son of Maimun Qada, a son of Deus San, the dualist. By his father and grandfather, who had introduced dualism, from the system of the Magi into that of Islamism, he was educated in the principles of the ancient empire and faith of the Persians, and stimulated to deeds by which, if he could not accomplish their re-establishment, he might at least achieve the overthrow of those of the Arabians. Profoundly versed in all the sciences, and taught by the study of history, and the dire experience of his own day, Abdullah, the son of Maimun, had sufficient opportunity to perceive the risk of declaring open war against the established religion and reigning dynasty. So long as the conscience of the people, and the military power, stood at their command, he determined, therefore, by a deeply laid plan, to undermine in secret that which he dared not attack openly. His system was to be enveloped in a veil of mystery, nor was it to appear in the face of day, until it had succeeded in placing the sovereignty in the hands of its partisans. It is always extremely dangerous to endeavor, at once, to eradicate from the minds of men the deeply imprinted reverence which they feel for the throne and altars of their fathers. Men can only by degrees emancipate themselves from their prejudices, many but imperfectly, and it is but few who can throw them off entirely. As, however, it was Abdullah's design to annihilate not merely the prejudices of positive religion and authority, but to aim at the very foundation of all, he resolved to promulgate his doctrines gradually, and divided them into 7 degrees, after the fashion of the Pythagorean and Indian philosophers. The last degree inculcated the vanity of all religion, the indifference of actions, which, according to him, are neither visited with recompense or chastisement, either now or hereafter. This alone is the path of truth and right, all the rest imposture and error. He appointed emissaries, whom he dispatched to enlist disciples, and to initiate them, according to their capacity for libertinism and turbulence, in some or all of the degrees. The pretensions of the descendants of Muhammad, the son of Ismail, served him as a political mask. These his missionaries asserted as partisans, while they were secretly but the apostles of crime and impiety. Under these two relations, they and their followers were sometimes called Ismailites, and sometimes Ibahai, indifferent. Abdullah proceeded from Awas to Basra, and thence to Syria, where he settled at Salamai. From this place his son, Ahmed, and Ahmed's sons, Abulabas, and Muhammad Shalala, and his envoys, at once emissaries and missionaries, spread forth his doctrines. The most celebrated of the latter was Hossein of Awas, who, in the country of Kufa, initiated, amongst others, Ahmed, the son of Ishaz, called Karmith, in the mysteries of revolt and infidelity, of which he soon gave an earnest to the world, in torrents of blood and the smoking ruins of cities. He called himself Karmith, from the broken Arabic letters of this name, and became the leader of the Karmithites, who, issuing from Lhasa and Bahrain, like the Wahhabis, 900 years afterwards, menaced Islamism with destruction. His doctrine, in addition to the circumstance of its forbidding nothing, and declaring everything allowable and indifferent, meriting neither reward nor punishment, undermined more particularly the basis of Mohammedanism, by declaring that all its commands were allegorical and merely a disguise of political precepts and maxims. Moreover, all was to be referred to the blameless and irreproachable Imam Masum, as the model of a prince, whom, although he had occupied no existing throne, they pretended to seek, and declared war against bad and good princes, without distinction, in order that, under the pretext of contending for a better, they might be able to unravel at once the thickly interwoven web of religion and government. The injunction of prayer meant nothing but obedience to the Imam Masum, alms, the tithes to be given to him, fasting, the preservation of the political secret regarding the Imam of the family of Ismail. Everything depended on the interpretation, terwil, without which, the whole word of the Quran, tinsel, had neither meaning nor value. Religion did not consist in external observances, sahir, but in the internal feeling, bathin. According to the variations of this doctrine, which, in many points, touches those mentioned above, their assertors received various names in the different provinces of the Caliphate. In Tabaristan, they were called Seveners, from the 7 degrees of the secret doctrines of Abdullah, the son of Maimunqada. In Khorasan, Mohamra I. E. the red, and in Syria, Mobiyiz, the white, from their dress. In Transoxana, Rwendi and Borkai I. E. the veiled, because Mokanat covered his face with a golden mask. At Ispahan, Bathini I. E. the esoterics, and also Mutwalin I. E. the interpreting allegorists. At Kufa, Karmati, or Mobariki. At Lhasa and Bahrain, Janabi. In Western Africa, Saidi, from Karmith, Mobarek, Janabi, and said, 4 of their chiefs. They named themselves in general Ismaili, from deducing them pretensions to the caliphate from Ismail, the son of Jafar Sadiq. From their opponents, they all received in common the well-merited appellations of Mulhad, i.e. atheists, or Syndic, libertines. The Karmithites differed from the doctrine of Abdullah, the son of Maimun, in hoisting the standard of revolt, instead of, according to the secret system, waiting their time tranquilly, till the throne should be occupied by one of their number, and openly taking the field against the existing power of the caliphate. The contest was sanguinary, like that of Beylik 20 years before, but more tedious and dangerous both to the altar and the throne. Even Caliph Motivhid Billah, who strengthened, with the iron remedy of the sword, those nerves of the caliphate, so deplorably enfeebled since his sixth ancestor, Motwakel, and received in history the name of the second founder of the Abbasides, Sefasani, the second blood-spiller. Abbas being the first, was unable, with all his energy, to extirpate this pernicious brood. The astrologers, philosophers, soothsayers, and storytellers had entirely lost all the credit which they once possessed at court in the reigns of Harun and Maimun. These, however, being without weapons or leaders, were in no wise dangerous, while commanders of military genius and courage, such as Abu Said, Janabi, and Abutahar, guided the mailed arm of the Carmathites against the head and heart of Islamism. Under the conduct of the latter, the Carmathites took the holy city of Mecca, as the Wahhabis have done in our own days. So little novelty do such doctrines and deeds possess in the history of Mohammedanism. 30,000 Muslimen fell in defense of the sanctity of the Kaaba against its impious assailants, who set fire to the temple and carried away to Hajar even the black stone said to have fallen from heaven in the time of Abraham. This stone was an aerolite, and for that reason, like many others, an object of popular veneration. It was restored, after a lapse of 22 years, when the Emir of Iraq redeemed it at the price of 50,000 ducats. The adoration of the Kaaba, which was founded on this stone, was not to have the gates of hell prevail against it. For a whole century, the pernicious doctrines of Karmath raged with fire and sword in the very bosom of Islamism, until the widespread conflagration was extinguished in blood. The fate of the Karmathites, like that of the followers of Beylik, was a bloody lesson to those initiated into the secret doctrines of Abdullah, the son of Maimun Qada, not to propagate them otherwise than covertly until they should be masters of the throne itself. At length, one of their most zealous and active partisans, the Dai Abdallah, a pretended descendant of Muhammad, the son of Ismail, succeeded in escaping from the dungeons of Sejel-Messa, in which he had been confined by order of the Caliph Motivhad, and seated himself on the throne in Africa, under the name of Ubaydallah Meni. This adventurer was the founder of the dynasty of the Egyptian caliphs, who tracing their descent to Ismail, son of Ja'far Sadiq, and from him to Fatima, the Prophet's daughter, are known by the name of the Fatimites, or Eastern Ismailites. Thus the name, which hitherto had designated a sect, was applied to a race. Ismailitism, which governed as a ready tool the founder of the dynasty it had placed on the throne, was, in Africa, in every sense, the predominant doctrine, and the Caliph throne of Mahdia, the first residence of these princes, soon threatened that of Baghdad. It was from that ancient metropolis of the Caliphate that proceeded the allegations against the purity of Ubaydallah's extraction. According to them, he was anything but a descendant of Muhammad, the son of Ismail, but was the half-brother, by a Jewess, of Hossein and Abishalala, the two sons of Ahmed, the son of Abdallah, the son of Maimun Qada. His name was affirmed to be originally said, but that after he had been set at liberty by Abdallah, it was changed to Ubaydallah, and in fact, if it is considered that the doctrine of Abdallah, the son of Maimun, so utterly subversive of that of Islamism, became, on the establishment of the Fatimite sovereignty, the prevalent one in the court and the government, and that it was first publicly taught at Mahdia, and, after the conquest of Egypt under the fourth caliph of this dynasty, at Cairo, that its chief, under the title of Deildot, supreme missionary of the crown, was, as Kadil Kodhat, or supreme judge, invested with one of the first dignities of the empire, both offices being frequently united in the same person. The supposition that the chiefs of this sect, to whom nothing was sacred and all was permitted, had placed one of their own number on the throne, acquires very great probability, notwithstanding the assertions of Makrasai and Ibn Khaldun to the contrary. The accounts which the former of these two great historians has preserved, concerning the promulgation of this doctrine, and the degrees of initiation, which were now increased from 7 to 9, form a very precious, and the most ancient document on the history of the secret societies of the East, in whose steps those of the West afterwards trod. Their immediate connection with the doctrine of the Eastern Ismailites, or assassins, renders it necessary to give a brief outline of it here. Immediately after the establishment of the monarchy of the Fatimites, history mentions similar assemblages, which were convened twice a week, every Monday and Wednesday, by the Dale Dote, and were frequented in crowds both by men and women, who had separate seats. These assemblages were named Majalis al-Hikmat, or Societies of Wisdom. The candidates for initiation were dressed in white. The chief went on those 2 days to the caliph, and read something to him, if possible, but in every case received his signature on the cover of his manuscript. After the lecture, the pupils kissed his hands, and touched the signature of the caliph reverently with their foreheads. In the reign of the 6th Fatimite caliph, Hakam Bi'amvilla, the most stupid tyrant of which the history of Islamism makes mention, who desired to receive divine honors, and what is still more absurd, is to this day worshipped by the Druzes as an incarnate god, these societies, the house in which their meetings were held, and the institutions for the maintenance of teachers and servants, were increased on a very large scale. An extensive building or lodge was erected, called Darul Hikmat, or the House of Wisdom, and richly furnished with books, mathematical instruments, professors in attendance. Access and the use of these literary treasures was free to all, and writing materials were afforded gratis. The caliphs frequently held learned disputations, at which the professors of this academy appeared, divided according to their different faculties. Logicians, mathematicians, jurists, and physicians were dressed in their gala costume, kala, or their doctoral mantles. The gowns of the English universities still have the original form of the Arabic kala, or kaftan. 257,000 ducats, raised by the 10th and 8th of the 10th, was the amount of the annual revenue of this academy, for the salaries of the professors and officials, for the provision of the requisites for teaching, and other objects of public scientific instruction, as well as of the secret articles of faith. The former comprised all the branches of human knowledge, the latter inculcated, in 9 successive degrees, the following principles. The first degree was the longest and most difficult of all, as it was necessary to inspire the pupil with the most implicit confidence in the knowledge of his teacher, and to incline him to take that most solemn oath, by which he bound himself to the secret doctrine with blind faith and unconditional obedience. For this purpose, every possible expedient was adopted to perplex the mind by the many contradictions of positive religion and reason, to render the absurdities of the Quran still more involved by the most insidious questions and most subtle doubts, and to point from the apparent literal signification to a deeper sense, which was properly the kernel, as the former was but the husk. The more ardent the curiosity of the novice, the more resolute was the refusal of the master to afford the least solution to these difficulties, until he had taken the most unrestricted oath. On this, he was admitted to the 2nd degree. This inculcated the recognition of divinely appointed imams, who were the source of all knowledge. As soon as the faith in them was well established, the 3rd degree taught their number, which could not exceed the holy 7. For, as God had created 7 heavens, 7 earths, 7 seas, 7 planets, 7 colors, 7 musical sounds, and 7 metals, so had he appointed 7 of the most excellent of his creatures as revealed imams. These were Ali, Hassan, Hossein, Ali Sina Labadin, Muhammad al-Bakr, Jafar as-Sadiq, and Ismail, his son, as the last and 7th. This was the great leap, or the proper schism from the Imami, who, as we have seen, reckoned 12, and considerably facilitated the passing into the 4th grade. This taught that since the beginning of the world there have been 7 divine lawgivers, or speaking apostles of God, of whom each had always, by the command of heaven, altered the doctrine of his predecessor. That each of these had 7 coadjutors, who succeeded each other in the epoch from one speaking lawgiver to another, but who, as they did not appear manifestly, were called the mutes, summit. The first of the mutes was named Sus, the seat as it were of the ministers of the speaking prophet. These 7 speaking prophets, with their 7 seats, were Adam, Noah, Abraham, Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, and Ismail, the son of Japhar, who, as the last, was called Sabisman, i.e. the Lord of Time. Their 7 assistants were Seth, Shem, Ishmael, son of Abraham, Aaron, Simeon, Ali, and Muhammad, son of Ismail. It is evident from this dexterous arrangement, which gained the Ismailites the name of Seveners, that as they named only the first of the mute divine envoys in each prophetic period, and since Muhammad, the son of Ismail, the first of the last prophets' coadjutors had been dead only 100 years, the teachers were at full liberty to present to those whose progress stopped at this degree, whomsoever they pleased, as one of the mute prophets of the current age. The 5th degree must necessarily render the credibility of the doctrine more manifest to the minds of the learners, for this reason. It taught that each of the 7 mute prophets had 12 apostles for the extension of the true faith, for the number 12 is the most excellent after 7, hence the 12 signs of the zodiac, the 12 months, the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 bones of the fingers of each hand, the thumb excepted, and so on. After these 5 degrees, the precepts of Islamism were examined, and in the 6th it was shown that all positive religious legislation must be subordinate to the general and philosophical. The dogmas of Plato, Aristotle, and Pythagoras were adduced as proofs, and laid down as axioms. This degree was very tedious, and only when the acolyte was fully penetrated with the wisdom of the philosophers, was admission granted him to the 7th, where he passed from philosophy to mysticism. This was the doctrine of unity, which the Sophies have exhibited in their works. In the 8th, the positive precepts of religion were again brought forward, to fall to dust by all that preceded. Then was the pupil perfectly enlightened as to the superfluity of all prophets and apostles, the non-existence of heaven and hell, the indifference of all actions, for which there is neither reward nor punishment either in this world, or the next, and thus was he matured for the 9th and last degree, to become the blind instrument of all the passions of unbridled thirst of power. To believe nothing and to dare all, was, in 2 words, the sum of this system, which annihilated every principle of religion and morality, and had no other object than to execute ambitious designs with suitable ministers, who, daring all and honoring nothing, since they consider everything a cheat and nothing forbidden, are the best tools of an infernal policy. A system which, with no other aim than the gratification of an insatiable lust of dominion, instead of seeking the highest of human objects, precipitates itself into the abyss, and mangling itself, is buried amidst the ruins of thrones and altars, the horrors of anarchy, the wreck of national happiness, and the universal execration of mankind. End of Book I. Book 2. Establishment of the Order of the Assassins, and reign of the first Grand Master, Hassan Sabah. Egypt, that extraordinary country, so distinguished from all others by the many wonderful phenomena of nature, has ever been in history the memorable theater of extraordinary exhibitions of the art of governing mankind by wisdom or folly in the name of heaven or earth. In the remote ages of antiquity reigned a caste of priests, in whose hands the king was the servile tool of their power. The lituus, our present bishop's crosier, was the real scepter. Superstition, and the external worship of statues and pictures, was the religion of the people, while the secret doctrine of the initiated was concealed under symbols and hieroglyphics. Their mysteries had a particular relation to the state of the soul after death, whereas the popular belief confined its duration to that of its earthly existence. It was a deeply designed but ill-calculated policy, which excluded from the doctrine of immortality the multitude who cleave to the clod, and made it the peculiar prerogative of a certain number of elect, to whom it was permitted to soar beyond the limits of the tomb, without at the same time neglecting the duties and objects of civil life. It was imagined that the vulgar could only fulfill them with all their energies, and to their full extent, when, instead of being actuated by views extending beyond the grave, they confined to earth the whole activity and faculty of their mind. During the space of time which intervenes between the cradle and the coffin. Thus, neither time nor vigor would be lost in vain hopes or useless speculations. Every application of them was devoted to civil existence. This was the object of the state, which reserved to itself the allotment of rewards and punishments, not only here, but hereafter. In order to satisfy, in some measure, that longing after continued existence implanted by nature in every breast, though deriving little support from reason, the people sought to preserve their bodies and names for the longest possible period, by mummies and tombs, hence those mighty monuments. And the secret judgment of the dead, in which the priests, as assessors and judges, were the dispensers of this transitory immortality of stone and dust. To the few better informed, and who were not satisfied with this mummery, the judgment of the dead was symbolically explained in the mysteries, and the real immortality of the soul taught, and explanations were afforded by the priests of subjects of which they were themselves entirely ignorant. Moses, imbued with the Egyptian policy, and initiated into the mysteries of the sacerdotal colleges, among many other of their institutions, retained this, of not imparting to his people the doctrine of immortality, which, in all probability, remained, as in Egypt, the peculiar privilege of the priestly order. We find no trace of it in the books of the Hebrews, except in the Arabic poem of Job, which, in fact, does not belong to them. How much this concealment of the doctrine of immortality, deemed by the priests such a masterpiece of policy, has repressed the spirit of the people, and impeded every loftier aspiration, is sufficiently made known to us, not only in the history of their government, but also by their still remaining monuments, which are so entirely unconsecrated by the hand of art. The sphinxes and colossal statues, the temples, and the pyramids, those astounding monuments of human activity, and of the power of numbers directed to one end, bear the stamp of greatness, from the extent of their proportions, but by no means that of beauty in their execution. This latter dwells only in those favored regions of light, to which art and religion are together elevated by the idea of immortality. Although this mysterious policy set bounds to the more free development of civilization, and the elevation of the people to a higher social grade, it is nevertheless very probable that it proceeded from purely intellectual views, and the honest intention of laying the foundation of the highest prosperity for the kingdom, and the greatest temporal happiness of the people, by the undisturbed activity of all human energies, and the continued application of them to one political object. The secret doctrine benefited the initiated, while it did not injure the profane. Of an entirely opposite nature, was, as we have seen, that which prevailed in modern Egypt, during the Middle Ages, the former contrived for the strengthening of the throne and the altar, the latter imagined for their ruin. As wide a chasm, as that which lies between the building of ancient Memphis, and the founding of modern Cairo, divides the secret tenets of the academies of Heliopolis from those of the modern House of Science. Egypt, in remote antiquity the cradle of science and social institutions, afterwards the mother of alchemy and treasure hunting, by means of the philosopher's stone and talismans, became, in modern times, the native soil of secret sciences and societies. The Lodge of Cairo, whose political aim was, as we have already seen, to overthrow the caliphate of the family of Abbas, in favor of the Fatimites, spread its secret doctrine by its deus, i.e. political and religious missionaries. To these were subordinate the ordinary partisans, refik, or fellows, who, initiated into one or several grades of the mysteries, were, nevertheless, neither to teach them, nor to collect the suffrages for any dynasty, this being the peculiar privilege of the deus, whose chief, the Daeldote, or Grand Master, resided at Cairo, in the House of Sciences. This institution remained unchanged, from its foundation by Hakem, to the time of the Caliph, Emir by Al-Kamila, when the Amiru el-Juyush, or Commander-in-Chief of the Army Eftel, on the occasion of an insurrection fomented by the members of the Lodge, caused it to be shut up, and, as it appears, to be destroyed. When, after his death in the following year, the society strongly urged their reopening, the vizier, Maimun, refused to open the academy on the same spot, but permitted them to erect, in a different situation, another building, dedicated to the same purpose, which was Darul Ilm Jadid, i.e. the new House of Sciences, where public courses of instruction and secret meetings, as before, continued, till the downfall of the Fatimite dynasty. The effects of their doctrine soon appeared in the increasing power of the Fatimites, and the feebleness into which the caliphate of the family of Abbas gradually sank. The Emir Besasiri, one of the most zealous partisans and defenders of the former, took possession, for a whole year, at Baghdad, of the two royal prerogatives of Islamism, the mint and the pulpit, in the name of the Egyptian Caliph, Mostansir, who would have retained them. Had not Besasiri fallen in the following year, by the sword of Togrul, who had hastened to the assistance of the Abbasides. In the meanwhile, the fellows, Rafik, and the masters, Dai, inundated the whole of Asia, and one of the latter, Hassan ben Sabah Homeri, was the founder of a new branch of the sect, namely, the Eastern Ismailites, or Assassins, before whose cradle we now stand. Hassan Sabah, or Hassan ben Sabah, that is, one of the descendants of Sabah, was the son of Ali, a strict Shiite of Ray, who took his name from Sabah Homeri, and pretended that his father had gone from Kufa to Qum, and from Qum to Ray. This allegation met, however, with considerable contradiction from the natives of Khorasan, particularly those of Tus, who unanimously asserted that his ancestors had constantly dwelt in the villages of that province. Ali was universally suspected of heretical notions and expressions, which gained him the reputation of Rafeni, or Motosal, dissenter, or separatist. He sought, by false confessions and oaths, to prove his orthodoxy to Abu Muslim, the governor of the province, a strict Sunnite, and afterwards withdrew to a monastery, to lead a life of contemplation. This retirement, however, had not the effect of securing him from public report, which at one time accused him of heresy and heterodoxy, at another, of infidelity and atheism. In order to clear himself, as much as possible, from this suspicion, he sent his young son, Hassan, to Nishabur, and placed him in the school of the illustrious Moafek Nishaburi, who at that time passed 80 years of age. Not only enjoyed the well-merited consideration of being the first doctor of the Sunnah, but also the advantageous reputation, which events justified, of securing the temporal happiness of all who studied the Quran and Sunnah under his auspices. Great was the concourse of distinguished youths who sought from him happiness and instruction, and justified, by the development of fortunate talents, the established opinion of the Imam's wisdom and auspicious conversation. His last pupils, even to his death, contributed to confirm his reputation, 3 of them, who flourished at the same time, Hassan, Omar Khayyam, and Nisamuel Mulk, endued with the most splendid talents, pursued the most different careers, with the most fortunate results. They shone among the constellations of mighty minds of their age, like the 3 stars in Orion's belt, Omar Khayyam, as an astronomer and philosophical poet, Nisamuel Mulk, as Grand Vizier, and Hassan ben Sabah, as the head of a sect and founder of the Assassins. The first, useless in civil society, was innoxious, by his Epicurean mode of life. The second was a beneficent, active, and learned statesman, under 3 of the Seljoukide sultans, and the third, by his diabolical policy, became a pernicious scourge to humanity. The ambition of the latter burst forth even in his youth, when he endeavored to lay the foundation of his fortune, with his 2 schoolfellows, by mutual promises. One of them, the vizier, Nisamuel Mulk, that is, order of rule, himself relates, in his character of historian, the obligations into which they entered, and their sequel. The general opinion is, said Hassan, one day, to the other 2, that the Imam's pupils are certain of their fortune. Now, let us promise each other, that if this proves true of only one of us 3, he will share his good fortune with the other 2. Omar Khayyam and Nisamuel Mulk agreed to Hassan's proposal, with mutual engagements, the first 2 indolent to involve himself in politics, the second 2 magnanimous not to wish to share with the restless ambition of the third, that prosperity, which his great talents and honest industry ensured him in that career. Years elapsed, during which Nisamuel Mulk traveled through the countries of Khorasan, Mawarainer, Kasnan, and Kabul, and filled the lower offices of the state, till he at last attained, under Alparslan, the great prince of the Seljuks, the highest post in the empire, that of vizier. He received with honor his old schoolfellow, Omar Khayyam, who was the first to visit him, and mindful, as he himself relates, of his youthful promise, offered him his credit and influence in procuring him an office, which is the more probable, as Nissim's knowledge of the world convinced him that Khayyam's love for Epicurean enjoyments would reject the offer, and that, in any case, such a rival, as vizier, could never prove dangerous to him. Omar Khayyam thanked him, and merely requested peaceful leisure to devote himself, undisturbed, to the pursuit of the sciences, and, as he constantly gave the same answer to Nissim-ul-Mulk's repeated offers to make him vizier, the latter granted him an annual pension of 1,000 ducats. Out of the revenues of Nishabur, in which place, removed from the turmoil of public affairs, and in the bosom of luxurious independence, he henceforward devoted his life to the cultivation of his genius and the sciences, and gained great fame as a poet and astronomer. Although his love of ease did not permit him to transmit his glory to posterity by any considerable work, yet he has preserved it in the history of Persian poetry, merely by his 4-line strophes. These are unique in their kind, by the licentiousness of their overwhelming wit, which, without the least scruple, indulged itself in pleasantries, at the expense of all pious persons, and particularly the mystics, not only on the doctrines of the Sophies, but also the Quran itself, so much as to be held by the orthodox in the worst reputation for impiety. Omar Khayyam, in the collection of his quatrains, Rubaiyat, and Ibn Yemen, in that of his fragments, Mokadat, merit, before all Persian poets who have gained a name, that, more particularly, of philosophical. The genius of the former is allied to that of Young, the latter to that of Voltaire. Hassan Sabah lived in obscurity, and unknown, during the 10 years' reign of Alparslan. Immediately, however, after the accession of Maleksha, under whom Nissim-ul-Mulk enjoyed the same unlimited power, as vizier, as he had under his predecessor, the son of Sabah also appeared at the court of the Sultan of the Seljukides, and with harsh words from the Quran, directed against promise-breakers, reminded the vizier of the fulfillment of the obligations of his youth. Nissim-ul-Mulk received him with honor, procured him considerable titles and revenues, and introduced him to the Sultan, of whom Hassan, by crafty hypocrisy, and under the mask of virtuous frankness and candid honesty, soon became master. The Sultan consulted him on all important occasions, and acted according to his decision. The authority and influence of Nissim-ul-Mulk were soon essentially endangered, and Hassan labored with zeal to accomplish the fall of his benefactor. With consummate art, he caused the smallest oversights of the divan to come to the Sultan's knowledge, and on being questioned, contrived, by the most insidious representations, sophisms, and unfavorable impressions, to turn his sovereign's mind against the vizier. The most cruel blow of this kind was, according to Nissim-ul-Mulk's own confession, Hassan's pledging himself to lay before the Sultan, within 40 days, the balance sheet of the revenues and expenditure of the state, a task to the execution of which the vizier had requested a period 10 times as long. Maleksha placed at Hassan's disposal all the secretaries of the chamber, with whose assistance he performed the desired computation within the promised time. Nissim-ul-Mulk relates that, although Hassan gained the victory, he reaped no advantage from it, for, after having sent in his accounts, he was compelled to leave the court with dishonor. He, however, does not give us the proper cause of his disgrace. According to the statement of other historians, it is very probable that Nissim-ul-Mulk, consulting his own preservation, found means to mutilate Hassan's estimate by the abstraction of some leaves, and as no account could be given by the latter to the Sultan of this unexpected disorder in his papers, he increased the sovereign's displeasure, in order to remove so dangerous a rival forever from the court. He declares, very naively, in his Political Institutes, Wasaya, that if this misfortune had not befallen the son of Sabah, he would himself have been necessitated to adopt the same course, that is, to have abandoned the court and his office. Hassan retired from Maleksha's court to Ray, and then to Ispahan, where he kept himself secluded in the house of Abu Faisal, in order to escape the inquiries of Nisim al-Mulk. He soon gained over the rest of his opinions, and lived some time with him. One day, he concluded the complaints which he was making against Maleksha and his vizier, with the expression that if he had had at his bidding but 2 devoted friends, he would soon have overturned the power of the Turk and the peasant, the Sultan and the vizier. These remarkable words unveil the profound and extensive plans of the founder of the assassins, who already contemplated the ruin of kings and ministers. The canon of the whole policy of this order of murderers is comprised in them. Opinions are powerless, so long as they only confuse the brain, without arming the hand. Skepticism and freethinking, as long as they occupied only the minds of the indolent and philosophical, have caused the ruin of no throne, for which purpose religious and political fanaticism are the strongest levers in the hands of nations. It is nothing to the ambitious man what people believe, but it is everything to know how he may turn them, for the execution of his projects. He is satisfied with finding ready slaves, faithful satellites, and blind instruments. What may not 2 such, animated by the soul of a third, and obeying his behests, accomplish? This truth, which lay open to the enterprising soul of Hassan, found no access to the understanding of his host, the Rais Abu Faisal, one of the shrewdest and most intelligent men of his time. He considered these words as a sign of madness, and doubted not that they were the effusion of delirium, for, thought he, how could it occur to a man of sound intellect to place himself, with 2 adherents, in opposition to Maleksha, whose power extended from Antioch to Kashgar? Without imparting his thoughts to his guest, he placed before him, at breakfast and dinner, in hopes of restoring his health, aromatic drinks and dishes, prepared with saffron, which were considered as strengtheners of the brain. Hassan guessed his host's design, and prepared to leave him. The latter in vain employed all his eloquence to retain him. He soon after repaired to Egypt. When, 20 years afterwards, Hassan had possessed himself of the strong fortress of Alamut, and the vizier Nisim al-Mulk had fallen under the daggers of his assassins, and the Sultan Maleksha had followed him to the grave soon after, the Rais Abu Faisal was at the castle, as one of the most zealous of Hassan's partisans. "Rais," said the latter to him, "which of us 2 was out of his senses, I or thou? And which would the aromatic drinks and dishes dressed with saffron, which thou sentedst before me at Ispahan, have best suited thee or me? Thou sayest how I have kept my word, as soon as I found 2 trusty friends." The reign of Sultan Maleksha, during the 20 years of which Hassan Sabah was occupied in laying the foundation of his power, is one of the most stormy periods of Middle Oriental history, many ways distinguished by the downfall of old and the rise of new dynasties. In Tabaristan, Aleppo, and Diyarbakir, the races of the Beni Said, Beni Merdas, and Beni Merwan disappeared, and in their place, the families of Danish Menbond and Ortok raised themselves to the thrones of Kum, Tabaristan, and Maradin. The Seljukides, who, since the time of their founder, Toghrul Beg, had ruled in Iran, spread their branches into Syria, Karman, and Asia Minor. Baghdad, the metropolis of the Abbasid caliphs, was torn with intestine religious wars. The Sinaites and the Shiites, the followers of the Imams, Ash'ari and Hanbali, fought sanguinary combats within the city's walls. The mint and prayers from the pulpit had, indeed, since the death of the Emir Besasiri, been restored to the name of the family of Abbas, but in both the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, they were continued in the name of the fanatical caliph, Mostansir, who occupied the throne of Egypt. His dais, or missionaries, the initiated of the Ismailites, the apostles of the Lodge of Cairo, inundated the whole of Asia, in order to gain proselytes to the cause of infidelity and rebellion. It cannot afford matter of surprise that, in Hasan Sabah, their seed met with a fertile soil. We will relate the beginning of his connection with them, in his own words, as history preserves them. From my childhood, from my 7th year, my sole effort has been to extend the bounds of my knowledge, and to increase my capacities. Like my fathers, I was educated in the tenets of the 12 Imams, Imami, and I formed an acquaintance with an Ismailite Rafiq, fellow, called Emir Derived, with whom I cemented bonds of friendship. My opinion was that the doctrine of the Ismailites was like that of the philosophers, and that the ruler of Egypt was one of the initiated. Whenever, therefore, Emir spoke in favor of their principles, I disputed with him. And there was a great deal of discussion between us concerning points of faith. I did not in the least admit the justice of the reproaches which Emir lavished on my sect. Nevertheless, they left a deep impression on my mind. In the meanwhile he left me, and I was attacked by a severe fit of illness, during which I blamed my obstinacy in not having embraced the doctrine of the Ismailites, which was the true one, and I dreaded lest, should death await me, from which God preserved me, I might die without obtaining a knowledge of the truth. At length I recovered, and met with another Ismailite, Abunedsham, whom I questioned concerning the truth of his doctrine. Abunedsham explained it to me in the most circumstantial manner that I came fully to understand it. Lastly, I found a Dai missionary, called Mamun, to whom the Sheikh Abdalmalek ben Attash, the president of the missions of Iraq, had granted permission to exercise that office. I entreated him to accept my homage in the name of the Fatimite Caliph. This he at first refused, because I was of higher rank than himself, but as I urged it most pressingly, he at length acquiesced. Now when the Sheikh Abdalmalek arrived at Ray, and had become acquainted with my opinions in conversation, my demeanor pleased him so, that he immediately invested me with the office of Dai, religious and political missionary. He said to me, "Thou must go to Egypt to enjoy the happiness of serving the Imam Mostansir, the reigning Fatimite Caliph." On the Sheikh Abdalmalek's departure from Ray on his route to Ispahan, I journeyed into Egypt. Hasan then had been already initiated, in Persia, in the Ismailite mysteries of atheism and immorality, and had even been deemed worthy to become a teacher and promulgator of them. The fame of his great talents, and the authority which he had enjoyed at the court of Maleksha, preceded him, and the Caliph Mostansir, delighted with the acquisition of such a partisan, received him with honor and distinction. The chief of the missionaries, or Grand Master of the Lodge, Dale Dote, the Sharif Tarkaswimi, and some other persons of rank and influence, were dispatched to the frontiers to meet him. Mostansir assigned him a residence in the city, and welcomed him in the person of his ministers and court dignitaries, and loaded him with marks of honor and favor. According to some, Hasan remained 18 months at Cairo, during which, although the Caliph had no personal interview with him, he interested himself in everything that concerned him, and even spoke of him in terms of the highest eulogium. So great were the recommendations and predilection of the Caliph, that his relations and chief officers were persuaded that Hasan would be named prime minister. In the meantime, clouds of disunion and discord arose between Hasan and Bedr Jamali, full moon of beauty, the Emerald Jiyash, or commander-in-chief, who enjoyed unlimited power in the Ismailite dominions. The cause was the great dissensions, which, at that period, took place relating to the succession to the Egyptian throne. The Caliph had declared his son Nizar his legitimate successor, while a faction, headed by Bedr Jamali, asserted that his other son, Mustili, who eventually succeeded him, was alone worthy to be so. Hasan maintained the succession of Nizar, and by that means drew upon himself the inextinguishable hatred of the general, who employed every effort against him, and at length persuaded the reluctant Caliph to imprison the son of Sabah in the castle of Damietta. About this period, One of the strongest towers in the city fell without any visible cause, and the terrified inhabitants 50 saw, in this accident, a miracle performed by the fortunate stars of Hassan and Mostanser. His enemies, and those who envied him, conveyed him with their own hands into a ship which was sailing to Africa. He was scarcely at sea, when a violent gale lashed up the waves, and filled the whole crew, except Hassan, with terror. He, calm and raised above all fear, answered one of his fellow passengers, who asked him the cause of such security. Our Lord, Sidna, has promised me that no evil shall befall me. The sea becoming calm some minutes afterwards, the voyagers were filled with universal confidence, and from that moment became Hassan's disciples and faithful partisans. Thus, to increase his credit, did he avail himself of accidents and natural occurrences, as if he possessed the command of both. The coolness with which he confronted the perils of the swelling sea gave him, with the apparent rule of the elements, real authority over the mind. In the dark night of the dungeon and the storm, he meditated black projects of ambition and revenge, in the midst of the crash of the falling tower, and the thunder and lightning and billows of the storm. He laid the foundation of his union of assassins, for the ruin of thrones, and the wreck of dynasties. A wind, contrary to the destination of the ship, but favorable to Hassan, drove them on the coasts of Syria instead of towards Africa. Hassan disembarked and proceeded to Aleppo, where he remained some time. Thence he visited Baghdad, Khuzestan, Ispahan, Yezd and Kerman, everywhere publishing his doctrine. From Kerman he returned to Ispahan, where he resided 4 months, and then made a second excursion into Khuzestan. After staying 3 months in this province, he fixed himself for as many years in Damaghan and the surrounding country. He here made a great number of proselytes, and sent to Alamut, as well as other fortresses of the place, dais of captivating eloquence. After preparing everything here for the future maturity of his plans, he went to Georgian, whence he directed his journey towards Dilem. He would not, however, enter the territory of Ray, because Abu Muslim Razi, the governor of that district, having received orders from Nisamoel-Mulk to possess himself of his person in any way, omitted nothing in execution of these instructions. Hassan proceeded therefore to Sari, and thence to Demawend. On his way to Kaswin, he passed through Dilem, and at length arrived at the castle of Alamut, which became the cradle of his power and greatness. He had already, some time before, sent to this stronghold one of his most zealous and skillful dais, Hossein Kini, to invite the inhabitants to swear fealty to the Caliph Mostanser. The greater number had already taken the accustomed oath to him. Ali Mehdi, the commandant, who held it in the name of Maleksha, with a few others, remained faithful to his duty, acknowledging no other spiritual supremacy than that of the Caliph of Baghdad, of the family of Abbas, and submitting to no other temporal prince than the Sultan Maleksha, of the family of Seljuk. He was a descendant of Ali, and reckoned among his ancestors Di-Ilhaq I.e. the inviter to truth. Hassan ben Said Bakari had built this fortress 2 centuries and a half before. Alamut i.e. Vulture's Nest, so called from its impregnable position, and situated in 50 degrees 30 minutes E. longitude, and 36 degrees N. latitude, is the largest and strongest of 50 castles, which lie scattered about the district of Redbar, at the distance of 60 farsangs north of Kaswin. It is a mountainous country on the confines of Dilem and Iraq, watered by the Sharad or King's River. 2 streams bear this name, one of which rises in Mount Fakan, near Kaswin, the other in Mount Shir, and flows through the district, Bar of Alamut. Redbar means river land, and is applied to another district as well as this northern one, which is called of Alamut, to distinguish it from the southern Redbar of Lor, which is situated near Ispahan, and is watered by the river of life, Sendrad, as the former is by the king's river, Sharad. Hassan, who had hitherto sought in vain for some central point for the foundation of his power, at length took possession of the castle of Alamut, on the night of Wednesday, the 6th of the month Redsheb, in the 483rd year after the flight of Muhammad, and the 1090th after the birth of Christ, 7 centuries before the French Revolution, whose first movers were the tools or leaders of secret societies, which, like the Ismailites, then openly attempted what they had in secret contemplated, the overthrow of thrones and altars. Long experience and extensive knowledge of mankind, profound study of politics and history, had taught the son of Sabah that an atheistical and immoral system was more calculated to accomplish the ruin than the establishment of dynasties, and the confusion rather than the ordering of states, that lawlessness may be the canon of the ruler, but ought never to be the code of the subject, that the many are only held together by the few by the bridle of the law, and that morality and religion are the best sureties of the obedience of nations and the security of princes. Initiated into the highest grade of the Lodge of Cairo, he clearly penetrated their plan of boundless ambition, whose object was nothing less than the destruction of the Caliphate of the Abbasides and the raising new thrones on their ruins. He who had till now acted as Dai, or religious nuncio, and political envoy, in the name of the Fatimite Caliph, Mostansir, formed the resolution of securing power to himself instead of his superior, and did not apply himself to the destruction of the works of foreign wisdom and policy, so much as to found and fortify the edifice of his own, since, in the opinion of the Muslimin, the supreme dominion was always vested in the person of the Imam Caliph, and the people were merely divided as to whether this was legally inherited by the families of 53 Umayyah, Abbas or Fatima. No other resource was left to an ambitious chief, who usurped thrones and sovereignty, than to seek them under the shadow of the Caliphate, at that time itself a shadow, and in the name of the reigning Caliph, so had but lately the family of Seljuk, as others had done before, possessed themselves of the rule in Asia, in the name of the Caliph of Baghdad. Hassan Sabah, who had been unsuccessful in his hopes at the court of the Seljukides, and had disagreed both with the Sultan and his vizier, could only come forward for the Caliph of Cairo, in his name, and under the appearance of the strictest piety, he gained disciples, ostensibly for the Caliphate of Cairo and religion, but in reality, for himself and the projects of his lawless ambition. He obtained possession of Alamut, partly by stratagem and partly by force, and the artifice by which he succeeded received a higher confirmation in the eyes of the multitude by means of the Kabbalah, which very luckily found, in the letters of the word Alamut, the date of the current year 483. Hassan adopted the same trick against Mehdi, the commandant of the castle, in the name of the Sultan Maleksha, which history mentions as having been used at the foundation of Carthage and other cities. He requested, at the price of 3,000 ducats, as much land as an ox's hide would only contain. He split the hide into strips and with them surrounded the castle. Mehdi, who had already some time earlier excluded the Ismailites from the fortress, and then on an arrangement taking place had readmitted them, was, on his not acceding to this purchase, driven out by force, and withdrew to Damaghan. Previous to his departure, Hassan gave him a laconic letter, or bill of exchange, on the Reis Mozaffar, commander of the castle of Kurdku, in these words: Reis Mozaffar, pay Mehdi, the descendant of Ali, 3,000 ducats, as the price of the castle of Alamut. Health to the Prophet and his family. God the best ruler sufficeth us. Mehdi could not believe that a man like the Reis Mozaffar, who enjoyed the highest consideration as a lieutenant of the Seljuks, would pay the slightest respect to the bill of an adventurer like Hassan. He made, therefore, no use of it until his curiosity was spurred by necessity, when, on presenting it to the Reis, to his great astonishment, the 3,000 ducats were immediately paid. The Reis, in fact, was one of the earliest and most faithful followers of Hassan Sabah, The second and most active was Hossein of Kaini. They taught and acted for him as missionaries, the former in Jebel, the latter in Kahistan, both names meaning highlands, and being the northern mountainous provinces of Persia. Hassan provided his metropolis with ramparts and wells. He caused a canal to be dug, bringing the water from a considerable distance to the foot of the castle. He made plantations of fruit trees around the neighborhood, and encouraged the inhabitants in the pursuit of agriculture. While he was thus employed in the fortification and defense of his castle, which commanded the whole district of Rudbar, promoting cultivation and raising supplies, his care and attention were still more deeply engaged with the establishment of his own religious and political system, namely, the peculiar policy of the assassins. A power was to be established, to which laws were to be given, and the want of treasure and troops, the great arms of sovereignty, was to be compensated in unusual ways. History showed, in the sanguinary examples of Beybec and Karmith, who had led hundreds of thousands to the slaughter, and had fallen themselves the victims of their ambition, how dangerous it is for infidelity and sedition to dare an open contest with the constituted faith and government. Hassan's own experience taught him, by the slender results which the Ismailite mission had exhibited in Asia, how useless it was to attempt to propagate the secret doctrine of the Lodge of Cairo, as long as its superiors had heads, but not hands at their disposal. During the 200 years that the empire of the Fatimites had been established in Africa, the lodge first erected at Mahadia, then at Cairo, and the system of secret missions in favor of the Fatimites had been organized. They had indeed succeeded in giving the authority of the Abbasides a shock, but without being able to extend their own. They had assumed the two prerogatives of the mint and public prayers at Baghdad, but could keep possession of them for only a year, and lost it when Besisiri succumbed to the arms of Togrul. Under pretense of enlisting partisans to the successors of Ismail, they had preached atheism and immorality, and thereby loosened the religious and moral bonds of civil society, without troubling themselves about compensation. They had shaken thrones, without being able to overturn or to seat themselves upon them. Nothing of this escaped Hassan's deep reflections, and as he had not been successful in the usual routine of ministerial ambition, in playing a part in the empire of the Seljukides, he afterwards, as nuncio and envoy, paved the way to his own power, and planned a system of administration of his own. Nothing is true and all is allowed, was the groundwork of the secret doctrine, which, however, being imparted but to few, and concealed under the veil of the most austere religionism and piety, restrained the mind under the yoke of blind obedience. By the already adopted reign of the positive commands of Islamism, the more strictly, the more temporal submission and devotion were sanctioned by eternal rewards and glory. Hitherto, the Ismailites had only masters and fellows, namely, the dais or emissaries, who, being initiated into all the grades of the secret doctrine, enlisted proselytes, and the Rifik, who, gradually entrusted with its principles, formed the great majority. It was manifest to the practical and enterprising spirit of Hassan that, in order to execute great undertakings with security and energy, a third class would also be requisite, who, never being admitted to the mystery of atheism and immorality, which snap the bonds of all subordination, were but blind and fanatical tools in the hands of their superiors. That a well-organized political body needs not merely heads, but also arms, and that the Master Re 56 acquired not only intelligent and skillful fellows, but also faithful and active agents. These agents were called Fedavi, i.e. the self-offering or devoted. The name itself declares their destination. How they afterwards, in Syria, obtained that of the Hashishin, or assassins, we shall explain hereafter, when we speak of the means employed to animate them to blind obedience and fanatical self-devotion. Being clothed in white, like the followers of Mokanna, 300 years before, in Transoxana, and, still earlier, the Christian neophytes, and, in our own days, the pages of the Sultan. They were termed Mobayis, the white, or likewise, Mohammed the red, because they wore, with their white costume, red turbans, boots, or girdles, as in our own day do the warriors of the Prince of Lebanon, and at Constantinople the Janissaries and Bostanges as bodyguard of the Seraglio. Habited in the hues of innocence and blood, and of pure devotion and murder, armed with daggers, cultilifery, which were constantly snatched forth at the service of the Grand Master, they formed his guard, the executioners of his deadly orders. The sanguinary tools of the ambition and revenge of this order of assassins. The Grand Master was called Sidney, our Lord, and commonly Sheikh al-Jibal, the Sheikh, the old man or supreme master of the mountain, because the order always possessed themselves of the castles in the mountainous regions, both in Iraq, Kohistan, and Syria, and the Ancient of the Mountains. Resided in the mountain fort of Alamut, robed in white, like the Ancient of Days in Daniel. He was neither king nor prince in the usual sense of the word, and never assumed the title either of Sultan, Melek, or Emir, but merely that of Sheikh, which to this day the heads of the Arab tribes and the superiors of the religious order of the Sofis and Dervishes bear. His authority could be no kingdom or principality, but that of a brotherhood or order. European historians, therefore, fall into a great mistake in confounding the empire of the assassins with hereditary dynasties. As in the form of its institution, it was only an order like that of the Knights of St. John, the Teutonic Knights, or the Templars, the latter of these, besides the Grand Master and Grand Priors, and religious nuncios, had also some resemblance to the assassins in their spirit of political interference and secret doctrine. Dressed in white, with the distinctive mark of the Red Cross on their mantles, as were the assassins with red girdles and caps, the Templars had also secret tenets, which denied and abjured the sanctity of the cross, as the others did the commandments of Islamism. The fundamental maxim of the policy of both was to obtain possession of the castles and strong places of the adjacent country, and thus without pecuniary or military means, to maintain an imperium in imperio, to keep the nations in subjection as dangerous rivals to princes. The flat part of a country is always commanded by the more mountainous, and the latter by the fortresses scattered through it. To become masters of these by stratagem or force, and to awe princes either by fraud or fear, and to arm the murderer's hand against the enemies of the order, was the political maxim of the assassins. Their internal safety was secured by the strict observance of religious ordinances, their external, by fortresses and the poniard. From the proper subjects of the order, or the profane, was only expected the fulfillment of the duties of Islamism, even of the most austere, such as refraining from wine and music. From the devoted satellites was demanded blind subjection and the faithful use of their daggers. The emissaries, or initiated, worked with their heads, and led the arms and execution of the orders of the sheikh, who, in the center of his sovereignty, tranquilly directed, like an animating soul, their hearts and poniards to the accomplishment of his ambitious projects. Immediately under him the Grand Master, stood the Delpir, Grand Recruiters or Grand Priors, his lieutenants in the three provinces to which the power of the order extended, namely, Jebel, Kohistan, and Syria. Beneath them were the Dai, or religious nuncios, and political emissaries in ordinary, as initiated masters. The fellows, Refik, were those who were advancing to the mastership, through the several grades of initiation into the secret doctrine. The guards of the order, the warriors, were the devoted murderers, Fedivi, and the Lassic, aspirants, seem to have been the novices, or lay brethren. Besides this sevenfold gradation from Sheikh, Grand Master, Delpir, Grand Prior, Dai, Master, Refik, Fellows, Fedivi, Agents, Lassic, Lay Brothers, down to the profane, or the people, there was also another sevenfold gradation of the spiritual hierarchy, who applied themselves exclusively to the before-mentioned doctrine of the Ismailites concerning the 7 speaking and 7 mute imams, and belonged more properly to the theoretical framework of the schism than to the destruction of political powers. According to this arrangement, there live, in every generation, 7 persons distinguished from each other by their different grades of rank. First, the divinely appointed Imam. Second, the proof Hujjat, designated by him, which the Ismailis called Aces, the seat. Third, the Samasa, who received instruction from the Hujjat, as they did from the Imam. Fourth, the missionaries. Die. Fifth, Masini, the freed, who were admitted to the solemn promise or oath. Hd. Sixth, Mukelabi, the dog-like, who sought out subjects fit for conversion for the missionaries, as hounds run down the game for the huntsman. Seventh, Mu'mini, the believers, the people. On comparing these 2 divisions, we perceive that, according to the first, the invisible Imam, in whose name the Sheikh claimed the obedience of the people, and in the second, the guard of which he made use against the foes of the order, are wanting, but that, in other respects, the different grades coincide. The proof was the Grand Master, the Samasa, the Grand Prior, the fellows were the freed, and the dog like the lay brethren. The 4th and 7th, that is the preachers of the faith, and the believers, the cheating missionaries, and the duped people are the same in both. We have seen above that the first founder of secret societies in the heart of Islamism, Abdallah Maimun, the son of Qada, established 7 degrees of his doctrine, for which reason, as well as their opinions concerning the 7 imams, his disciples obtained the by-name of Seveners. This appellation, which had been assigned, hitherto, to the Western Ismailites, although they had increased the number of grades from 7 to 9, was, with greater justice, transferred to their new branch, the Eastern Ismailites or Assassins, whose founder, Hassan, the son of Sabah, not only restored the grades to their original number, 7, but also sketched out for the Deis, or missionaries, a particular rule of conduct, consisting of 7 points, which had reference, not so much to the gradual enlightenment of those who were to be taught, as to the necessary qualifications of the teachers, and was the proper rubric of the order. The introductory rule was called Ashnirisk, knowledge of the calling, and comprised the maxims of the knowledge of mankind, necessary to the selection of subjects suited to the initiated. Several proverbs, of much vogue among the Deis, had relation to this. They contained a sense different from their literal meaning. Sow not in barren soil, speak not in a house where there is a lamp, implied waste not your words on the incapable, venture not to speak them in the presence of a lawyer, for it was equally dangerous to engage with blockheads, as with men of tried knowledge and probity, because the former misunderstand, and the latter unmask the doctrine, and neither would be available either as teachers or instruments. These allegorical sentences, and the prudential rules so necessary to avoid all chance of discovery, remind us of a secret society of high antiquity, and a celebrated order of modern times, in short, of Pythagoras and the Jesuits. The mysterious adages of the former, which have come down to us, and whose peculiar sense is now unintelligible, were probably nothing more than similar maxims to the initiated in his doctrine, and the political prudence in the selection of subjects fit for the different designs of a society reached the highest perfection in that of Jesus. Thus the Pythagoreans and the Jesuits have a resemblance to the Assassins. The second rule of conduct was called Tenes, gaining confidence, and taught them to gain over candidates by flattering their inclinations and passions. As soon as they were won, it was requisite, in the third place, to involve them, by 1,000 doubts and questions concerning the positive religious commands and absurdities of the Quran, in a maze of scruples, which were not to be resolved, and of uncertainty, which was not to be disentangled. In the fourth place, followed the oath, AHD, by which the acolyte bound himself, in the most solemn manner, to inviolable silence and submission, that he would impart his doubts to none but his superior, that he would blindly obey him and none but him. In the fifth rule, Tedlis, the candidates were taught how their doctrine and opinions agreed with those of the greatest men in church and state. This was done the more to attract and fire them, by the examples of the great and powerful. The sixth, Tesis, i.e. confirmation, merely recapitulated all that had preceded, in order to confirm and strengthen the learner's faith. After this followed, in the seventh place, Tevel, i.e. the allegorical instruction, which was the conclusion of the course of atheistical instruction. In Tevel, the allegorical explanation, in opposition to Tensel, or the literal sense of the divine word, was the principal essence of the secret doctrine, from which they were named Batini, the esoterics, to distinguish them from the Jahiri, or followers of the outward worship. By means of this crafty system of exposition and interpretation, which, in our own days, has often been applied to the Bible, articles of faith and duties became mere allegories, the external form, merely contingent, the inner sense alone, essential, the observance or non-observance of religious ordinances and moral laws, equally indifferent. Consequently, all was doubtful, and nothing prohibited. This was the acme of the philosophy of the assassins, which was not imparted by the founder to the majority, but reserved only for a few of the initiated and principal leaders, while the people were held under the yoke of the strictest exercise of the precepts of Islamism. His greatest policy consisted in designing his doctrine of infidelity and immorality, not for the ruled, but only for the rulers, in subjecting the tensely reined and blind obedience of the former to the equally blind but unbridled despotic commands of the second, and thus he made both serve the aim of his ambition, the former by the renunciation, the latter by the full gratification of their passions. Study and the sciences were, therefore, the lot of only a few who were initiated. For the immediate attainment of their objects, the order was less in need of heads than arms, and did not employ pens, but daggers, whose points were everywhere, while their hilts were in the hand of the Grand Master. No sooner had Hassan Sabah obtained possession of the castle of Alamut, and before he had provided it with magazines, than an emir, on whom the Sultan had conferred the fief of the district of Redbar, cut off all access and supplies. The inhabitants were on the point of abandoning the place, when Hassan inspired them with new courage, by the assurance that fortune would favor them there. They remained, and the castle henceforth received the name of the Abode of Fortune. The Sultan Maleksha, who had at first viewed the efforts of the Ismailites with contempt, was at length roused to secure the internal peace, which was threatened by Hassan's insurrection. He commanded the Emir Arslantash, Lion Rock, to destroy the son of Sabah, with all his followers. The latter, although he had only 70 companions, and few provisions, defended himself courageously, until the deputy Abu Ali, who was collecting, as troops and disciples in Kaswin, sent 300 men, who during the night, having formed a junction with the garrison, and falling upon the besiegers, put them to flight. Sultan Maleksha, being awakened to serious consideration by this check, sent Kizil Sarik, one of his most confidential officers, with troops of Khorasan, against Hossein Kini, Hassan Sabah's who was spreading the principles of sedition throughout the provinces of Kohistan. Hossein retreated to a castle in the district Muminabad, where he was not less straitened than Hassan had been in Alamut. The latter now thought that the moment was arrived for him to put into execution a decisive stroke, and long-matured plan of murder, and to rid himself of his most powerful foes, by the ready mode of dagger or poison. Nisim el-Mulk, the vizier of the Seljukides, great by his wisdom and power, under the three first sultans of that family, Togrul, Alparslan, and Maleksha, he who, in his early youth, had rivaled Hassan at the school of the Imam Mosawek, in industry, afterwards, at the court of Maleksha. In their disputes concerning the dignity of vizier, and the monarch's favor, and who, last of all, now openly contended with the Lord of Alamut for power and rule, he, the great support of the Seljuk Empire, and the first great enemy of the order of the Ismailites, fell as the first victim of Hassan's revenge and ambition, under the poniards of his Fedavi, or devoted. His fall, and the death of Maleksha, not without suspicion of poison, which followed shortly afterwards, and with which all Asia echoed, were the frightful signals for assassination, which henceforth became Hassan's policy, and, like the plague, selected its victims from all classes of society. It was a fearful period of murders and reprisals, equally destructive to the declared foes and friends of the new doctrine. The former fell under the daggers of the assassins, the latter under the sword of the princes, who, now roused to the dangers with which Hassan Sabah's sect threatened all thrones, visited its partisans and adherents with proclamations and condemnation to death. The first imams and priests issued, voluntarily, or by order, fatwas and judgments, in which the Ismailites were condemned and anathematized as the most dangerous enemies of the throne and the altar, as hardened criminals and lawless atheists, and which delivered them over to the avenging arm of justice, either in open war, or as outlaws, as infidels, separatists, and rebels, whom to slay was a law of Islamism. The Imam Ghazali, one of the first moralists of Islam, and most celebrated Persian teachers of ethics, wrote a treatise, peculiarly directed against the adherents of the esoteric doctrine, entitled, On the Folly of the Supporters of the Doctrine of Indifference, that is, the impious, mulahid, whom may God condemn. In that entitled, Pearls of the Fatwas, a celebrated collection of legal decisions, the sect of the impious, mulahid, of Kohistan were condemned according to the ancient sentences of the Imams, Abi Yusuf and Muhammad, pronounced against the Karmathites, and their lives and goods given as free prey to all the Muslimin. In the confluence, Multikaf, and the treasures of the Fatwas, Kasanat al-Fatavi, even the repentance of the mulhad, or the impious, is rejected as entirely invalid and impossible, if they have ever exercised the office of dai, or missionary, and their execution commanded as legal. Even though they become converts and wish to abjure their errors, because perjury itself was one of their maxims, and no recovery could be expected from libertine atheists. Thus, the minds of both parties were mutually embittered, governments and the order were at open war, and heads fell a rich harvest to the assassin's dagger, and the executioner's sword. Those who were of the highest rank were the first to fall. Such were the Emir Borsak, who had been appointed by Toghrul Beg first governor of Baghdad, and Arash Nisami, to whom Yakut, the uncle of Barkirak, the reigning Seljukide Sultan, had given his daughter in marriage. The civil war between the brothers, Barkirak and Muhammad, concerning the territories of Iraq and Khorasan, facilitated the execution of Hassan's ambitious designs, and in the bloody hotbed of intestine discord, the poisonous plant of murder and sedition flourished. By degrees, his partisans made themselves masters of the strongest castles of Iraq, and even of that of Ispahan, called Shadur, the king's pearl, built by Maleksha. That prince, hunting once near this place, in company with the ambassador of the Roman emperor at Constantinople, a hound strayed to an inaccessible mountain plateau, on which the castle was afterwards situated. The envoy observed that, in his master's territories, a place presenting so many natural advantages of fortification would not be neglected, and that on the spot a fortress would long ago have been erected. The Sultan availed himself of the ambassador's suggestion, and the situation, and the castle was built, which was wrested by the Ismailites out of the hands of its commander. This gave rise to the saying, a fort, the situation of which a dog pointed out, and an infidel advised, could only bring perdition. Besides the king's pearl, they took also the castles of Durkal and Kalenjin, near Ispahan, the last, 5 farsangs distant from that city, the castle of Wastamku, near Abhar, those of Tamba and Kalokan, between Fars and Kohistan, those of Damagan, Firasku, and Kurtku. In the province of Kamas, and, lastly, in Kohistan, those of Tabs, Kain, Tun, and several others in the district of Muminabad. Abulfeda, Hassan's nephew, captured Estahan, and Kia Busergamid took Lamsur, both of them being, together with Reis Mozaffar, and Hossein Kaini, as dais, energetic promulgators of the doctrine, and supporters of the greatness of Hassan Sabah, whose most intimate friends and confidants 65 they were, as Abu Bakr, Omar, Osman, and Ali, had been those of the Prophet. The acquisition of these fortresses, excepting those of Alamut and Wastamku, which came into the possession of the Ismailites 10 years earlier, happened the year after the taking of Jerusalem by the Crusaders. Christianity and infidelity, the cross of the pious warriors and the dagger of the assassins, at the same time conspired the ruin of Mohammedanism and its monarchies. For a long period, the assassins have only been known to Europe by the accounts of the Crusaders, and recent historians have dated their appearance in Syria later than it really took place. They, however, appeared in Palestine contemporaneously with the Crusaders, for, already, in the first year of the 12th century of the Christian era, Jenahedevlet, prince of Emesa, fell beneath their daggers as he was hastening to the relief of the castle of the Kurds, Hosnal-Akurd, which was besieged by the Count St. Gillis. For years before, he had been attacked by 3 Persian assassins in his palace as he was preparing for his devotions. Suspicion, as the author of this attempt, fell upon Rizwan, prince of Aleppo, the political opponent of Jenahedevlet, and a great friend of the assassins, who had gained him over by the agency of one of their emissaries, a physician, who was also an astrologer, and thus doubly qualified to deceive himself and others, without having recourse to the false doctrine of his order. This man died 24 days after this first unsuccessful attempt at murder, but the sanguinary views of the order were not extinguished with him. His place was supplied by a Persian goldsmith, one Abu Essay, who inflamed the prince of Aleppo, Rizwan, to deeds of blood. This chieftain, who was constantly at enmity with the Crusaders, and his brother, Dokak, prince of Damascus, favored the emigration and colonization of the Batini, or assassins, as their doctrine was agreeable to him, 66 he being but a bad Moslem, and a freethinker. He entered into the closest tie of friendship with them, and forgot, in the pursuit of his infidelity and short-sighted policy, the interest of his people and posterity. Sarmin, a strong place, only a day's journey south of Aleppo, became the residence of Abulfeda, the nephew of Hassan Sabah, who was his grand prior in Syria, as were Hossein Kaini, the Reis Mozaffar, and Busergamid, in Kohistan, Kamas, and Iraq. A few years afterwards, when the inhabitants of Apamea besought the assistance of Abu Essay, the commandant of Sarmin, against their Egyptian governor, Caliph, he caused him to be assassinated, and took possession of the town in the name of Rizwan, prince of Aleppo, and remained in command of the citadel. He could not, however, resist Tancred, to whom the town surrendered, and who, contrary to his promise, carried Abu prisoner to Antioch, and only released him on receiving a ransom. The Arabian historian, Camaleddin, for this reason, accused Tancred of forfeiting his word, and, on the other hand, Albert of Aix, the Christian annalist of the Crusades, blames him for granting so vile a ruffian so much as his life. His companions, however, whose lives were secured by no treaty, were delivered up by Tancred to the vengeance of the sons of Caliph, and Abulfeda himself expired under the anguish of the torture. Soon after this, Tancred took from the assassins the strong castle of Kefalana. Abudaher, having returned to his protector, Rizwan, exerted his influence still further in schemes of assassination. Abu Harb Isa I.E. Jesus, father of battles, a rich merchant of Kogend, a sworn enemy of the Batini, who had expended large sums in injuring them, arrived at Aleppo with a rich caravan, consisting of 500 camels. An assassin, a native of Ray, by name Ahmed, son of Nasser, had accompanied him from the borders of Khorasan, watching an opportunity to avenge on his person the blood of a brother, who had fallen under the blows of Abu Harb's people. On his arrival at Aleppo, the murderer had a conference with Abutahar and his protector, Rizwan, whom he won the more easily to his purposes, as the richness of the booty, and Abu Harb's known hostility to the assassins, invited to vengeance. Abutahar provided assassins, and Rizwan guards, for the execution of the deed. As Abu Harb was, one day, counting his camels, surrounded by his slaves, the murderers attacked him, but before they could pierce their victim's heart, they all fell themselves under the blows of the brave and faithful slaves, who exhibited their courage and attachment in defense of their master. The princes of Syria, to whom Abu Harb communicated this attack, loaded Rizwan with reproaches for this scandalous breach of hospitality. He excused himself with the lie that he had had no share in the transaction, and added, to the universal horror of his deed, the public contempt which eventually falls to the lot of all liars. Abutahar, in order to escape the daily increasing rage of the inhabitants of Aleppo against the Ismailites, returned into his own country to his sanguinary associates. As unsuccessful as their enterprise against Apamea was the attack of the Bathanites on Shursur, of which they wished to deprive the family of Munkad and subject it to themselves. While the inhabitants of this castle had gone into the town, 75 to participate in the festivities of the Christians at the celebration of Easter, the assassins took possession of it and barricaded the gates. On the return of the inhabitants, they were drawn up through the windows with ropes, by their wives, during the night, and drove out the assassins. Soon after, Mudad, the prince of Mosul, fell under their daggers at Damascus, as he was walking with Togtegan, the prince of that city, on a feast day, in the forecourt of the great mosque. An assassin stabbed him, for which he lost his head on the spot. In the same year died Rizwan, the prince of Aleppo, the great protector of the Ismailites, who made use of their swords and daggers for the defense and extension of his power. His death was the signal of theirs, the eunuch Lulu, who, with Rizwan's son, Akraz, a youth of 16, carried on the government, commenced it with condemning to death all the Bathanites, which sentence was executed less in a legal manner than in a promiscuous carnage. No less than 300 men, women, and children were cut in pieces, and about 200 thrown into prison alive. Abulfeda, not the one who was tortured to death by the sons of Caliph, but a son of Abutahar, the goldsmith, and his successor, after his return to Persia, as head of the assassins in Syria, met with a fate no less horrible and merited than his namesake. After being hewed to pieces at the gate looking towards Iraq, his limbs were burnt, but his head was carried about through Syria for a show. The Dai Ismail, brother of the astrologer, who had first brought himself and his sect into credit with Rizwan, paid for it with his life. Several of the assassins were thrown from the top of the wall into the moat. Hasamenan, son of Dimlach, a newly arrived Dai from Persia, fled from the popular rage to Raqqa, where he died. Several also saved themselves by flight, and were dispersed in the towns of Syria. Others, to escape the fatal suspicion of belonging to the order, denounced their brothers and murdered them. Their treasures were sought out and were confiscated. They revenged this persecution variously and sanguinarily. In an audience, granted by the Caliph of Baghdad to Togtegan Atabeg, of Damascus, 3 conspirators in succession attacked the Emir Ahmed Bal, governor of Khorasan, whom they probably mistook for the Atabeg. They all 3 fell, together with the emir, who had been selected for their daggers, and who was in reality their sworn foe, and had frequently besieged their castles. The governors of provinces, as being the principal instruments of the state for the preservation of peace and good order, were their natural enemies, and, as such, more than all exposed to their daggers. Badiai, the governor of Aleppo, became their victim, as also one of his sons, who was on his way to the court of the Emir el-Ghazi. His other sons cut down the two murderers, but a third sprang forward and gave one of them, who was already wounded, his death blow. Being seized and carried before the princes Togtegan and el-Ghazi, he was condemned by them only to imprisonment, but he sought his death by drowning himself. The following year el-Ghazi received a message from Abu Muhammad, the head of the Ismailis in Aleppo, with a request to put them in possession of the castle of Sharif. El-Ghazi, dreading his power, pretended to grant it, but before the envoy could return with this consent, the inhabitants of Aleppo destroyed the walls, filled up the ditches, and united the castle with the town. Ibn Khashab, who had made this proposition, in order not to increase the power of the Ismailites by the possession of the fortress, paid for it with his blood. A few years afterwards, they made a similar request to Nureddin, the celebrated prince of Damascus, for the possession of the castle Beit-Laha, which was, in the same way, apparently granted, and frustrated by a similar stratagem, for the inhabitants, secretly instigated by Nureddin. To prevent the Ismailites obtaining a firm footing, immediately set about destroying their fortifications. So great was the dread in which princes held the order, that they did not dare to refuse them the strong places of their own countries, and preferred destroying them, to abandoning them for citadels of the power and sovereignty of the assassins. In Persia, also, their vengeance chose the most illustrious victims. Fakhrulmulk, glory of the kingdom, Abul Musaffar Ali, the son of the Grand Vizier Nisamu-el-Mulk, who had filled the office he inherited from his father, along with his hatred of the assassins. During the two reigns of the Sultans Muhammad and Sanjar, with credit and industry, and Chakrbeg, the son of Mikhail, brother of Togrul, granduncle of Sanjar, the reigning Sultan of the Seljuks, were amongst them. A sanguinary lesson for the latter, whom the son of Sabah warned by still farther menaces. He found it more advisable frequently to restrain his powerful enemies by impending danger, and preferred unnerving their arm by terror, to multiplying uselessly avengers by repeated murders. He gained over a slave of the Sultan's, who, while the latter slept, stuck a dagger in the ground close to his head. The prince was terror-struck when, on waking, he espied the murderous weapon, but concealed his fear. Some days after, the Grand Master wrote to him in the style of the order, brief and cutting like their stilettos. Had we not been well disposed towards the Sultan, we might have plunged the dagger into his heart, instead of the ground. Sanjar, who had dispatched some troops against the castles of the Ismailites in Kohistan, was the more fearful, after this warning, of prosecuting the siege, as his brother Muhammad, who had caused the two strongest fortresses of the Ismailites in Iraq, Alamut and Lamsur, to be invested by the Atabeg Nushtegan Shurgur, for more than a year, died at the very moment when, being reduced to extremities, they were on the point of surrendering. This death was too favorable to the assassins, not to be considered less the work of accident than of their policy, which, though trusting to the dagger, did not neglect the use of poison. Admonished by this, Sanjar offered to make peace with the Ismailites on 3 conditions. First, they should erect no new fortifications about their castles. Second, they should purchase no arms nor ammunition. And third, that they should make no more proselytes. As, however, the jurists, who had thundered the ban of general condemnation and persecution against the impiety of the order, would hear of no compromise or peace with them, the Sultan fell under the popular suspicion of being a secret partisan of their impious doctrines. Peace was, however, concluded between Hassan and Sanjar, and the latter not only exempted the Ismailites from all duties and imposts in the district of Kurdku, but even assigned them a certain portion of the revenues of Kumis as the annual pension of the order. Thus, this society of murderers increased daily in power and authority. It was not, however, merely since his accession, but 12 or 14 years earlier, that the Sultan Sanjar had exhibited tokens of forbearance towards the assassins, for on his journey from Khorasan to Iraq, he visited at Damaghan the Reis Muzaffar, venerable both on account of his age and influence, who, as we have already seen, had declared himself an adherent of Hassan Sabah, and had obtained for him, by stratagem, the treasures of the Emir David Habeshi. Some officers proposed to demand them back, but on Muzaffar's representation, that he had always loaded the inhabitants of the place with favors, as the proper subjects of the Sultan, the latter lavished honors upon him. Thus died Reis Muzaffar, respected and honored as the patriarch of the new doctrine, at the age of 101. Hassan Sabah survived the most faithful of his disciples, and his nearest relations, to whom the ties of attachment and consanguinity seemed to secure the highest rights to the succession to the sovereignty. His nephew and grand prior in Syria, Abulfeda, had fallen by the sword of the enemy, Hossein Kaini, grand prior in Kahistan, under the dagger of a murderer, probably Ested, one of the two sons of Hassan, and Ested and his brother under the hand of their own father, who seemed to revel even in spilling his own blood. Without proof or measure of guilt, he sacrificed them, not to offended justice, but apparently to mere love of murder, and that terrific policy, by virtue of which the order snapped all ties of relationship or friendship, to bind the more closely those of impiety and slaughter. Ested i.e. the Master, probably so called because the public voice had destined him as the successor of his father as Grand Master, was put to death on the mere suspicion of being concerned in Hossein's murder, and his brother, because he had drunk wine, the former, probably, because he had, by his crime, which was without orders, interfered with his father's prerogative, the latter, because he had infringed one of the least essential laws of Islamism, but whose strict observance was part of the system of the order. In the execution of his two sons, the Grand Master gave the profane, and the initiated a sanguinary example of avenged disobedience to the ordinance of outward worship and the rules of internal discipline, but probably, besides this apparent motive, the son of Sabah was urged by another to the destruction of his race. Possibly, his sons, disgusted with the long reign of their father, were expecting with impatience to succeed him. It is probable that on that account he deemed them incompetent, as not having learned to obey, or as being wanting in the necessary princely qualities, or it is probable that he set them aside, in order to avoid sinking the order into a dynasty by inheritance, and that the succession of Grand Masters might be determined by the nearest relationship of mind and character, irreligion and impiety. Human nature is not usually so diabolical that the historian must, among several doubtful motives to an action, always decide for the worst, but, in the founder of this society of vice, the establisher of the murderous order of the assassins, the most horrible is the most likely. Of the most faithful promulgators of the new doctrine, of whom we have hitherto made mention, there still remained the Dai Qayabusergamid, who had not quitted the castle of Laman during the 20 years that had elapsed since he took it, and the Lieutenant Abu Ali, Dai in Kaswin. When the son of Sabah felt his end approaching, he sent for them to Alamut, and, by his last will, divided the government between them in such a manner that Abu Ali was invested with the external command and civil administration, and Qayabusergamid, as proper Grand Master, with the supreme spiritual power and government of the order. Thus, at a very advanced age, died Hassan Sabah, for more than 70 years had elapsed, since, as a youth of 20, he studied with Nisamuel Mulk, under the Imam Mawasek, in the reign of Togrul. He expired, not on the bed of torture, which his crimes merited, but in his own, not under the poniards, which he had drawn against the hearts of the best and greatest of his contemporaries, but by the natural effect of age, after a blood-stained reign of 35 years, during which he not only never quitted the castle of Alamut, but had never removed more than twice, during this long period, from his chamber to the terrace. Immovable in one spot, and persisting in one plan, he meditated the revolutions of empires by carnage and rebellion, or wrote rules for his order, and the catechism of the secret doctrine of libertinism and impiety. Fixed in the center of his power, he extended its circumference to the extreme confines of Khorasan and Syria. With the pen in his hand, he guided the daggers of his assassins. He was, himself, in the hand of Providence, like war and pestilence, a dreadful scourge for the chastisement of feeble sovereigns and corrupted nations. End of Book 2. Book 3. Reign of Qiabisurgamid and his son, Muhammad. Qiabisurgamid, who had been the general and die of Hassan, succeeded him in the spiritual power, and trod precisely in the sanguinary steps of the founder of the order. Daggers and fortresses were the foundations of Hassan's power, and that of his successor rested on the same basis. The most illustrious leaders of the enemy either fell, or were tottering to their fall. New castles were taken or built. Thus, that of Maimonides was erected, the ruin of which drew with it, in the sequel, the death of the Grand Master, and the suppression of the order. Abdalmalek was declared its debtor, or commandant. These precautions were the more necessary, as the Sultan Sanjar, who had long been deemed a secret protector of the order, now publicly declared himself their enemy. In the month Shaban of the same year, also, Atabeg Shurgur overran the province of Redbar with an army. The body, which the Grand Master sent against him, put the enemy to flight, and carried off a rich booty. The war, the year following, assumed a still more cruel character, when a great multitude of Bathanites were put to the sword, by order of Sanjar, nor was it altered on Mahmud's succeeding to the throne of Iraq, in the place of his nephew, Sanjar. This sovereign resolved to combat the assassins with their own weapons of perfidy and murder, a determination unworthy the assertor of a good cause. After being some time at open war with Qiabisurg, the Sultan requested, through the medium of his Grand Falconer, that someone should be sent from Alamut, on the part of the Grand Master, to treat of peace. The Khoja Muhammad Nasihai Sharistani was sent. He was admitted to the honor of kissing the Sultan's hand, who addressed a few words to him on the subject of peace. On leaving the presence, the Khoja, or master, and his accompanying Rafik, fellow, were savagely butchered by the populace. Mahmud dispatched an envoy to Alamut to excuse this action, in which, according to his own asseverations, he had had no share. Qiabisurg made answer to the envoy, "Go back to the Sultan, and tell him, in my name, Muhammad Nasihai trusted to your perfidious assurances, and repaired to your court. If you speak truly, deliver up the murderers to justice. If not, expect my vengeance." Mahmud not attending to this, a body of assassins came to the very gates of Kaswin, where they killed 400 men, and carried off 3,000 sheep, 200 horses and camels, and 200 oxen and asses. The inhabitants followed them, but the death of one of their chief men interrupted their pursuit. The year following, the Sultan captured, though but for a brief period, Alamut itself, the stronghold of the order's sovereignty, and immediately after, 1,000 men were sent against the castle of Lamsur, who, as soon as they heard that the Rafik, or companions of the order, were in advance against them, instantly fled without striking a blow. Immediately after the death of Mahmud, which was most probably caused by the machinations of the assassins, without, however, any accusation of the kind, the companions of the order made a second eruption into the environs of Kaswin, and carried off 200 horses. And after killing 100 Turkomans, and 20 of the citizens, they retired. The forces of Alamut then marched against Abu Hashim, a descendant of Ali, who had usurped the dignity of Imam in Gilan, and invited the people, by manifestos, to recognize him as their legitimate lord. Qiabisurg wrote to him, advising him to desist from his aspiring projects. He, however, replied, with reviling the impious lore of the Ismailites. They made war upon him, beat him in Dilim, took him prisoner, and, after holding a council of war, delivered him over to the stake. On the death of Mahmud, when Mesud ascended the throne of the Seljukides, Itzis, the prince of Khwarezm, a country lying between the confines of Khorasan and the mouth of the Oxus, came to him to communicate the determination he had formed of exterminating the Ismailites. Although the large province of Khorasan lies between Khwarezm and Kohistan, or the highlands, where the Ismailis nestled, like birds of prey, amongst the rocks, yet the sovereign of Khwarezm, not unjustly, dreaded the approach of such dangerous neighbors, whose poniards reached even their most distant foes. Mesud, participating in the maxims and designs of Itzis, presented him with the fief which had been held by Berenkish, the grand falconer, who in his irritation took refuge with Kayabusarg, and sent his wives and children to the castle of Durkos, which was in the possession of the Ismailites. Although this man, till now their declared enemy, had not only attacked them in open warfare, but also with their own weapons, perfidy and treachery, the Grand Master considered it politic to exercise the rights of hospitality towards him, who had now flown to their protection. It was the more advisable to create a new friend to the order, as Khwarezmshah, who had hitherto shown tokens of a friendly disposition, had, all at once, declared himself an enemy. The latter sent the following message to the Grand Master: Berenkish and his party were heretofore your declared enemies. I, on the other hand, was bound to you by true attachment. Now that the Sultan has given me his fief, he has sought an asylum with you. If you will deliver him up to me, our friendship will receive still further increase. Kayabusarg replied, Khwarezmshah speaks truly. But we will never surrender our protégés to the enemy. This was the origin of tedious hostilities between Khwarezmshah and Kayabusarg. It was natural that princes, who, for a time, were blinded by the representations of the dais and the attractions of the Ismailitic secret doctrine, should have hastened, as friends, to their arms, but should afterwards snatch themselves away, dreading lest the embrace, like that of the Spanish maiden, should be but a form of execution, under which murdering daggers lay concealed. Thus, the Sultan Sanjar and Itzis, Shah of Khwarezm, who were both at first reckoned among the friends and partisans of the order, became their open foes, and we have seen that, at Aleppo, they enjoyed, during the reign of Rizwan, the most powerful influence, but, under his son, were extirpated with the sword. Such was their fate also at Damascus, where, during the reign of Busi, they found a powerful protector in the Vizier Tahir, the son of Saud of Mastagan. The Persian assassin, Durham of Astrabad, who commenced his operations with the murder of his uncle, gained over the vizier, who gave him the castle of Banias, as Rizwan had given the more inland fortress, Sarmin, to the nephew of Hassan Sabah. Banias, the ancient Balania, signifying the old city seated in the little bay, gave its name to the castle newly erected in A.D. 1162 A.H. 454. It is a farsang, or 4,000 paces, distant from the sea, in a fertile, well-watered plain, where, in former times, more than 100,000 buffaloes found pasture. The valley, into which numerous rivulets fall, is called Wadi Ol Jinn, the Valley of Demons, a place whose very name rendered it worthy of being a settlement of assassins. From this place, they became masters of the surrounding castles and towns, and Banias became the center of their power in Syria, until they transferred it, 12 years afterwards, to Masyut. Biram had long prosecuted the designs of the order at Aleppo and Damascus, where he was recognized and favored as Dai, by the princes Ilgasi and Tubtegan. When, by the possession of Banias, he had obtained a firm footing in Syria, the power and insolence of the assassins attained its height. From all sides they hastened to the new point of union, and princes did not venture to protect anyone against them. The jurists and theologians, more particularly the Sinaites, those universal victims, were struck dumb with fear of them, and of the disfavor of the princes. Durham did not fall by their vengeance, but by that of the inhabitants of the Valley of Tame, an appendage to the district of Baalbek, and inhabited by a mixture of Nasseris, Druzes, and Magians. Their brave leader, Dohak, burned to revenge the death of his brother Barak, the son of Jendel, who had been slain by the assassins. By command of Durham, he united, for this purpose, the warriors of his native vale, with succors from Damascus and the surrounding towns. Durham hoped to surprise them defenseless at the head of his Ismailites. He, however, fell into their hands and was instantly cut in pieces. His head and hands were brought to Egypt, where the Caliph presented the bearer with a rich habit and had them carried about in triumph in Cairo and Falstaff. The Ismailis who escaped fled from the Valley of Tame to Banias, where Durham, prior to the expedition, had committed the command to Ismail, the Persian. The vizier Mastigani entered into friendly alliance with him, as with his predecessor. Ismail sent to Damascus one of his creatures, Abulwafa, literally, father of fidelity, but in reality, the model of perfidiousness. By his intrigues, he succeeded in obtaining not only the office of Dalkbir, or prior of the Ismailites, but also that of Hakam, or chief judge of the district. At Cairo, the dignity of Grand Master of the Lodge, Daildot, was frequently united by the Ismailites with that of Chief Justice, Qadi al-Kodhat. As the attainment of rule was the object of the order, and as no means were left untried to accomplish it, Abulwafa sought conquest by means of treachery, and greatness by perjury. The Crusaders, whose power was continually on the increase in Syria, appeared to him the most fitting instruments of his ambitious designs. As the enemies of Mohammedanism, they were the natural allies of its most dangerous opponents. The bulwarks of the faith of Muhammad, shaken from without by the tempest of the Crusaders, and undermined from within by the atheistical doctrines of the assassins, threatened an earlier and a more certain fall, and the pious warriors, in union with their impious allies, promised the sooner to erect the cross and the dagger on their ruins. Abulwafa entered into a treaty with the king of Jerusalem, by which he bound himself, on a certain Friday, to put the city of Damascus in his possession. While the Emir Busi and his magnates, both courtly and military, were assembled at their devotions in the mosque, all the approaches to it were to be hemmed in by conspirators, and the gates of the city opened to the Christians. In return for this service, the king promised to deliver the city of Tyre into his power. Hugo de Payens, the first Grand Master of the Templars, seems to have been the principal agent in urging Baldwin II, King of Jerusalem, to this strange alliance of the cross and the dagger. For 10 years after its first institution, this order remained in obscurity, fulfilling, besides the usual evangelical vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, a fourth, the protection of pilgrims, but still existing only as a private society, without statutes or knightly habits. By the code of rules given by St. Bernard and confirmed by Pope Honorius I, it raised itself at once to the splendor of a powerful chivalric order, for the defense of the Holy Sepulchre and the protection of the pilgrims. According to Marius, its members consisted of knights, esquires, and lay brothers, which answer to the companions, refik, agents, fedavi, and laymen, losik, of the Ismailites, as the priors, and grand master, did to the Dai, Dalkbir, and Sheik of the Mountain. As the refik were clothed in white, with red insignia, so the knights wore white mantles with red crosses, and as the castles of the assassins arose in Asia, so did the hospitals of the Templars in Europe. The Grand Master Hugo, came this year to Jerusalem, accompanied by a great retinue of knights and pilgrims, who, at his exhortation, had assumed the cross and taken up arms in defense of the Holy Sepulchre. The siege of Damascus was immediately decided upon. After the death of the dreaded Tabtegan, which had but lately occurred, his son Taj el-Muluk Busi succeeded him. In his name, the vizier Tahir ben Saad exercised the supreme power, and, through him, the chiefs of the Ismailites, first the warrior Buram, afterwards the judge Abulwafa, with whom the treacherous surrender of Damascus, in exchange for Tyre, was agreed upon. Taj el-Muluk Busi, having received timely notice of the designs of the Ismailites, caused his vizier, the son of Saad, to be put to death, and then gave orders for a general massacre of all of the order who were in the city. 6,000 fell by the sword, which avenged the victims of the dagger. It was not an execution, but an indiscriminate slaughter. In the meanwhile, a numerous Christian army, certain of the promised surrender of the city, had advanced on the road to Damascus, as far as Marj Safar. Among them, besides many pilgrims of the West, were the king and barons of Jerusalem, with their allies, Prince Bernard of Antioch, Pontius, Count of Tripoli, and Jocelyn of Edessa, with many knights and esquires. The soldiery, under the command of the constable, William of Burris, had gone with 1,000 knights, to plunder the villages and collect provisions, marching, however, as was usual with an army of pilgrims, without order and discipline. They were, with many of the knights, almost entirely destroyed by an attack of a small body of valiant warriors from Damascus. The rest, as soon as they learned the disgraceful defeat of their brethren, flew to arms, and hastened to attack the Damascenes, to wash out with their blood the stain inflicted on the Christian army. A dreadful darkness, however, came on, interrupted only by the glare of the lightning and howling of the tempest. In the midst of the thunder, the cataracts of heaven poured down rain and inundated the roads, when suddenly, as if the order of the seasons had at once been changed, as if summer and winter would together have raged in all their severity, the rain and flood were changed to snow and ice. Such rapid mutations of the atmosphere and sudden vicissitudes of the weather, from one extreme to the other, are not, indeed, rare in those countries, but they astonished the inexperienced wanderers as extraordinary phenomena of nature. The author of the present work has, during his travels, more than once experienced this, and in a terribly sublime manner, in the defile of Marmaris, as did the British fleet and the Egyptian army of occupation. Heady clouds darkened the approach of night. Torrents of rain, which poured from them and from the rocks, carried away arms and tents. The howling of the storm and the roaring of the thunder drowned the speaking trumpets of the distressed ships, which were driving from their anchors. On the cessation of the tempest, which lasted the whole night, and grew calmer towards morning, the first dawn showed the masts dashed to pieces by the wind, and the rocks scathed by the lightning, and covered with a large quantity of snow. The army of the Gauls, which, in ancient times, under the command of Brennus, sacked the Temple of Delphi, experienced a similar contest and alternation of seasons, and an equally violent storm. And as, at that time, these natural phenomena were deemed a token of the celestial punishment of the sacrilegious presumption of the Gauls, so were they also considered by the Crusaders as a mark of the anger of heaven at their sins, and their late compact with the assassins, which blood and perjury could alone confirm. The only advantage which they derived from this monstrous union of piety and impiety was the possession of the castle of Banias, which the commander, Ismail, fearing lest he should meet the fate of his brethren of Damascus, delivered up to the night, Rainier de Brus, the same year, in which the fortress of Alamut surrendered to Sultan Mahmud. Thus fell, at the same time, the two citadels of the order in Persia and Syria, and so near was the risk of its complete annihilation. A persevering spirit of enterprise, however, overcame the untowardness of events. Both Alamut and Banias soon returned to their former possessors. The latter was retaken, 3 years afterwards, by Ismail, while Rainier de Brus and his soldiery lay before Joppa, with the king of Jerusalem. Among the prisoners who were carried away, Rainier lost a beloved wife, whom, on her release during a truce with Ismail, he received affectionately, but repulsed her on learning that she had neither preserved her faith among the infidels, nor her honor among the impious. Shikhan 83 fessed her sin, and retired into a convent of devout females at Jerusalem. The less the designs of the Ismailites prospered by the sword, the more successful and persevering were they with the dagger, and however dangerous to the order the times might be, they were not the less so to its most powerful adversaries. A long series of great and celebrated men, who during the grand mastership of Qayabusergamid, fell by the poniards of his Fedavi, signalized the bloody annals of his reign, and, as formerly, according to the fashion of Oriental historians, there follows, at the end of each prince's reign, a catalogue of great statesmen, generals, and literati, who have either adorned it by their lives, or troubled it with their death. So, in the annals of the assassins, is found the chronological enumeration of celebrated men of all nations who have fallen the victims of the Ismailites, to the joy of their murderers, and the sorrow of the world. The first, under the grand mastership of Qayabusergamid, was Qasim Dilit Eksankar Burshi, the brave prince of Mosul, feared alike by the Crusaders and the assassins, as one of their deadliest enemies. Having fought his last battle with the former, near Mara Mesrin, he was, on the first Sunday after his return, attacked by 8 assassins, disguised as dervishes, as he was in the act of seating himself on his throne in the mosque at Mosul, protected by a coat of mail and his natural bravery. He defended himself against the wretches, 3 of whom he stretched at his feet, but before his retinue could hasten to his assistance, he received a mortal wound, from the effects of which he expired the same day. The remaining assassins were sacrificed to the vengeance of the populace, with the exception of one young man from the village of Qatarnash, in the mountains near Iraz, whose mother, on hearing of Eksankar's murder, dressed and adorned herself for joy at the successful issue of the attempt, in which her son had devoted his life, but, on his returning alone, she cut off her hair, and blackened her face, with the deepest sorrow, that he had not shared the murderer's honorable death. To such lengths did the assassins carry their point of honor, and what may be termed their Spartanism. Moineddin, the vizier of Sultan Sanjar, was also murdered by an assassin, hired by his enemy, Durkasina, the vizier of Muhammad, and a friend of the Ismailites. In order the better to attain his object, the ruffian entered his service as a groom. One day, as the vizier went into the stable to inspect his horses, the false groom appeared before him without clothes, in order to avoid all suspicion of carrying concealed weapons, although he had hidden his dagger in the mane of the horse, whose bridle he was holding. The horse reared, and under pretense of quieting him with caresses, he snatched his poniard, and stabbed the vizier. If Burshi, prince of Mosul, stood on the list of the victims of the Ismailites solely because he was the rival of their power, and an obstacle to their greatness, we shall not be surprised at finding the name of Busi, the prince of Damascus, by whose orders the vizier Mastigani and 6,000 assassins had been massacred. The slightest pretense was sufficient to cause the blood of princes to flow beneath their stilettos, how much more when their own called, as in this latter case, for revenge. To escape was beyond the power of prudence, as they watched for years for time, place, and opportunity. Busi, the son of Togtegan, was, in the second year after the massacre, attacked by its avengers, and received 2 wounds, one of which healed immediately, the other was, however, mortal, the following year. The vengeance of the assassins seems to have descended from father to son. Shemso el-Muluk, the son of the king, the son of Busi, and grandson of Togtegan, fell a victim to a conspiracy. There fell, besides, under the daggers of the order, the judges of the East and the West, Abu Said Harawi, the Mufti of Kaswin, Hassan ben Abilqasim, the Reis of Isfahan, Said Dalit Shah, and the Reis of Tebris. These were the most celebrated of a numerous body of officers of state and jurists, who perished in heaps and unnamed. To drag from amongst the murdered the most splendid victims, is the melancholy and sorrowful duty of the historian of the assassins. Hitherto, their attacks had been directed only against viziers and emirs, the subordinate instruments of the caliph's power, and the throne itself, which they were undermining, had remained unstained by the blood of its possessors. The period, however, was now arrived, in which the order dared to seal their doctrine with the blood of those caliphs, to whom it was so destructive, and to deprive the successors of the Prophet not merely of their temporal power, but likewise of their lives. The shadow of God on earth, as the caliphs called themselves, was, indeed, a mere shadow of earthly power, and was, when he would have asserted more, sent by the dagger of the assassin to the shades below. We have seen that the secret doctrine of the Ismailites derived its origin from the lodge at Cairo, long before the foundation of the order of the assassins, and flourished under the protection of the Fatimites, the rivals of the assassins, and their competitors for the throne. By a just retribution, this protection of a doctrine of irreligion and immorality was avenged on the Fatimites themselves, by the murderous order which sprung from it. The Egyptian Caliph, Emir by Kamila Abu Ali Mansur, 10th of the Fatimite dynasty, whose founder, Ubaydallah, had made the lodge of the secret doctrine a part of his ministerial policy, fell, in the 29th year of his reign, under the dagger of the assassin. It is not clear whether his death proceeded from the policy of the order, or the private revenge of the family of the powerful Vizier Eftel. This emir was equally dangerous to the Christians by the zeal with which he prosecuted the war, and to the caliph, by his colossal power in the state. He was murdered by 2 assassins, of whom it is uncertain whether they were the instruments of their superiors, at that time in alliance with the Crusaders, or the hirelings of the caliph. The latter is probable, from the circumstance that Abu Ali, the son of Eftel, was, immediately after his death, thrown into prison, and on being set at liberty after the murder of the caliph, was invested with his father's dignity. As, however, Abu Ali himself shortly after fell by the dagger, it appears that these 2 assassinations proceeded from the profound policy of the concealed fomenters. From this period, Egypt became a scene of disorder and confusion, occasioned by the violent contests between the partisans of the caliph thrones of Cairo and Baghdad. Mustarshid Billah Abu Mansur Fazl, the 29th Abbasid caliph, sustained himself on the ladder for 17 years, though constantly tottering. Hitherto, the Seljoukide sultans who had, under the pretext of being the protectors of the Caliphate of Baghdad, assumed all the temporal power, had, at least, left to the Abbasid Caliph the 2 highest prerogatives of Islamism, the mint and prayers from the pulpit on Fridays. If they stamped any coin, it was in the name of the Caliph, for whom, likewise, they prayed weekly in the mosques. Mesed was the first to appoint the Katibs, or Friday prayer, to be in his own name, an injury which Mostarshid was obliged, however unwilling, to endure, as he was not strong enough to resent it. A few years afterwards, however, when some dissatisfied chieftains deserted with their troops from Mesed to Mostarshid, they persuaded the latter that it would be easy to subdue the Sultan. He, in consequence, took the field against him. In the very first engagement, the Caliph was abandoned by the greater part of his troops and taken prisoner by Mesed, who carried him to Moraga, on his campaign against his own nephew, David. A treaty was concluded, by which the Caliph engaged to confine himself within the walls of Baghdad, and to pay the Sultan an annual tribute. This composition deceived the expectations of the Ismailites, who had hoped that the result of this war, between the Sultan and the Caliph, would be the destruction of the latter, the Grand Master, therefore, resolved to complete what the Sultan had begun, and that, though the Caliph had escaped the sword, he should not be spared by the dagger. In the camp, 2 farsangs from Moraga, while Mesud was absent, having gone to meet the ambassadors of Sanjar, assassins put the Caliph and his immediate suite to death, and not content with that foul deed, mutilated the dead in the most horrible manner, by cutting off the noses and ears, as though they would, to the treason of a Caliph's murder, add insults to his corpse. Reign of Muhammad, son of Kia-Bisurgamid. After a blood-stained reign of 14 years and 3 days, Kia-Bisurgamid, feeling his end approaching, named his son, Muhammad, as successor in the Grand Mastership of the order, either because he really found none other worthy of the office, or that the natural desire of making the sovereignty hereditary in his family caused him to depart from the spirit 88 of the fundamental maxims of the order, as they had been sketched out by Hassan Sabah. Be that as it may, the office, which, without respect to relationship, ought to have depended on the nomination of the existing Grand Master, remained hereditary in the family of Bisurgamid to the fall of the order. His death was, at first, a cause of great joy to the enemies of the Ismailites. When, however, they perceived that his son drove the chariot of restless ambition in the bloody track of his father, all Asia again sank into despair. He began, as his father had ended, with regicide, and before the votaries of Islam had time to recover from the consternation with which the murder of the Caliph Mostarched had overwhelmed them, their ears were horror-stricken with the intelligence of the fate of Rashid, his successor. The order had hoped, by the violent death of Mostarched, to succeed in involving the Caliphate in confusion and immediately effecting its ruin. This expectation, however, proving fallacious, and Rashid, immediately on taking possession of the vacant throne, and ere he was firmly seated on it, meditating revenge against his father's butchers, the new Grand Master resolved to begin where his predecessor had ended, and to heap murder on murder, crime on crime, and to add regicide to treason. The Caliph went from Ramadan to Ispahan, where he had just begun to recover from an attack of illness. For assassins, natives of Khorasan, and who had mingled with his retinue, watched an opportunity of stealing into his tent and poignarded him. He was buried on the spot where he fell, and the troops which he had collected from Baghdad, for the purpose of a campaign against the Ismailites, dispersed. When the news of this successful atrocity, and the frustrated expedition reached Alamut, the residence of the Grand Master, public festivals and rejoicings were appointed on the occasion. For 7 days and 7 nights the kettle drums and cornets echoed from the turrets of the fortress, and published to the surrounding castles the jubilee of crime, and the triumph of murder. Proofs so cutting as the assassins' daggers, to use an expression of Mercond, raised their claims beyond the reach of doubts, and imposed the silence of the grave on their opponents. A terror but too well-founded seized the caliphs of the race of Abbas, who, henceforth, did not venture to show themselves in public. The companions of impiety, Rafik, and the dedicated to murder, Fedhavi, spread themselves in troops over the whole of Asia, and darkened the face of the earth. The castles already in their possession were maintained and fortified, and new ones built or purchased. Thus they obtained in Syria, Kadmos, Kahaf, and Masyat. The 2 former were sold to them by Ibn Amran. 129 The latter they wrested from the commandant of the lords of Shaser, and made it the center of their Syrian power, where, even now, traces of it are to be found. While the order was thus aggrandizing itself, and striking its foes with terror, by the acquisition of strong places, and the use of the dagger, the fundamental maxim, which separated so completely the secret doctrine of the initiated from the public tenets of the people, was observed to the letter, and the fulfillment of the injunctions of Mohammedanism was the more strictly exacted, the more indifferent the superiors considered faith and morals to be to themselves. The people saw only the effect of their terrible power, without perceiving the moving force, or its instruments. They saw, in the numerous victims of the poniard, only the enemies of the order and religion, which the vengeance of heaven had visited by the arm of a secret tribunal. The Grand Master, his priors and envoys, did not preach sovereignty in their own name, or in that of their order, but of the invisible Imam, of whom they called themselves the Apostles, and who was to appear, at some future period, to assert his right to the 90 dominion of the earth, with a conqueror's power. Their doctrine was enveloped in a veil of the profoundest mystery, and ostensibly its maintainers appeared only as strict observers of the rites of Islamism. A proof of this is afforded by the answer given to the envoy of Sultan Sanjar, who had been sent from Ray to collect official information concerning the Ismailitic doctrines. He was told by the superiors, "Our doctrine is as follows. We believe in the unity of God, and consider that only as true wisdom, which accords with His word and the commands of the Prophet, we observe these. As they are given in the holy book of the Quran, we believe in all that the Prophet has taught concerning the creation, and the last day, rewards and punishments, the judgment, and the resurrection. To believe this is necessary, and no one is permitted to pass his judgment on God's commands, or even to alter a letter of them. These are the fundamental rules of our sect, and if the Sultan approves them not, he may send one of his theologians to enter into polemical discussions on the subject." In this spirit, during the reign of Kia Muhammad, which lasted 25 years, that of his father, Kia Busurkamid, of 14 years, and that of the founder, Hassan Sabah, of 35, the external rites of Islamism were strictly observed. Kia Muhammad, however, had neither the intellect nor the experience of his predecessors, and it soon appeared what an error Kia Busurkamid had committed, in consulting, in his choice of a successor, the ties of kindred rather than innate talent. From his want of knowledge and capacity, Kia Muhammad was but little esteemed by the people, who transferred their attachment to his son, Hassan. The latter was regarded as a man of great attainments, and he availed himself of the good opinion of the ignorant multitude, not for the general interest of the order, but entirely contrary to its institutions, to serve the purposes of his own private ambition. Initiated into all the mysteries of the secret doctrine, deeply versed in philosophy and history, he stood forward as a popular teacher and expounder, and favored the report, which had begun to be spread abroad, that he was the Imam promised by Hassan ben Sabah. The companions of the order respected him more and more every day, and rivaled each other in the promptitude with which they executed his behests. Kia Muhammad, on learning his son's conduct, and the disposition of the people, convened them, and declaring his disapprobation of the proceedings of the former, said, "Hassan is my son, and I am not the Imam, but one of his precursors. Whoever maintains the contrary is an infidel." 250 of his son's adherents were put to death, and as many more were banished. Hassan, fearing his father's anger, himself anathematized the Illuminati, and wrote treatises in which he condemned the opinions of his partisans, and asserted those of his father. In this manner he succeeded, by his dissimulation, in preserving his own head, and obliterating all suspicion from his father's mind. As, however, he was in the habit of drinking wine in secret, and permitted himself to practice what was forbidden, his adherents saw, in these actions, new indications of his mission as the promised Imam, whose advent was to abrogate all prohibitory commands. About this period, nearly all the Asiatic monarchies were revolutionized by the change of the order of succession, and new dynasties arose on the ruins of their predecessors. As the order of the Ismailites was inimical to all rulers, and treated hostilely by most of them, and as they infused into all governments the envenomed and pernicious influence of murder and sedition, their history stands in close relation with that of all the contemporaneously paramount dynasties, and a glance at the reigning families of Asia will not be 92 out of place here. From the confines of Khorasan to the mountains of Syria, from the Mustaramus to Lebanon, from the Caspian to the Mediterranean, extended the widely spread ramifications of the Empire of the Assassins, their center being the Grand Master, in his mountain fort of Alamut, in Iraq. We shall take a cursory glance at these broad regions of Asia, according to the political divisions of the period, and proceeding in natural geographical order, from east to west. Our progress will commence with Khorasan and terminate in Syria. Khorasan, however, first deserves mention not merely on account of its geographical position, and its immediate vicinity to Kohistan, the eastern Grand Priorate of the order, but also by reason of the preponderating power of Sultan Sanjar, whose dominion had been founded at the same epoch as that of Hassan Sabah, and whose reign had proceeded contemporaneously with the first three Grand Masters, and terminated only with his death, 4 years earlier than that of Kia Muhammad, the third Grand Master. Mohsen Abulharis Sanjar, one of the greatest princes of the Seljoukide race, and of the East, received, after the demise of his father, the Sultan Maleksha, which, as we have seen, occurred immediately after the occupation of Alamut by Hassan Sabah, the viceroyalty of Khorasan, which province he governed, for 20 years, in the name of his brothers, Barki-Iraq and Muhammad, who, as the heads of the Seljuk family, reigned in Iraq. On the death of his brother Muhammad, in the first year of the 6th century of the Hijra, Sanjar took possession of his states. He made war upon his nephew, Mahmud, who wished to assert his paternal rights, defeated him, and at length, when the sagacity of the Vizier Kemaleddin Ali had mediated a peace, allotted him his paternal kingdom, as a fief, upon the following 4 conditions. First, that in the public 93 prayers in the mosques, on Fridays, the name of Sultan Sanjar should stand before that of Mahmud. The prayers and the mint are the first regal prerogatives of Islam. Second, that the latter should have only 3 curtains to the door of his hall of audience. Sultan Sanjar had 4, and the Caliph 7, to raise and lower which was the office of the Hajeb, or chief chamberlain. Third, that no trumpet should sound on his entrance or exit from his palace. A flourish of trumpets was, at that time, the privilege of sovereigns, as is, at this day, the ringing of bells a mark of distinction for their representatives. Fourth, that he should retain in their dignities the officers appointed by his uncle. Mahmud submitted to these conditions, and as only the name and appearance of rule were left him, he embraced the wise resolution of not involving himself deeper in political matters, but devoting himself entirely to the pleasures of the chase, which, as an exercise in school of war, has, from remote antiquity, been considered, in the East, less as a princely amusement than a royal occupation. Hence Nimrod was a mighty hunter before the Lord, and Cyrus an arranger of hunting. Hence, too, the most ancient monarchs of the Assyrians and Persians are represented on the monuments of Persepolis, and the amulets excavated from the ruins of Babylon, as engaged in an heroic combat with wild animals. Hence, in the last Persian dynasty, the cognomen of the wild ass was given to Bahramgar, one of their bravest and sport-loving princes, and hence, likewise, the immense park, or royal chase of Khosrow Parwis. In this spirit, Mahmud expended his treasure in the splendor of his hunting equipments. He had a pack of 400 hounds, with gold collars and housings embroidered with pearls. 30 years after this peace between Mahmud and Sanjar, Bahramshah, the last prince, but one of the once powerful dynasty of the sultans of Ghazna, attempted to shake off the yoke of the Seljukides, feeling, however, the enterprise to be beyond his powers. He sent ambassadors to renew his homage to Sanjar. With him he succeeded, but not so with Hossein Jahanses, the founder of the Indian dynasty of the Ghurides, who about this time raised themselves on the ruin of the power of the Ghaznavides. Bahramshah, the Ghaznavide, yielded to the power of Hossein, the Ghuride, as did the latter to that of Sultan Sanjar, who drove the founder of the Ghurides out of Khorasan, and then appointed him his viceroy of the Indian province of Gur, whence the name of the dynasty. The fortune, which had smiled on Sanjar in his enterprises against Mahmud, Bahramshah, and Hossein, was not so favorable to him in his wars against the people of Karakatai, whom he attacked in the obscurity of their forests, nor against the Turkomans of the race of Oghuz, who invaded Khorasan. He lost in the battle which he fought with Gurjash, the prince of the former, 30,000 men, together with his harem, and Tark-Khatan, the first of his wives, was made captive by the Karaktais. Still worse was his success against the Oghuz Turkomans, whom he wished to compel to an annual tribute of sheep, which they refused. He was taken prisoner by them, and confined, for 4 years, in an iron cage. The Turkish historians, who relate this unworthy treatment of the great Sultan Sanjar, deny Sultan Bajazet having experienced the same from his conqueror, Timur. Concerning this last, European writers add that whenever he mounted his horse, he placed his foot on the neck of the Ottoman Sultan, as, it is said, the Persian king, Shaba Sapar, had done 1,000 years before to his captive, the Roman Emperor, Valerian. Valerian and Bajazet perished in the captivity of Shaba and Timur, but Sanjar had the good fortune to make his escape from his barbarous conquerors, and returned to Khorasan, where he died the following year, 95, from melancholy, caused by his bad fortune and the desolation of his states, after a reign of 51 years, and a life of nearly 100, as he had before he became sole ruler, acted, for 21 years, as viceroy of his brothers, in Khorasan. His brilliant exploits, and the encomiums of the poets, have caused his name to shine among those of the most illustrious princes of the East, and have not undeservedly gained him the surname of Alexander II. The greatest poets of his time, Selmar and Ferideddin Khatib, sang his praise, but, above all, and weary, the Persian Pindar. Unequaled in his panegyrics, either by his predecessor, Kakani, or his follower, Firjabi, who, with him, formed the astral triangle of Persian panegyrists, he raised the name of Sanjar high above the regions of earth in the light of the Milky Way, and to the highest heavens, in the midst of the music of the spheres. While Enwiri thus bestowed immortality on Sanjar and his works, the poet Sabir did him a no less essential service in prolonging his sublunary existence by protecting him from the murderous dagger. When Itzis, the governor of Khwarezm, rebelled against Sanjar, the latter sent the poet, one of the most faithful and respected in his court, secretly to Khorasan, as a spy upon the designs of the rebellious governor. He succeeded in ascertaining that Itzis had engaged an assassin, Fedavi, to murder the Sultan in the mosque on a Friday. The murderer was discovered by means of the exact description sent by Sabir to Sanjar, and, after confessing everything, he was put to death. Itzis, however, who was aware that Sabir had caused his design to fail, had him drowned in the Oxus. 138. Sabir thus gained an immortal name in the ranks of great poets and faithful servants, not only by his encomiastic poems, but also by his praiseworthy deeds. Sanjar, who at first had been favorably inclined towards the assassins, seems to have had his eyes opened by this attempt, and to 96 have been urged to the severity with which, as we have already related, in his latter years, he pursued the order who had caused the eruption of the Turkomans. Sanjar, if not the most dangerous, was yet, at this period, the most powerful of the enemies of the Ismailites. With the exception of the phantom of spiritual power, which sat on the throne of the Caliphate, and whose nominal superiority was acknowledged by the Asiatic princes in their Friday's prayers, the most powerful sovereigns either held their states in fee, as the vassals of the Sultan Sanjar, or governed them as his lieutenants. As in the ancient Persian Empire, the 7 satraps of the distant large provinces surrounded the throne of the great king as viceroys, like the 7 Amchasbandi collected round the throne of Ormuzd, so the rulers of 7 powerful dignities acknowledged the Sultan Sanjar as the source of their power, which, indeed, enfeebled by distance, operated less powerfully on the extreme points of the circumference than in the center. The Indian provinces of Multan and Gur, immediately to the south of Khorasan, were governed by the Sultan of the Ghaznavides, Bahramshah, and him of the Ghurides, Hossein Jahanz's, world-burning. Ahmed, the son of Suleiman, whose frequent rebellions had brought upon him as frequent punishments, ruled in northern Transoxana, and the adjacent province of Khwarezm was held in fief by, first, Kutbeddin, then his son, Itzis, two great court and hereditary dignities, who likewise held the office of chief cupbearer. In Middle Persia, reigned the Sultan Mahmud, the Seljukide, under the guidance of his uncle Sanjar, and in the northern and western provinces, Azerbaijan and Iraq, the two dynasties of the Atabegs, founded by Ahmededdin ben Senji and the Turkoman Ildajis, acknowledged him as paramount lord. As the two powerful families of the Ghaznavides and Seljukides, after reigning more than a century, were nodding to their fall, and the dynasties of the Atabegs were shooting up into multifarious branches, we think a few words relative to the origin of the latter not unsuitable. Atabeg, not father of the prince, as it has been translated, but father prince, or princely father, was an honorary title, first borne by the great vizier Nisim-ul-Mulk, without any claim to unlimited authority, and still less to be hereditary. Under the successors of Maleksha, this title distinguished the highest military dignity of the empire, and was given, at the court of the Baghdad Caliph, to the Emir al-Yumra i.e. Prince of Princes, and at the court of Cairo, to the Emir al-Jiyush, or Prince of the Army. But, as at a preceding epoch, the family Buj had exercised the power of the Caliphate, under the title of Emir al-Yumra, and in the west that of the Merovingian race had, under the title of Mer du Palais, passed into the hands of the Carlovingians, so the Atabegs possessed themselves of boundless authority, and raised themselves into dynasties. The principal are, besides that of the Atabegs of Iraq, that of Azerbaijan, that of Fars, called also the family of Salgar, and that of Loristan, all of which, in the short space of 5 years, made their claims to unlimited rule available. Within this period, disappeared the reigning families of Kukui, in Fars, that of the sons of Togtegan, at Damascus, the family Nedshah, in Yemen, and that of the Ghurides in Khorasan, in whose stead arose the Seleuki, as kings of Erzurum, and the Ayyubides, as princes of Emesa, and 3 years before the death of Sanjar, the mightiest prince of his time, a still more mighty one was born, Genghis Khan, the scourge of the East and the West, who afterwards converted the most fertile territories into a wilderness, and bathed the deserts with streams of blood. Contemporaneously with the last 10 years of Salgar's reign in the East in Khorasan, Nureddin Muhammad ben Amma 98 Deddin Senji, lord of the Iraq Atabegs, ruled in Syria, as one of the greatest princes of the East. He was a contemporary of Salgar, and the most powerful opponent of the Crusaders, whose historians, unceasingly employed in detailing the mischief which he caused them, cannot refuse him the just praise of his great and noble qualities. Nureddin, says the learned William, Bishop of Tyre, a man profoundly versed in history, was a prudent, discreet man, who feared God according to the faith of his people, fortunate, and an increaser of his paternal inheritance. His budding power sorely oppressed that of the Christians, whose conquests put a term and measure to his. Raymond, Prince of Antioch, and Gosselin, Count of Tripoli, fell as the trophies of his victories, the first at the siege of Anab, on the battlefield, the second, as he was proceeding to the chase, from his residence, Tel Bashar, was taken prisoner by a foraging party of Turkomans. The castles of Tel Bashar, Antab, Ozus, Ravendan, Tel Khalid, Kars, Kafsrud, Marash, and Narelhes, fell into the victor's hands, with considerable booty. Nureddin, as possessor of Mosul and Aleppo, was, in fact, the lord of northern Syria, but in the southern, he still wanted Damascus as a point d'appui for his rule. Here Medjureddin Abak, the last of the Seljukides of Damascus, reigned, or rather, with his name, and with unlimited power, his vizier, Mu'ayyid Enner. Twice had Nureddin invested it with his besieging army. At length, the inhabitants, dreading to fall under the dominion of the Crusaders, summoned him to their assistance. Nureddin retired willingly, and received in exchange, first Emesa, then Balas, and afterwards went to Baghdad. Nureddin, having obtained Damascus, raised it from the ruin caused by an earthquake, and chose it as his metropolis, adorning it with mosques, academies, libraries, hospitals, baths, and fountains. As Maleksha, the great prince of the Seljukides, had been the first to establish a high school, Madrasa, at Baghdad, so Nureddin founded at Damascus the first theological school, Darul Hadith, where the traditions of the Prophet were treated of. With the constant practice of the two most splendid Oriental princely virtues, liberality and justice, he combined the strictest attention to the duties of Mohammedanism. Just and modest as Omar ben Abdulaziz, the seventh caliph of the Umayyad family, he was pious and strict, like Omar ben Khattab, the second successor of the Prophet. He wore neither silk nor gold, but cotton and linen, and never expended on his clothes, or nourishment, more than his just lot of the fifth of the booty. He was ever engaged in the holy war, either the lesser, with weapons in his hand, against the enemies of Islam, or the greater, with fasting and prayer, occupying day and night in political duties and study. The presents of foreign princes, he caused immediately to be sold, and devoted the proceeds to pious institutions, public buildings, and eleemosynary purposes. Besides presenting large sums annually to the inhabitants of the holy cities, Mecca and Medina, and the Arabs of the desert, to induce them to allow the caravans of pilgrims to proceed unmolested, he divided, every month, 5,000 ducats among the poor. He particularly honored and rewarded jurisconsults, in whose ranks he was himself inscribed, as he had collected into a particular work, Fakhr Nuri i.e. Glory of Light, the traditions of the Prophet, relating to justice, alms, and the holy war, as the groundwork of his policy, morals, and discipline. As, during his long reign of 28 years, he conquered more than 50 castles, and established in all the cities of his dominions, mosques and colleges, and had maintained most gloriously, both less and greater war, for Islamism, so history gives him, like his father, Ahmededdin Senji, not only the honorary title Ghazi, or victorious, but also that of Shahid, or martyr, because both merited the crown of martyrdom, if not in the field of battle, in that of honor, by their unwearied exercise of princely duties and martial virtues. Religion and policy combined to decide Nureddin in favor of the Caliph of Baghdad, against him of Cairo. His inclination to do homage to the former, rather than to the latter, as the successor of the Prophet, would find more ready access to his mind, as on account of the great confusion prevailing in Egypt. The time seemed to have arrived for the Atabegs to tear the scepter from the feeble grasp of the Fatimites. This long shapeless idea of Syrian policy soon received form and existence from the Egyptian civil war between the two viziers, Dargham and Shar, who under the last of the Fatimites, struggled for mastery. In the same year in which Nureddin had, by one of the most splendid victories, and the conquest of Haram, repaired the great discomfiture which he had received from the Crusaders, for months previously, at Bokia, Shar himself came to Damascus to promise the third part of the revenues of Egypt, if Nureddin would aid him with arms, against his rival, Dargham. Nureddin sent the governor of Emesa, Esadeddin Shirkuh i.e. Lion of the Faith of Lion's Mount, of the family Ayub, with an army into Egypt. Dargham fell in battle. Shar was restored to his former power, but on refusing to fulfill his promise, the Lord of Lion's Mount took possession, with his troops, of the eastern province Shirkai, and the chief town Belbius. Shar, the most fickle of viziers, faithless alike to friend and foe, and, by his false policy, a traitor to his army and himself, called Amaury, formerly Count of Ascalon, then King of Jerusalem, with the Crusaders, to his assistance, against the general of his ally. He soon, however, repented and dismissed the Crusaders, with a sum of 60,000 ducats. In the meanwhile, Esideddin, being reinforced with fresh troops, advanced against Cairo, and defeated the Caliph at Ashmenind, and remained master of Upper Egypt, at the same time that his nephew, Yusuf, took Alexandria, and maintained himself there valiantly, for 3 months, against the combined besieging forces of the Egyptians and the Crusaders. At the end of this period peace was concluded, Nureddin receiving, as compensation, an annual sum of 50,000 ducats, and the Crusaders, 100,000, out of the revenues of Egypt. There remained, moreover, at Cairo, a general of the Crusaders, with some thousands of men, as a garrison and protection against Nureddin's enterprises. These advantages accorded to the king of Jerusalem, in the metropolis of Egypt, tempted him to a rupture of the peace, with the hope of becoming master of the whole country. Persuaded by the Knights Hospitallers, whose Grand Master hoped to maintain his order, in the possession of Belbius, which, in warlike preparations, he had charged with a debt of more than 100,000 ducats, Amaury advanced with an army against Egypt. The Templars, however, refused to participate in the expedition, either from real displeasure at the rupture of the peace, or, what is more probable, from jealousy of the Knights of St. John, and other hidden grounds of their mysterious policy. In this predicament, Shah applied to Nureddin for assistance against the Crusaders, who had already made an irruption into Egypt, had taken Belbius, and were besieging the capital. New Cairo was surrounded with a wall, at which women and children labored with untired zeal, day and night. The more ancient part of the city, Misr, usually, but incorrectly, called Old Cairo, was set on fire, by command of Shah, and burned for 54 days. The Caliph had dispatched couriers with urgent letters to Syria, imploring the aid and assistance of Nureddin against the infidel, and to depict the highest grade of his necessity, he enclosed locks of his wife's hair, as if to say, "Help! Help! The enemy is dragging our women from us by the hair of their heads." Nureddin was, at that time, at Aleppo, and Esideddin Shirkuh, at Emesa, his government. Nureddin immediately entrusted him with the conduct of the Egyptian campaign, and gave him for the execution of it, 200,000 ducats, and a chosen body of 8,000 men, 6,000 of which were Syrians, and the remainder Turkomans. In the meanwhile, Shah and Amaury, both on the brink of despair, entered into negotiations, the latter for the possession, the former for the relief, of Cairo. Shah promised, in the name of the Caliph, the enormous sum of 1,000,000 of ducats, and the king was glad to receive 50,000 ready money. On this, the Crusaders retired, when the Syrians, under the conduct of Esideddin, appeared before Cairo. The Caliph, accompanied by the chief officers of his court, repaired to the camp, and complained bitterly of the excessive power of Shah, who, merely on his own account, had invited the Franks into the country, committed Misr to the flames, and desolated the land, and entreated Esideddin Shirkuh for his vizier's head, being himself too powerless to secure it. The latter soon became aware of the danger which threatened his life, and resolved to make away with Esideddin, together with his nephew, and the princes of his court, under the pretext of an invitation to a banquet. The project was, however, betrayed, and the intended victim retorted on the guilty head of Shah, which was sent to the Caliph. Nureddin immediately stepped into Shah's place, as vizier and Emir el-Juyush, with the title of al-Malik al-Mansur, i.e. the victorious king, and as he died 65 days afterwards, his nephew, Yusuf Salaheddin, i.e. Joseph, justness of faith, was invested with the same high dignities of the empire, and received the honorary designation, Al-Malik an-Nasir, i.e. conquering king. He was the founder of the dynasty of the Ayyubites. His greatness, like his name, smoothed and diminished by the Western historians, is more familiar to Europeans than that of many other great princes and conquerors of the East, at whose names and deeds European languages and manners recoil. The Syrian heroes of the Crusades have been celebrated by the Christians in Europe, and the latter by the former in Asia. Ahmededdin Senji, Nureddin, and Salaheddin appear in European chronicles of the Crusades as Senguin, Noreddin, and Saladin, while in the Moslem annals, the Count of Tripoli, the Prince of Antioch, and the King of Jerusalem are masked under the names of Komis, Birias, and Ray. In the following book, we shall have an opportunity of mentioning Salaheddin's exploits more at large. As yet he appears as the Caliph's vizier and Nureddin's general, in whose name he administered the government of Egypt. He caused the name of his master the Atabeg to be mentioned in the public prayers on Friday, after that of the Caliph. Nureddin thought the opportunity was now arrived to destroy the caliphate of the Fatimites, and to deprive the last of them of even the shadow of power. He commanded his lieutenant, Salaheddin, to fill up all judicial offices, which had hitherto been held by Imamis or Ismailites, with lawyers of the 104 Orthodox sect of the Shafi'ites, and in the public prayers to name the Abbasid Caliph, Al-Mustansir bi-Amrillah, instead of the Fatimite Ad-Hadlidanillah. Salaheddin delayed the fulfillment of these commands, as the people almost universally were of the sects, Rafidi and Shii, and still hung to the phantom of the Fatimite Caliphate. The last representative of that race, however, Ad-Hadlidanillah, very opportunely falling sick and dying. Salaheddin immediately transferred the royal prerogative of prayer on Friday, from the name of the Caliph of Cairo, to that of the Caliph of Baghdad, after whom Nureddin, the Atabeg of Syria, was named. Thus, Salaheddin executed, more, indeed, for his own than Nureddin's interest, though still in the latter's name, the great stroke, by which the main trunk of the Western Ismailites was overthrown, after having budded for more than 200 years and transplanted itself into Asia. In the branch of the Eastern Ismailites, or Assassins, the throne, which the secret doctrine of the Ismailites wished to establish on the ruins of all others, was overturned, and buried the Lodge of Cairo in its ruins. The Caliphate of the Abbasids prevailed over that of the family of Ali, for which the envoys of the Ismailites preach and entreat, and the phantom, in whose name they had deluded the people, vanished from the earth, an event of great magnitude, and rich in consequences, important in the history of the East, and more especially in that of the Assassins, to whom Salaheddin, whose dominion rose on the ruins of the Egyptian Caliphate, appeared a powerful and dangerous foe. End of Book 3. Book 4. Reign of Hassan II, son of Muhammad, the son of Busirgamid, known by the name of Allah Sakrihi Salam, that is, hail to his memory, and his son, Muhammad II. In the preceding books, we traced the mysteries of irreligion and immorality up to their source, and stripped the secret doctrine of the Ismailites of the mask of pretended sanctity, under which it concealed itself from the eyes of the people. A doubt may, perhaps, have arisen in the minds of our readers, whether we have not scrutinized the system of the order too closely, and whether, as it was constantly kept secret, it may not have been somewhat slandered by the uninitiated and its enemies. The effects of the secret doctrine had, indeed, manifested themselves in the bloody traces of the dagger. Nevertheless, these multiplied horrors might, perhaps, be attributed to accident or private feuds, rather than to a regular system of infidelity and homicide. Even in our own days, the secret doctrines of many degenerate orders has been lauded as pure and innocent, although their results have appeared in the crimes of regicide and rebellion. The Jesuits and the Illuminati, though otherwise opposed as to their spirit, the former protecting, the latter undermining, thrones, have both been accused of profligate doctrines, the former of permitting the killing of popes and kings, and the latter of dispensing with thrones and religion. In the writings of individual members, the maxim may be found that it is lawful to kill kings, and to strangle the last of them with the intestines of the last priest. These horrors, however, were never publicly taught or acknowledged by the order at large. The regicide, imputed by Pombal to the Jesuits, and the poisoning of Ganganelli, have not been sufficiently proved, and even were this the case, the Jesuits have as little confessed the guilt of Malagrida as have the Illuminati approved of Jean de Bré's proposition of establishing a propaganda of assassins. As little is the secret doctrine of the Templars convicted of profligacy by the confessions wrung from them by the torture, and if they have been accused of it by contemporary writers, others, of later date, have, on the other hand, defended them. In this matter, however, the case of the assassins is very different from that of the Templars, Jesuits, or Illuminati. All that has hitherto been said of their secret doctrine of systematic infidelity and sedition is by no means founded on untenable conjectures, historical accusations, or forced confessions, but on the free acknowledgment of their teachers and masters, who, after having long concealed the atrocities of impiety from the eyes of the world, under the mask of the most profound hypocrisy, on a sudden lifted the veil, and published, to the profane, the mysteries of atheism and immorality, hitherto the inheritance of the initiated. This was a most inconsiderate slip, most destructive to the order, and entirely adverse to the profound policy of its founder, who had formed the well-grounded opinion that the edifice of domination and civil society can be held together only by the doctrines of faith and duty, that the open abolition of all religion and morality would necessarily entail the universal destruction of the existing order of things, and that the strongest security for blind obedience is to give reins to the wildness of the passions. Moreover, besides that, by such a desecration, the secret of the few became the property of the many, the leaders and their dupes changed parts, and the system of the order caused its own destruction from within. It also exposed itself, in all its nakedness, to its external enemies, and, by its own avowal, roused up the world to vengeance, and justified the anathemas of priests, the persecution of kings, and the curses of nations. All this had been well and thoroughly considered by the son of Sabah, not so, however, by his namesake and third successor, Hassan II, the son of Muhammad, the son of Busergamid. He had, as we have seen already, during his father's life, stood forward, with innovations, as a prophet, and had only preserved his life from the executioner's sword by the deepest dissimulation. As soon, however, as he succeeded to the grand mastership, he threw off the burthensome mask, and not only gave way himself to all possible extravagances, but also permitted the same license to all others with impunity. Not content with this, he could not resist the desire to mount the pulpit himself, as a popular preacher. Had he been as enlightened as his predecessors in the grand mastership, and had the maturity of his judgment kept pace with the riches of his attainments, he would have forborne to hurl the flaming brand of infidelity and lawlessness among the people. It was of small advantage to himself, and still less for the order, that he was considered learned, and possessed of intellect, and his father heavy and ignorant. Preservative ignorance is better than destructive erudition, and darkness itself is to be preferred to the lurid glare of a conflagration. Hassan, the son of Muhammad, determined, at whatever cost, to be an expositor, and to favor the impunity of vice, not merely by example, but also to preach from his own mouth the irreprehensibility of crime. In Ramadan, of the 559th year of the Hijra, the inhabitants of the province of Redbar were collected, by his orders, at the castle of Alamut. On the place Masella, the place of prayers, situated at the foot of the castle, like the suburbs of Shiraz, celebrated by Hafez, a pulpit was placed, looking towards Qibla i.e. the country of Mecca, to which the Muslim turn in praying, and in the four corners, for different colored flags were planted, a white, a red, a yellow, and a green. On the 17th of Ramadan, the people were assembled on this place. Hassan ascended the pulpit, and commenced by involving his hearers in error and confusion, by dark and puzzling expressions. He made them believe that an envoy of the Imam, the phantom of a caliph still tottering on the Egyptian throne, had come to him, and brought an epistle, addressed to all Ismailites, by which the fundamental maxims of the sect were renovated and fortified. He declared that, according to this letter, the gates of mercy and grace were open to all who would follow and obey him, that those were the peculiarly elect, that they should be freed from all obligations of the law, released from the burthen of all commands and prohibitions, that he had brought them now to the day of the resurrection, i.e. the manifestation of the Imam. Upon this, he began to recite, in Arabic, the khutbah, or prayer, which he pretended to have just received from the Imam. An interpreter, standing at the foot of the pulpit, translated to the audience in the following words: Hassan, the son of Muhammad, the son of Busergamid, is our caliph, and Hudshet, our successor, missionary, and proof, to whom all who profess our doctrine are to yield obedience in spiritual, as well as temporal, affairs, executing his commands, and considering his words as inspired, and must not transgress his prohibitions, but observe his behests as our own. Know all, that our Lord has mercy on them, and has led them to the Most High God. He then descended from the pulpit, caused tables to be covered, and commanded the people to break the fast, and to give themselves up to all kinds of pleasure, to music, and play, as on feast days, for today, said he, is the day of the resurrection, i.e. the revelation of the Imam. From this day, on which crime manifested itself undisguisedly to the world, the name of Mulahid, or impious, which hitherto had been given to the disciples of Karmith, and other disturbers of social order, by the lawyers, was now bestowed upon all the Ismailites of Asia in general. The 17th of Ramadan was celebrated with games and banquets, not only as the feast of the revelation, but also as the proper epoch of the publication of their doctrine. As the Muslimin reckoned their time from the flight of the Prophet, so did the Mulahid, or impious, from the revelation of the Imam, i.e. the 17th Ramadan, in the 559th year of the Hijrah. And as the name of Muhammad was never mentioned without the addition of the blessed, so, henceforth, was added to that of Hassan, the words blessed be his memory, which history, instead of blessing, curses. The historian Merkand tells us that he had heard from Yusuf Shah Qaidib, on the authority of credible persons who had read it, that the following inscription was over the door of the library in the castle of Alamut. With the help of God, the ruler of the world, loosened the bands of the law. Blessed be his name. Hitherto, the Grand Masters had always represented themselves as only the precursors of the Imam, as his missionaries and envoys, and severe censors of observance of the rules of Islamism. Hassan, however, now at once asserted that he was himself the Imam, in whose hand all power lay to loosen the band of the law. By abolishing them he accredited himself with the blind multitude as lawgiver and caliph. In this character, he wrote to the presidents and envoys of the different provinces. His letter of credentials to Reis Muzaffar, the Grand Prior of Kahistan, as his namesake had been in Iraq, under the founder, Hassan Sabah, was of the following tenor: I, Hassan, tell you that I am God's vicegerent on earth, and mine, in Kahistan, is the Reis Muzaffar, whom the men of that province are to obey, and whose words they are to listen to as mine. The Reis caused a pulpit to be erected in the castle of Mu'minabad, the residence of the Grand Prior of Kohistan, from which he read the letter of the Grand Master to the people. The majority of the inhabitants heard the perusal with joy. They played the pipe and drum, danced and drank wine at the foot of the pulpit, and made known their contempt of law and their libertinism in every possible way. Some few, who remained true to the doctrines of Islamism, emigrated. Others, who could not resolve upon this step, stayed, and shared with the rest the reputation of impiety. Thus the standard of the freest infidelity and most daring libertinism floated on all the castles of Redbar and Kohistan as the insignia of the new doctrine, and instead of the name of the Egyptian caliph, that of Hassan resounded from all the pulpits as that of the true successor of the Prophet. Since prejudices are often more deeply rooted in the breast than religious rites and moral laws, it was easier for Hassan to assume the character of legislator than that of imam, whom the people hitherto only acknowledged in the Egyptian caliph. In order to support his pretensions to this title, he at length found it necessary to deduce his descent in blood from the Fatimite caliphs, and although he had, in the public assembly of the 17th Ramadan, called himself the son of Muhammad ben Buserqamid, he endeavored to prove, partly by dark intimations, partly by ambiguous writings, the opinion that he was a son of Nizars and grandson of the Caliph Mostansir, during whose reign the founder, Hassan ben Sabah, had been at Cairo, and had, in the political dissensions of the Ismailites, espoused the party of Mostansir's elder son against his younger brother, Nizar, on which account he had been compelled by the Generalissimo, Bedr Jamali, to quit Egypt, as we have before related more at length. The rumor which his adherents dispersed abroad in confirmation of his descent was to this effect. A certain Abul Hassan Seed, a confidant of the Caliph Mostansir, had come from Egypt to Alamut a year after his patron's death, and had brought with him a son of Nizar's, whom he confided to the care of Hassan ben Sabah, who received the envoy with great respect, and had assigned to the young imam a village at the foot of the castle as a residence, where he, after a time, married, and gave his son the name, blessed be his memory. At the same time that the imam's wife was delivered of this child, the wife of the Grand Master, Muhammad, son of Buserqamid, was in her accouchement. A confidential female servant carried the young blessed be his memory into the castle, and substituted him in the place of the son of Muhammad. As this tale was too absurd to meet with easy credence, and as, according to their pure doctrine, that all was indifferent, and nothing forbidden, the assertors of this genealogy were not ashamed subsequently to maintain that the young imam had had clandestine intercourse with Muhammad's wife, the fruit of which was the reigning Grand Master, Imam, and Caliph, blessed be his memory. Thus, Hassan preferred being thought a bastard of the blood of the Caliphs, to being deemed his father's legitimate child. The honor of the mother was sacrificed to the ambition of the son, and because adultery afforded grounds to his pretensions, the sanctity of the harem was forced to give place to the merit of ambition. The Ismailites, who in this manner made Hassan a descendant of Nizar, the son of Caliph Mostansir, were called Nizari, a name considered synonymous with the impious, or the assassins. They gave Hassan the name of Kaimulkiamet, i.e., Lord of the Resurrection, and called themselves the sect of the Resurrection, or Revelation, for, by the epoch of the resurrection they understood the time when the one about to rise came, i.e., the Imam, should bring them near to God by the removal of all laws. This period had, according to their pernicious opinion, occurred during the imamate of Hassan, who on that account, emancipated the people from all legal obligations. Thus were the bounds of duty and morals at once and openly violated. Undismayed, and with heads erect, vice and crime stalked over the ruins of religion, and social order, and murder, which hitherto had felled the destined victims under the mask of blind obedience, and as the executioner of a secret tribunal, now raged in indiscriminate massacres. Hassan, as might have been expected, died a martyr to his new doctrine. In the 4th year of his licentious reign, he fell at the castle of Lamsur, by the dagger of his brother-in-law, a descendant of the family Baeb. In this murder, the historian views not so much the visitation of celestial wrath on so many crimes, which, indeed, both his predecessors and successors had better merited, as the natural punishment of insulted prudence, which, in the ordinary course of human affairs, is sooner or later avenged equally with the greatest viciousness. It was the height of imprudence in Hassan, the learned explainer, to surrender the most recondite doctrines of the order to the many-headed Hydra, the people, and he sealed with his own blood the universally accorded liberty of murder. Reign of Muhammad II, son of Hassan II. The conflagration which Hassan had kindled, by the revelation of the secret doctrine, was not extinguished by his blood, but, on the contrary, extended its flames through all Asia during the reign of his son and successor, Muhammad II. The first act of his government was to revenge his father's death, whose murderer, Hassan Nanwar, together with all his kindred, both male and female, bled under the executioner's axe. Instead of profiting by this bloody example, to strike into a better road, he constantly pursued the same path. He preached, even more loudly than his father, the doctrine of impiety, and, like him, asserted his rights to the dignity of supreme imam. Deeply versed in philosophical studies, he considered himself to be in these, as in other branches of knowledge, alone and unequaled. Many of his philosophical and legal apothegms have been handed down by tradition. We shall not, however, cite them in this history. He did homage by these studies, not only to the institution of the founder of the order, who, profoundly acquainted with the mathematical and metaphysical sciences, had collected books and instruments in his castle of Alamut, but also to the spirit of the ages in which the civilization of modern Persia approached the summit of its splendor, and philosophy, as well as poetry, were at the epoch of their greatest glory in that country. Contemporary with his long reign of 46 years, for so long did the clemency of heaven endure the monster on earth, lived and died a pleiad of Persian poets, greater and more illustrious than that of the Alexandrines under the Ptolemies, or that of the French poets under Francis I. During this period flourished the lyric poets, Sasini and Wat, of whom the former may be considered the creator of the metrical system, and the latter as the legislator of Persian poetry, the two great panegyrists, Kakani and Soher Fariabi, who, together with their predecessor, Enwiri, stand the great columns of the splendid edifice of Oriental eulogium. The two great mystics, Sinai and Adar, the former writer of the ornamental garden, Katakat, which the well-known author of the Garden of Roses and Fruit, Sadi, seems to have kept in view, the latter the composer of the dialogues of birds, Mantiqueter, and other celebrated works, in whose footsteps trod Jalaluddin Rumi, the great mystic poet of the East. Lastly, Nisami, the greatest romantic poet of the Persians, the immortal bard of Khosrow and Shireen. Besides this pleiad of poets, other stars of the first magnitude shone in the hemisphere of juridical and metaphysical science. The Sheikh Abdolkader Gilani, the founder of one of the most respectable orders of dervises, and whose monument at Baghdad is, to this day, visited by pilgrims no less frequently than that of the great Imam Abu Hanif, the two great jurists, Ahmed ibn Mahmud Ghaznawi and Imam Boraneddin Ali ben Ebubekr al-Murghanani, the former, author of the Maqadim, Prolegomena, the latter of the Hidayat, two classical works of practical jurisprudence, the Secretary Ahmad. Immortal in the annals of calligraphy, the great historian Ibn Esser Jezeri, the composer of the Camel, and, to conclude, the philosopher Shiabeddin Sawardi, and the Imam Fakhr Razi, who must not be confounded with their namesakes, the former with the sheikh, nor the latter with the poet nor the physician Razes. Both of them are remarkable, not only in the history of literature, on account of their opinions, but also in that of the assassins, by reason of their fate, as presenting, both by their lives and their deaths, examples of the danger which the literati incurred, who either openly reproved or combated the doctrines of infidelity. The former, namely, the philosopher Abu Yahya ben Hanash ben Emirek, commonly celebrated as Shi'ibedin Sarwardi, the writer of several metaphysical works, was put to death at Aleppo by the son of Salaheddin, by order of his father, because his doctrines had been condemned by the College of Jurists as philosophical, or, in other words, as atheistical, and the shedding his blood was declared to be lawful. The Imam Fakhreddin Razi, being menaced with the same fate, escaped it, but not without great danger. During the Grand Mastership of Muhammad II, the son of Hassan II, he taught jurisprudence publicly in his native city, Ray. Having been slandered by some who envied his reputation, as being secretly a disciple of the Ismailitic doctrine, and even one of their missionaries and envoys, he mounted the pulpit, and in order to clear himself from the imputation, he abused and anathematized the Ismailites. As soon as the Grand Master received information of this, through his emissaries, he sent a Fedavi, or initiated assassin, to Ray with special instructions. This man appeared as a student of law, and in that character visited the Imam's college. 7 months elapsed ere he found a fitting opportunity of executing his commission. At length he watched an instant when the Imam's servant was absent in quest of food, and his master alone in his cabinet. The Fedavi entered, locked the door, and throwing the Imam to the ground, placed himself with his drawn dagger on his breast. The Imam demanded his purpose. To tear out thy heart and bowels. And wherefore? Because thou hast spoken evil of the Ismailites in the public pulpit. The Imam conjured the assassin to spare his life, and swore most solemnly never to slander the Ismailites again. If I leave thee, said the murderer, thou wilt fall back into thy old ways, and consider thyself released from thy oath by artful sophistries. The Imam renounced all explaining away of the oath, and was willing to abide the penalties of perjury. I had no commands to slay thee, or I had not been wanting in the execution. Muhammad, the son of Hassan, greets thee, and requests thee to honor him with a visit at his castle. Thou shalt there receive unbounded power, and we will obey thee as honest servants. We despise, says the Grand Master, the rumors of the people, which glide from our ears like nuts from a globe, but ye shall not insult us, because your words are graven as with a graver on stone. The Imam replied that he could not go to Alamut, but that, in future, he would not permit himself to utter a word against the lord of that fortress. Upon this the Fedavi drew 300 pieces of gold from his girdle, which he gave him, saying, Behold thy pension, and by a decree of the Divan, thou wilt receive the same sum annually from the Reis Mozaffar. I also leave thee 2 dresses of Yemen for thy servant, these also the Grand Master sends thee. At the same instant the Fedavi disappeared. The Imam took the dresses and the money, and for 4 or 5 years the same sum was scrupulously paid him. Prior to this occurrence, he was wont, whenever he mentioned the Ismailites in a discussion, to express himself thus, whatever the Ismailites, whom may God curse and destroy, may say. After he had received the pension, he always said briefly, whatever the Ismailites may say. He answered one of his pupils, who asked him the cause of this change. We may not curse the Ismailites, their arguments are too convincing and pointed. This singular occurrence, which is related by several Persian historians, circumstantially and concordantly, shows that the Grand Master's policy did not consider murder only as the most effective measure, but also frequently deemed the fear of it, and money, preferable. It shows also that the Divan, or Assembly of the Order, studied less the removal of their foes than the converting them into friends, especially where they were men of learning and celebrity, as their lives being spared was of far more advantage to the order and public opinion than their violent deaths could have been. With the exception of this anecdote of the Imam Fakhr-Razi, history mentions little or nothing of what occurred to the order during the reign of Muhammad in the Persian provinces of Jebel and Kahistan. It is, however, much more fertile in events of immediate interest in the history of the assassins, if we turn our eyes towards Syria, which was, at the same time, the celebrated stage of the glorious deeds of the Crusaders and Salahaddin. As this great prince seems to be chosen as the instrument in the hands of Providence, of the downfall of the Caliphate of the Fatimites, whose partisans and missionaries the Ismailites were, so was he, likewise, very early selected by the latter as a mark for their daggers. In order to become more intimately acquainted with the man whom they marked out as their victim, and to know to what a pitch his power had risen when they made the first attempt upon his life, we shall here give, as a sequel to what has been said in the former book concerning the reign of Nureddin, a short outline of the increasing greatness of Salahaddin. Invested after the death of his uncle, Esaddin Shirkuh, with the highest dignity in the realm, under the name of Melek Nasir, he received from his lord, the Atabeg Nureddin, a confirmatory diploma, together with the title of Emir al-Isfalar, which means the same in Persian as the Arabic Amir al-Juyash, that is, Prince of Armies. Shortly afterwards, the Caliph of Baghdad sent him also a diploma, dress of honor, and present, as an acknowledgement to him for having transferred the highest prerogative of Islam, the prayer from the pulpit on Friday, from the family of Fatima to that of Abbas. At Cairo stood the treasury, in which, for 2 centuries, the Fatimites had amassed the wealth of Maghreb, Egypt, Syria, and Arabia. Its riches, surpassing all belief, was but too small for the magnanimity of Salahaddin. According to Aini, an otherwise trustworthy writer, there were in this treasury alone 700 pearls, each of which was, from its great size, of inestimable value, an emerald, a span long and as thick as the finger, a collection of 2,600,000 books, which, even if there is a superfluous cipher, surpassed the largest library in Europe, gold, coined and in bars, aloes, amber, and arms without end. A considerable part of this treasure Salahaddin divided immediately among the chiefs of his army. He appointed guardians to the library, the remainder of the collection being put for sale for 10 years in succession, produced the sums requisite for the campaigns against the Crusaders, and for the buildings in Cairo. He built the citadel and walls of that city, constructed the large aqueduct which brings the waters of the Nile to the fortress, and the noble halls, amongst whose beautifully arranged colonnades, stripped as they are of their roofs. The writer of this work has, more than once, indulged in airy visions of Salahaddin's greatness. Added to these are an academy at the tomb of Shafi'i, an hospital at Cairo the modern, and a magazine of corn at Misr, the ancient capital of Egypt under the Arabians. All these architectural works bear the stamp of their founder's greatness, and on them is inscribed his name, Yusuf, which the ignorance of the present inhabitants of Cairo and Misr confounds with that of the Egyptian Joseph. Thus, in this case, as with the heroes of Grecian antiquity, the feats of several great men are united under one name. The space of centuries, which intervenes between 2 landmarks of human greatness, is lost to the thought of posterity, and the common name becomes the more prominent as a monument of antiquity on the wide plain of history. Thus it is with the Egyptian Yusuf, whether he be the Joseph of ancient history, the minister of Pharaoh, and grandson of Abraham, or the Yusuf of modern history, the lieutenant of Nureddin, Salahaddin, the grandson of Ayub. Nureddin, indeed, viewed Salahaddin's increasing greatness with a jealous eye, and felt that it was no longer in his power to recall at his pleasure the master of the treasure of the Fatimites, yet was he politic enough to confirm his lieutenant, whom he could not remove, and the latter sufficiently grateful, at least nominally, to acknowledge Nureddin as his liege lord. as he did not wish to appear in open opposition to him, and yet, in case of necessity, desired to provide himself with a place of refuge, he undertook the campaign against Yemen, whither he sent his elder brother, Turan Shah, with an army. This region was, at the time, governed by Abdenabi, son of Mehdi, a disciple of the impious sect of Karmith, who exhausted the country with his extortions and oppression. The plundered treasure he collected at the tomb of his father Mehdi, at Sabaid. The walls were covered with gold, and likewise the cupola, which dazzled the eyes at some miles' distance. Gold, silver, pearls, and precious stones were heaped in profusion. Abdenabi wished to make this tomb the resort of pilgrims, instead of the Kaaba, and for this reason he plundered the caravans going to Mecca, and added their goods to the accumulated booty of injustice and rapine. In the sequel, several princes, and particularly those of Persia, have, from political motives, attempted to prevent the pilgrimage to Mecca, and to turn the devotion of the people rather to other burial places, as Meshed Ali's, on the Euphrates, which was also covered with plates of gold by Shah Abbas, or Meshed ben Musa's, at Tus, in Khorasan, in order that, with the caravans, the money may remain in the country. Mecca, however, retained its superiority as the true and only shrine of Islamism, which triumphed over the conquests of the Karmithites and Wahhabites, and whose gates, spite of the widespread portals of infidelity and impiety, remained to the last ever open to the pilgrim. Turan Shah defeated and killed Abdenabi, the protector of unbelief, raised his father's monument, and added the treasures to those of his brother Salaheddin, in Egypt. By command of the latter he caused prayers to be repeated from the pulpit for the Caliph of Baghdad and Nureddin. After the death of Nureddin, the prayers as well as the coinage were continued by Salaheddin, in Egypt and Arabia, in the name of Saleh, a boy of 11 years of age, the son of Nureddin, who, himself incapable as yet of governing, was in the power of his grandees, and particularly of the eunuch Gumish Tegan, who transferred the young prince's residence to Aleppo, leaving Ibn al-Makadam governor of Damascus. The Crusaders, who desired, after Nureddin's demise, to avail themselves of the favorable circumstance of his son's minority, threatened Damascus, the siege of which was only raised on the governors disbursing to them large sums of money. Enraged at this, and being invited by some of the chief men, Salaheddin repaired in all haste to Damascus with only 700 horse. He reproached the governor with his unworthy conduct, and wrote to the young Atabeg a respectful letter, in which he did homage to him as his lord, and averred that he had come into Syria only for his defense, his possessions being assailed on two sides, by the Crusaders and his nephew Sifenin, lord of Mosul. The answer which was drawn up by his enemies contained, instead of thanks, accusations of ingratitude and disobedience, and threats of very shortly removing him from the viceroyalty of Egypt. Provoked at this, Salaheddin declared to Nile, the lord of Manbej, bearer of the missive, that the inviolability of an ambassador alone preserved his head, and marched with his troops to Aleppo, in order, as he said, to have a personal interview with his young prince. On his way he took Hama and Hems, and encamped in the vicinity of Aleppo. The inhabitants and the young prince, led by his guardian, the eunuch Gumish Tegan, instead of coming to a peaceful conference with Salaheddin, advanced against him in arms. "God is my witness," exclaimed he, "that I wish it not to come to arms. But since ye will have it so, they shall decide." The troops of Aleppo were defeated, and fled in disorder to the city, which their opponents now began to besiege in due form. Gumish Tegan, who saw no protection at hand from the swords of his valiant besiegers, had recourse to the daggers of the assassins. At that period reigned, as Grand Prior at Masyat, the point, as we have seen, of the Syrian power of the Ismailites, Rashideddin Sinan, a man whose name and deeds are to this day remembered in their annals. Masyat lies in the mountain range Semak, which, running parallel with the coast of the Mediterranean, unites itself with that of Lebanon. This village, with 18 others, belongs to the territory of Hama, Epiphania. At that time it was the chief of 10 mountain forts, forming the strength of the Ismailites, whose numbers are reckoned by the contemporary annalists of the Crusaders to amount to more than 60,000 men. The names of these places are found in Haji Khalfa's geography. 3 have already been mentioned in this history, namely, Masyat, Cadmus, and Kahaf. The 7 others were Akar, Hasnalikiad, Safada, Alaka, Hasnal-Karnan, Sihin, and Sarmin, and were the first colonies of the Ismailites in Syria. By means of these strongholds, and the daggers of the assassins, Rashideddin Sinan was supreme in the mountainous parts of the north of Syria. Salaheddin, the proper defender of the faith, who had given the final blow to the Fatimite Caliphate in Egypt, and whose increasing power threatened to engulf that of the Atabegs in Syria, was the natural and most dangerous enemy of the order. And consequently their daggers were unceasingly aimed against him. A large sum of money contributed to procure easier access to the Grand Prior Sinan, for the prayer of Gumishtegin, that Salaheddin should be the victim of their mutual revenge. 3 assassins attacked him in the camp before Aleppo. Fortunately, they inflicted no mortal wound, and were themselves cut in pieces. While the eunuch was concerting Salaheddin's fall, he scarcely escaped his own, which his enemies, the Vizier Shiabeddin Abu Saleh, and the Emirs Jamaleddin, Shadbakht, and Mojahid, had conspired to ensure, in order to deprive him of the favor of Maleksha. To anticipate their purpose, he had recourse to the usual means dictated by his policy. As the young prince was starting on a hunting excursion, Gumishtegin presented him with a blank sheet of paper, desiring his signature for the dispatch of some pressing business. Maleksha signed unsuspectingly, and his minister filled the paper with a letter from his master to Sinan, the Grand Prior of the Assassins, requesting agents from him, for the purpose of dispatching the 3 emirs above mentioned. Sinan, thinking that Maleksha wished, by this deed, to remove some obstacles to his unbounded power, sent several murderers. 2 of them, who attacked the vizier as he was proceeding to a mosque, lying near his house, without the eastern gate, were killed on the spot. Soon after, Mojahid was set upon by 3 others. 1 seized the skirt of his mantle, to stab with more certainty, but Mojahid spurred his horse, and escaped the fatal blow, leaving his mantle behind. The people seized the assassins, 2 of whom were accustomed frequently to visit Mojahid's groom. 1 of them was crucified, and the same was the fate of the groom, on whose breast was fixed the inscription, "This is the reward of the concealers of villains." The other assassin was dragged to the citadel, and beaten on the pierced soles of his feet, to compel him to confess the motives of his crime. In the midst of the torture, he called out to the young prince, "Thou desirest from our lord Sinan the death of thy slaves, and now thou punishest us for the execution of thy orders." Indignant at this, Maleksha wrote a letter, full of reproaches, to Sinan, who returned him one subscribed by himself as his answer. This was the origin of a kind of correspondence between them. Rashideddin had frequently applied to the prince for the restoration of the district of Hijra, of which the Ismailites had been deprived. As his writing had been fruitless, he had recourse, this time, not from the pen to the dagger, but to the still more destructive means, fire. The assassins appeared as incendiaries, who set fire to several bazaars of Aleppo, with burning naphtha. All the efforts of the governor and his people to extinguish the conflagration were fruitless, which being produced by means similar to the celebrated Greek fire, resisted pertinaciously the action of water. Many buildings were entirely consumed, and an immense quantity of rich stuffs and commodities of all kinds fell a prey to the flames. The assassins threw burning naphtha into the streets, from the terraces of the houses, and, in the midst of the confusion, escaped the popular rage unhurt. Maleksha Ismail, Prince of Aleppo, whose favorite, Gumish Tegan, had in vain unsheathed the dagger of the assassins against Salaheddin, now sought assistance from the Crusaders, and his nephew Sifeddin, Lord of Mosul. The former laid siege to Emesa, but retired on the approach of Salaheddin, but Sifeddin and Aseddin, his brother, united their forces with those of Ismail, at Aleppo. Salaheddin once more attempted to come to an amicable arrangement with the latter. He offered him, in a submissive letter, the restoration of Hama, Hems, and Baalbek, and stipulated only for the viceroyalty of Egypt and the possession of Damascus. His liberality was deemed weakness. A great battle was fought at Hama, in which the combined forces of Mosul and Aleppo were completely routed. From that day forward, he advanced with steady steps in the path of sovereignty, as he transferred to his own name the two prerogatives of coinage and prayer, which hitherto had remained, in Egypt and Syria, in the name of Saleh. The latter received peaceful possession of Aleppo, only by humble supplication, and the Lord of Mosul, who again took the field, with those of Hassan Kif and Maradin, lost at Tel, near Hama, both his camp and army. Salaheddin divided the booty among his soldiers, set the prisoners free, and took the fortresses of Aziz, Manbij, and Boza. During the siege he was, a second time, attacked by an assassin, who wounded him in the head. Salaheddin seized his hand in time, and struck him down. Another immediately rushed forward, but was cut down by the guards. Two others followed with no better success. Having before their eyes the example of their three precursors, who had fallen in a similar attempt, they hoped the better to attain their object by rushing on successively, and, by throwing the Sultan and his guard into consternation, succeed in taking his life. The first part of their plan was more successful than the last. Salaheddin, terrified by these repeated attacks, retired to his tent, mustered his army, and drove away all strangers. The following year, however, as soon as he had concluded a peace with the lords of Mosul and Aleppo, he attacked the territory of the Ismailites, ravaged it, and blockaded the fortress, Masyat. He would have carried it, and would have annihilated the power of the Ismailites in Syria, had not his uncle, Shiibeddin, Lord of Hama, moved by the entreaties of the Grand Prior, Sinan, interposed, and induced his nephew to make peace, on condition that he should, in future, be secured from the assassin's dagger, and, in fact, Salaheddin reigned 15 years afterwards, carried on his campaigns in Egypt and Syria, and captured the strongest places of the Crusaders, even Jerusalem itself, without experiencing another murderous attack. Whether it was that the double failure of the assassins restrained them from a third attempt, or that the order considered it necessary to preserve Salaheddin, the greatest enemy of the Crusaders, as a counterpoise to the growing power of the latter, or, lastly, that, contrary to the fundamental maxims of the order, some idea of the sanctity of a treaty floated in the mind of the Grand Prior, though most improbably, all the ties of religion and morality having been loosened, and the mysteries of impiety publicly divulged by the Grand Masters Hassan and Muhammad, it nevertheless appears that Rashideddin Sinan struck out a path for himself, both in respect of doctrine and policy, one, too, which varied somewhat from that of his predecessors, and of the reigning Grand Master. The former, as we have seen above, were the secret friends of the Order of the Templars, the latter trampled on all religion. Sinan's faith and policy, however, took another direction, as is clearly shown in the unanimous accounts of contemporary historians of the Crusaders. What William, Bishop of Tyre, and James, Bishop of Akka, on the occasion of an embassy, dispatched from the Old Man of the Mountain to the King of Jerusalem, in the year 1172, relate concerning the origin, system, and discipline of the assassins, agrees very well with that which we have derived from Oriental sources, and presented to our readers in the former books. The assassins, say they, were formerly the strictest observers of the laws of Mohammedanism, till the epoch when a grand master of genius and erudition, and intimately acquainted with the Christian tenets and doctrine of the gospel, abolished the prayers of Muhammad, annulled the fasts, and allowed all, without distinction, to drink wine and eat pork. The fundamental rule of their religion consists in blind submission to their abbot, by which alone they could attain eternal life. This lord and master, who is generally called the Old Man, resides in the Persian province, lying beyond Baghdad, Jebel or Iraq-Ajami. There at Alamut, young men are educated in secret tenets and pleasures, instructed in various languages, and then sent, armed with their daggers, throughout the world, to murder Christians and Saracens without distinction, either from hatred, as being enemies of their order, or to please its friends, or for the sake of a rich reward. Those who had sacrificed their lives in the fulfillment of this duty were adjudged to greater happiness in paradise, as being martyrs. Their surviving relations were loaded with gifts, or, if slaves, set at liberty. Thus was the world overrun by these miserably misled youths, who, devoted to murder, issued joyfully from their brethren's convent, to execute the sanguinary commands they had received, appearing in different forms and disguises, sometimes as monks, sometimes as merchants, in fact, in such a variety of shapes, and with so much prudence and caution, that it was impossible for the destined victims to escape their daggers. The low and mean mob of the people are safe, inasmuch as the assassins deem it beneath their dignity to assail them, but for the great, and for princes, no remedy remains but to ransom their lives at a heavy price, or to be constantly armed and surrounded by their guards, and exist in a continued state of alarm. On an attentive comparison of these passages, in the works of the two learned bishops, which agree in point of meaning with the narratives of Oriental writers, much is found wanting, but nothing erroneous. The strict observance of the duties of Islamism at first, the abrogation of all commandments under the last Grand Masters, Hassan II, and Muhammad II, the vow of blind obedience, the bands of assassins devoted to death, their novitiate, the institution of the order, and its murderous policy, are here comprised in a few words. It is, indeed, difficult to conceive how European historians, who, hitherto, drew from no other sources than the Byzantine and Crusading annalists, how such Orientalists as de Herbelat and de Gines could have regarded the assassins as an unusual dynasty of princes, whereas, here, everything points to an order, inasmuch as they clearly speak of the abbot, convent, grand master, rule of the order, and religion, as we should concerning the Knights Hospitallers, the Teutonic Knights, and the Templars. Everything harmonizes with the contents of the preceding books of this history, one circumstance only, that of the superior, who sent the embassy, being inclined to Christianity, and desirous of conversion, does not agree with the systematic plan of irreligion of the then reigning Grand Master. Either the Crusaders deceived themselves with the pious error that because the Grand Master had abjured Islamism, he must assent to Christianity, or his policy induced him to preserve the King of Jerusalem in this opinion, and, consequently, as the friend of the order, or lastly, what appears more probable than either of these conjectures, this mission did not proceed from the Grand Master at Alamut, but from the Grand Prior of the Order in Syria, Rashideddin Sinan, Lord of Masyet. It must have been the latter, and not the former, who paid the Templars the annual tribute, to effect the removal of which was the chief object of the embassy, and what gives our opinion the highest degree of probability, is the contents of Rashideddin's writings, which are to this day preserved in Syria, by the remainder of the Ismailites. In them appear evident traces of Christianity, and of an acquaintance with its sacred books. Rashideddin Abul Hashir Sinan, son of Suleiman of Basra, pretended that he was himself an incarnation of the deity. He never shewed himself but in coarse dresses of hair, he was never seen to eat, or drink, or sleep, or spit. From the top of a rock, he preached to the people, from sunrise to sunset, and was long considered by his audience as a superior being. When, however, they discovered that he limped, from having been wounded by a stone in a great earthquake, he was near losing both the sanctity of his character and his life, the people wishing to murder him as an impostor. He exhorted them to patience, descended from the rock, where he had preached so long as a stylite, invited his hearers to a banquet, and succeeded, by the power of his eloquence, in inducing them unanimously to swear obedience and fealty to him as their superior. He seized the moment when the Grand Master of the Ismailites in Persia had exposed all the mysteries, and by that means sapped the foundations of the order, to envelope himself in the halo of an apostle, and confirm his dominion in Syria. For this reason, he is unanimously considered by Oriental historians as the chief of the Ismailitic doctrine in Syria, and even to this day, his writings are esteemed canonical by the Ismailites still remaining in that country. They consist of a shapeless chaos of contradictory articles of faith, which probably are all to be understood only allegorically, a host of mutilated passages from the Quran and the Gospels, hymns, litanies, sermons, prayers, and ritual ordinances. These can hardly have been preserved in their original purity, but must have descended to us intermixed with the superstition and ignorance of later centuries, like the books of the Druzes, who now as little acquainted as the Ismailites with the spirit of their founder, possess but a very imperfect knowledge of their original dogmas, and have lost the tradition of the allegorical doctrine. It was Rashid-ed-Din Sinan, therefore, the Grand Prior of Masyat, and not the contemporary Grand Master of Alamut, who sent, in the latter years of the reign of Amaury, King of Jerusalem, the envoy Beheddalit, a skillful, prudent, and eloquent man, with the secret offer that he and his followers would undergo baptism, providing the Templars, their nearest neighbors on the mountains, would release them from the annual sum of 2,000 ducats, and live in brotherly and peaceful union with them. King Amaury received the envoy with joy, promised to pay the Templars, out of his own purse, the 2,000 ducats from which they begged to be released, and sent him, after keeping him for some time, back with guides and an escort, as far as the Ismailite confines. They had already crossed the territory of Tripoli, and had, therefore, arrived in the vicinity of their first castles, which are situated on the mountains in the environs of Tortosa, or Antaratus, when suddenly a body of Templars rushed from an ambuscade, and killed the envoy. Thus, these knights, who were suspected of being secretly allied to the Ismailites, and followers of their doctrine, openly proclaimed themselves likewise as assassins. The religion of both had a bond of union in the guilt of willful murder. The actor of this tragedy was Walter de Demesnil, a vicious, one-eyed man, who, however, did not perform this act of atrocity from motives of private malice, but with the knowledge of the brethren, and by the command of the Grand Master, Odo de St. Amand, and to avenge the order. The inducement seems to have been no other than the assassins having endeavored to relieve themselves from the annual tribute of 2,000 ducats to the Templars, either to purchase peace with the neighbors, or for the recompense of services performed, as, for example, as is mentioned in its place, their refusal to participate in the campaign against the Egyptian Sultan, their natural protector. The king, violently enraged at this atrocity, by which the honor of the Christian name, and his own dignity, suffered so severe a blow, assembled the princes of his realm, in order to consult with them, concerning the measures proper to be adopted. Their unanimous decision was, that religion, and the royal authority, had equally suffered an affront, and could not permit this murder to pass unpunished. Seer of Maimdun, and Gottschalk, of Terholt, were dispatched by the council, in the name of the king, and the realm, to demand satisfaction from Odo de St. Amand, for so flagitious a deed. Odo, haughty and wicked, fearing neither God nor man, replied, bursting with arrogance and rage, that he had already imposed a penance on brother Demesnil, and should send him to the Holy Father, by whom it was forbidden to lay violent hands on him, and more in the same strain, suggested by his passion. But the king, meeting the Grand Master and several Templars afterwards, at Sidon, held a council, and had the murderer, as guilty of high treason, dragged from their hospital, and thrown, fettered, into a dungeon at Tyre. The death of the king, which followed soon after, saved him from well-merited punishment. The Grand Master, however, met with his, by being taken prisoner by Salaheddin, in the Battle of Sidon, the loss of which was attributed to his fault, and dying, the same year, unpitied in his dungeon. The king, indeed, seemed absolved in the eyes of the assassins, but the hope of converting them to Christianity was gone, and their daggers were now again unsheathed against the princes of the Crusaders, as they had already long been against the chiefs of the Moslemin. 42 years had elapsed since they stabbed Raymond, the young Count of Tripoli, as he was kneeling at prayer, and stained the altar with his blood. This long truce of the dagger, with the Christian chieftains, was at once raised by the atrocious murder of Conrad, Lord of Tyre and Marquis of Montferrat. Richard, King of England, is accused, both in European and Asiatic histories, of having been the accomplice, or instigator of this action, by means of the daggers of the assassins. It is with a reluctant pen that we indicate the circumstances and motives of this crime, which attaches to the splendid reputation of one of the first heroes of the Crusaders, a stain which neither his military glory nor forged documents can obliterate from the sight of an impartial writer. The pretended letter of the Old Man of the Mountain, composed by Richard's partisans, to acquit him of the guilt of this murder, stands rather as a proof against him, since it has been proved to be a manifest invention and forgery. This letter commences with an oath in the name of the law, and ends by being dated according to the era of the Salicity, both entirely strange and unknown to the Ismailites, for, at this time, they publicly trampled on the law, and had substituted for the chronology of the Hijra, which besides is the only one used in the countries of Islamism, that from the accession of Hassan II. Making it the epoch of the abrogation of the law. The writers making the Old Man of the Mountain date from Massillot proves, in fact, nothing, either for or against Richard, but it rather heightens the probability of the opinion we have advanced, that the Crusaders were not aware of the existence of the distant Grand Master at Alamut, but considered the Grand Prior of Massillot as the Old Man of the Mountain to a certainty. According to the purport of this apocryphal work of partiality for the hero, this so much celebrated murder was only an instance of the order's revenge, the Marquis having pillaged and put to death a brother who was shipwrecked at Tyre, and instead of giving the order's envoy the required satisfaction, threatening to throw him into the sea. From that time, the death of the Marquis was determined on, and executed, at Tyre, by two brothers, in the presence of the whole people. All that is true in this Latin production of Nicholas of Treves, which was either written by himself, and accepted as credible by Richard's party, consists in the circumstances of the murder. The Marquis was attacked by two assassins, disguised as monks, who had approached him unobserved, in the marketplace of Tyre. Not only do Western, but also Oriental historians, name Richard Coeur de Lion, King of England, as the instigator of the murderers. Alberic de Troisfontaines expressly affirms it, but with those who doubt, the contradiction of Nicholas of Treves might be equiponderant to his charges, if the scale did not turn against Richard, with the heavy weight of the impartial testimony of Oriental historians. The writer of the History of Jerusalem and Hebron, a classical work for the history of the Crusades, says, under the title of The Murder of the Marquis, clearly and distinctly, the Marquis had gone, on the 13th of the month Rabiul, to visit the Bishop of Tyre. On coming out, he was attacked by two murderers, who stabbed him with their daggers. Being seized and put to the torture, they confessed that they were employed by the King of England. They were put to death with torments. The same work contains still farther traits of Richard's craft and perfidy, which stain his character, but too deeply, and justify, but too much the suspicion of his being accessory to this murder. Thus, his imprisonment by Leopold of Austria, a near relation of the Marquis of Tyre, seems to have been but a measure of reprisal for the death of his kinsman. While the English, to remove from their monarch the suspicion of this assassination, and to liberate him the sooner from his captivity, forged the above-mentioned letter of the Old Man of the Mountain to Leopold of Austria, they, at the same time, and with the same view, concocted a second, which is mentioned by William of Newbury, as having been sent by the Grand Master to Philip Augustus, King of France. This letter, like the first, bears the marks of a counterfeit on its front. The Grand Master of the Assassins is made to call himself Simplicitas Nostra, which we cannot allow our simplicity to err so far as to believe. In this palpably apocryphal writing, the Old Man of the Mountain assures the King of France that it had never entered into his thoughts to send to France, at the desire of Richard, assassins with regicidal designs. This letter, the falsehood of which is still more manifest than that of the former one, proves, instead of acquitting Richard, that the murder of the Marquis of Montferrat had drawn upon him the suspicion of a similar attempt against the King of France. Rigaud, the historian of Philip Augustus, relates that while the king was in Pontoise, in the year 1192, being apprised by letters from Palestine that Richard meditated his assassination, he established, for his security, a bodyguard, armed with iron maces, and William Cart, who, a century after, wrote a rhyming history, openly ascribes the whole murderous system of the assassins to the King of England, who had young men educated in the principles of blind obedience to his cruel commands, in order to sacrifice the King of France, upon which the latter instituted his guard of surgeons en masses. Even if these precautions were groundless and exaggerated, they, nevertheless, were occasioned by the known deeds and character of Richard. The murder of Conrad of Montferrat thus gave rise to the English king's captivity in Austria, and, likewise, to the institution of the first royal bodyguard in France. It may, perhaps, appear a thankless and vain labor to wish to justify the order of the assassins, who are charged with 1,000 manifest murders, from the guilt of the 1,001st, but the duty of impartiality imposes this task on the historian who remains faithful to truth, although it may neither acquit nor condemn. Whether the order, in the person of Philip Augustus, attempted the life of one prince more or less, whether the Grand Master directed the poniards of the murderers, who slew the Marquis of Montferrat, moved by private revenge, or by the desire of Richard, is of little consequence. Participation in murder does not lessen the guilt of the crime. We shall not, therefore, stop to inquire whether the Arab assassin, found in the camp of Frederick Barbarossa, at the siege of Milan, in the year 1158, and against whom the emperor received timely warning, came from Spain or Syria, whether he was in the pay of the Pope, or the Grand Master of the Ismailites, or whether Frederick was destined to fall a victim to the Old Man of the Mountain, or to him of the 7 Hills. He was, on account of his campaigns in Palestine and Italy, his enterprises against the infidels, and the papal chair, equally dreaded by the supreme pontiffs, both of Baghdad and Rome, and the Caliph on the Tigris would have had no less cause to rejoice at his death than the Caliph on the Tiber. He, however, who profits by the commission of an atrocity, is not always to be accused of being its author. Barbarossa's grandson, Frederick II, was accused by Pope Innocent IV, in the Synod of Lyons, of having employed assassins to murder the Duke of Bavaria, and was excommunicated, while Frederick, in a letter to the King of Bohemia, charges the Duke of Austria with having entertained similar designs against himself. These accusations, however, do not prove the guilt of the accused, but only the crime of the assassins. 2 years after the death of Conrad, Marquis of Montferrat and Tyre, and that of Rashideddin Sinan, Henry, Count of Champagne, passed, on his journey to Armenia, near the territory of the Assassins. The Grand Prior, the successor of Rashideddin Sinan, sent deputies to welcome him and to invite him to visit his fortress on his return. The Count accepted the invitation and came. The Grand Prior hastened to meet him and received him with great honors. He took him to several castles and fortresses and brought him at last to one having very lofty turrets. On each lookout stood 2 guards, dressed in white, consequently initiated in the secret doctrines. The Grand Prior told the Count that these men obeyed him better than the Christians did their princes, and, giving a signal, 2 of them instantly threw themselves from the top of the tower, and were dashed to pieces at its foot. "If you desire it," said the Grand Prior to the astonished Count, "all my whites shall throw themselves down from the battlements in the same way." The latter declined, and confessed that he could not calculate upon such obedience in his servants. After staying some time at the castle, he was, at his departure, loaded with presents, and the Grand Prior told him, on taking leave, that by means of these faithful servants, he removed the enemies of the order. By this horrible example of blind submission, the Prior showed that he trod exactly in the footsteps of the founder of the order, who had given the ambassador of Maleksha a similar proof of the devotion of his faithful followers. Jalaluddin Maleksha, Sultan of the Seljuks, having sent an ambassador to him, to require his obedience and fealty, the son of Sabah called into his presence several of his initiated. Beckoning to one of them, he said, "Kill thyself." And he instantly stabbed himself. To another, "Throw thyself down from the rampart." The next instant he lay a mutilated corpse in the moat. On this, the Grand Master, turning to the envoy, who was unnerved by terror, said, "In this way am I obeyed by 70,000 faithful subjects. Be that my answer to thy master." As the historians of the East, as well as those of the Crusaders, agree in their relation, we cannot, except with regard to the extravagant amount of 70,000 assassins, stated by William, Bishop of Tyre, at 60,000, and James, Bishop of Akka, at 40,000. In which number must be included not only the initiated, but also the profane subjects of the order, raise a tenable doubt concerning the truth of the event, any more than with respect to the novitiate and discipline of the catechumens of murder, of whom the Venetian traveler, Marco Polo, was the first to give accounts, discredited in his time, and doubted, even lately, by men of eminence. Since, however, this narrative has been found to agree in every point with Oriental sources, Marco Polo's relation receives new authority, and after his veracity, like that of Herodotus, has been doubted by the skeptical for centuries, the fidelity of the father of ancient history and of the father of modern travels shines, from day to day, with a still brighter luster, from the unanimous testimony of Eastern writers. In the center of the Persian, as well as of the Assyrian, territory of the Assassins, that is to say, both at Alamut and Masyut, were situated, in a space surrounded by walls, splendid gardens, true Eastern paradises. There were flower beds, and thickets of fruit trees, intersected by canals, shady walks, and verdant glades, where the sparkling stream bubbled at every step, bowers of roses, and vineyards, luxurious halls, and porcelain kiosks, adorned with Persian carpets and Grecian stuffs, where drinking vessels of gold, silver, and crystal glittered on trays of the same costly materials, charming maidens and handsome boys, black-eyed and seductive as the houris and boys of Muhammad's paradise, soft as the cushions on which they reposed, and intoxicating as the wine which they presented. The music of the harp was mingled with the songs of the birds, and the melodious tones of the songstress harmonized with the murmur of the brooks. Everything breathed pleasure, rapture, and sensuality. A youth, who was deemed worthy, by his strength and resolution, to be initiated into the assassin service, was invited to the table and conversation of the Grand Master, or Grand Prior. He was then intoxicated with henbane, hashish, and carried into the garden, which, on awakening, he believed to be in paradise. Everything around him, the houris in particular, contributed to confirm his delusion. After he had experienced as much of the pleasures of paradise, which the Prophet has promised to the blessed, as his strength would admit, after quaffing enervating delight from the eyes of the houris, and intoxicating wine from the glittering goblets, he sunk into the lethargy produced by debility, and the opiate, on awakening from which, after a few hours, he again found himself by the side of his superior. The latter endeavored to convince him that corporeally he had not left his side, but that spiritually he had been wrapped into paradise, and had then enjoyed a foretaste of the bliss which awaits the faithful, who devote their lives to the service of the faith, and the obedience of their chiefs. Thus did these infatuated youths blindly dedicate themselves as the tools of murder, and eagerly sought an opportunity to sacrifice their terrestrial, in order to become the partakers of eternal life. What Muhammad had promised in the Quran to the Muslimin, but which to many might appear a fine dream, and empty promises, they had enjoyed in reality, and the joys of heaven animated them to deeds worthy of hell. This imposture could not remain undiscovered, and the fourth Grand Master, after unveiling all the mysteries of impiety to the people, probably revealed also to them the joys of paradise, which could, besides, have but little charms for them, to whom already everything was permitted on earth. That which hitherto had served as a means to produce pleasure, became now itself an object, and the effects of the intoxication of opium were the earnests of celestial delight, which they wanted strength to enjoy. To this day, Constantinople and Cairo show what an incredible charm opium with henbane exerts on the drowsy indolence of the Turk, and the fiery imagination of the Arab, and explains the fury with which those youths sought the enjoyment of these rich potiles, hashish, and the confidence produced in them, that they are able to undertake anything or everything. From the use of these potiles, they were called hashishin, herb-eaters, which, in the mouths of Greeks and Crusaders, has been transformed into the word assassin, and, as synonymous with murder, has immortalized the history of the order in all the languages of Europe. End of Book 4. Book V. Reigns of Jalaleddin Hassan III, son of Muhammad Hassan II. And of his son, Alaeddin Muhammad III. The retributive and avenging fury proceeds with steady step through the domain of history, but the traces of her silent progress are not always visible to the eye of man. Generations have passed away, and empires sunk in ruin, without its being possible, satisfactorily to point out the remote and proximate causes of their fall. The judgment of the conscientious historian stands, then, in the middle point, between blind skepticism on the one hand and rash credulity on the other. He avoids the explaining of events as an officious interpreter of providence, no less than wishing to behold in their progress nothing but the concatenation of blind necessity. On the other hand, incidents emerge, from time to time, from the ocean of history, under the same circumstances and forms, and in which it is as impossible not to perceive the hand of heaven, as it is to overlook the operation of submarine fire in the formation of a new island. As in the extensive department of acoustics, different nations have appropriated different sounds to one and the same object, and have expressed it by different words, hence, the variety of languages, so in the many-toned domain of history, one and the same occurrence has been passed unnoticed by many nations, and, by many others, viewed and represented in different lights. Hence the variety of histories, according to the difference of the characters and genius of countries and nations. The universally opposed polarity, if we may so express it, of the East and the West, appears even in the different mode of writing history. Some events are related by European, some by Oriental writers, and when they coincide, the same occurrence is viewed in an entirely different light. What escapes the one is seized by the other, and the latter considers attentively what the other passes over. How very different are the judgments of Eastern and Western historians concerning the original condition of mankind, the rise of kingdoms, the institution of religions, the development of civilization, the horrors of despotism, the struggles of liberty, and the continued connection of causes and effects. Where the one views immutable necessity, the other perceives very often blind chance, and what is deemed by the latter the consequence of a present crime, appears to the former the punishment of one long past. This, however, is not the place to proceed farther with these remarks, yet we have an opportunity of advantageously applying them to the next event which we shall have to consider. The people of the East have the highest notions of the sanctity of filial duty and paternal authority. To them the patriarchal is the exemplar of the most perfect government. Though the violations of filial piety and the crimes of unnatural sons are punished in the West as in the East, and though parricides in no region escape the vengeance of heaven, yet it is only Oriental historians who inculcate the experimental truth that the curse of infanticide follows in the same family, parricide, and that the first murdered father is avenged by the dagger of his grandson. To the disgrace of mankind, such sanguinary examples are exhibited in the histories of the ancient Persian kings and of the caliphs. How could they be wanting in the history of the assassins? Khosrow Parwis and the Caliph Mostansir, who were stained with their father's blood, died by the hands of their sons. The resistance which Hassan, the enlightener, opposed to his father, was avenged on his son, Muhammad, by his grandson, Jalaluddin, first by similar refractoriness and then, it appears, by poison. Jalaluddin Hassan, the son of Muhammad and grandson of Hassan, was born in the 552d year of the Hijra, had attained the age of 25 years ere he assumed the helm of affairs, and had, therefore, had sufficient time, during the long reign, or rather anarchy, to make salutary reflections on the pernicious consequences of his enlightening, and the abrogation of all ties of morality, proceeding from it. Discontented with the innovation, which had made public to the people and the profane, the secret doctrine of the founder and the initiated, he openly, during his father's life, declared himself against it, and, by that means, drew upon himself clouds of the darkest suspicion. The father feared the son, and the son the father, and their mutual dread was justified by the sanguinary examples of their predecessors. Muhammad's father, Hassan too, had fallen by the poniard of one of his nearest relations, and Hassan I had put to death his two sons. Father and son regarded each other reciprocally as murderers. On the days of public audience, when the latter appeared at court, the former wore a coat of mail under his clothes and strengthened the guard, but where the dagger can find no entrance, poison may, and, in fact, as several historians affirm, Muhammad is said to have died from the effects of poison. Jalaluddin Hassan, the third of that name among the grand masters of the order, stood forward as the restorer of the true religion, according to the strictest principles of Islamism. He prohibited everything that his father and grandfather had declared to be allowed, commanded the erection of mosques, the re-establishment of the call to prayers, and the solemn assembly on Fridays. He called round him imams, readers of the Quran, preachers, scribes, and professors, whom he loaded with presents and favors, and appointed to the newly built mosques, convents and schools. He sent circulars, not only to the grand priors in Syria and Kohistan, by which he enjoined the re-establishment of Islamism among the Ismailites, but also to the contemporary princes, to make known to them his adhesion to the true religion. He sent ambassadors to Nasr-Ladinillah, the Caliph of Baghdad, to the Sultan of Transoxana, Muhammad Khwarizmshah, and other Persian potentates, to assure them of the purity of his faith. The Caliph, the Sultan, and the princes, who considered this declaration to be sincere, received the envoys with distinction, clothed them in pelisses of honor, gave them recredentials, and, for the first time, designated their lord by the titles proper to reigning princes, and which, hitherto, none of the preceding Grand Masters could assume. The imams and great scribes of the time issued formal declarations, in which they attested the sincerity of his conversion, and the orthodoxy of his tenets, and gave him the honorary title of Nev Musulman, or New Musulman. As the inhabitants of Kaswin, who had hitherto lived in the greatest hostility to the Ismailites, doubted the sincerity of Jalaluddin's religious opinions, in order to remove these doubts, he went still farther. He requested them to send some persons of respectability to Alamut, who should have ocular demonstration of the truth. They appeared, and Hassan III, in their presence, burnt a number of books, which, he affirmed, were those of the founder, Hassan I, and the secret rules of the order. He anathematized the founder and the Grand Masters, his predecessors, and thus attained his object, which was that the inhabitants of Kaswin might, likewise, vouch for the orthodoxy of his doctrine. In the second year of Jalaluddin Hassan's reign, his harem, that is to say, his mother and his wife, undertook, with great pomp, the pilgrimage to Mecca. During the progress, a standard was carried in front, according to the custom of Orthodox princes, and water was distributed to the pilgrims, to lodge travelers, to afford them every facility and convenience, to feed the hungry, and give drink to the thirsty, to nurse the sick and to instruct the ignorant. Such are the most meritorious of good works. Hence, were founded caravanserais, bridges, and baths, eating houses and fountains, hospitals and schools. The finest monuments of Islamism form, in the circuit of cities and mosques, so many pious institutions. Many of these may be founded by persons of either sex, and even by eunuchs, who belong to neither. The inscriptions on the mosques and other buildings transmit to posterity the names of sultans and sultanas, viziers and eunuchs, and women of every rank and age. Although the latter are excluded from no public institution, on account of sex, and build bridges and schools as well as found hospitals and taverns, yet their names are found in preference on mosques, baths, and fountains, probably because prayer and bathing are two favorite female occupations, and because, in the East, they have nowhere an opportunity of meeting in public, except at the mosque, the bath, and the well. According to the laws of Islamism, also, ablution by water is as inseparable from the prescribed prayers, 5 times in the day, as purity and devotion from the existence of woman. Baths and fountains, therefore, are a necessary assistance to the entrance to the mosque of the female sex, who are naturally so devout. Wells, at which water is distributed gratis to the passers-by, have a still closer relation to the piety of Ismailitic women, as is indicated by their name, Sibyl. Sibyl, in Arabic, the way, means generally the road, and the traveler is hence called Ibnes Sibyl, the son of the road, but it more particularly signifies the way of piety and good works, which leads to paradise. Whatever meritorious work the Moslem undertakes, he does, fi Sibyl Allah, on the way of God, or for the love of God, and the most meritorious which he can undertake is the holy war, or the fight for his faith and his country, on God's way. But, since pious women can have no immediate share in the contest, everything which they can contribute to the nursing of the wounded, and the refreshment of the exhausted, is imputed to them as equally meritorious, as if they had fought themselves. The distribution of water to the exhausted and wounded warriors is the highest female merit in the holy war on God's way. War is the first of the good works commanded by God. After it comes the pilgrimage, the difficulties of which, in the burning deserts of Arabia, are an image of those of a real campaign, and after the support of the warrior, that of the pilgrim, is the finest virtue in a beneficent woman. Hence, the distribution of water, Sibyl, to the caravans, the making of wells and aqueducts on the way to Mecca, have ever been a splendid object of the piety and ambition of Mohammedan princesses, from Zobeide, the wife of the Caliph Harun Rashid, down to the Ottoman sultanas. Jalaleddin's wife's distribution of water surpassed even that of the wife of Khwarazm-Shah, the powerful sovereign of Transoxana, and the Caliph Nasir-ad-Din gave Jalaleddin's standard the precedence of that of Khwarazm-Shah, which circumstance afforded the first motive to the great dissensions and earnest contest between the Caliph and the Shah of Khwarazm. The latter advanced with no less than 300,000 men against the City of Salvation. The Caliph sent the celebrated Sheikh Shihabuddin Security as ambassador to the enemy's camp. This learned envoy commenced a long and flowery oration in praise of the family of Abbas and the reigning Caliph. Khwarazm-Shah, on the signification of the speech being communicated to him, replied, "'Tis well. He who, as successor of the Prophet, and clothed in his mantle commands the faithful, should possess such properties, but none of them are to be found in the descendants of the family of Abbas." The sheikh returned without attaining his object, and Khwarazm-Shah advanced with his armament as far as Hamadan and Halwan, when a sudden drifting snowstorm checked his farther progress and compelled him to retreat. As he was preparing for his second expedition against Baghdad, his army was overthrown on the confines of Kashgar by the hordes of Genghis Khan. When Khwarazm-Shah's son and successor, Alaeddin Tiqsh, in execution of his father's plan against Baghdad, had advanced as far as Hamadan, a 20 days snowstorm stopped him in his march. Winter and the Mongols, who rushed like snowflakes from the north, for that time preserved the Caliph's city from destruction, a destruction destined afterwards to befall it at the hands of the latter. Jalaleddin, who saw no means of withstanding the approaching storm, secretly sent ambassadors to Genghis Khan to offer him, as well as to the Caliph, his homage and submission. In this manner, the chieftain of the Ismailites attained not only the reputation of unsullied orthodoxy, but also the actual rank of a sovereign prince, which the Caliph had constantly refused preceding grandmasters. He supported his increasing credit by amicable relations and alliances with the neighboring princes, and, in particular, maintained a good understanding with his nearest neighbor, the Atabeg Mozaffareddin, the lord of Aran and Azerbaijan. They combined against Nasir-ad-Din Manjali, the governor of Iraq, who had declared war against the Atabeg and invaded the territory of the Ismailites. Jalaleddin went from Alamut to Azerbaijan, where he was received by the Atabeg with great splendor and loaded with presents. His army likewise experienced the liberality of the Atabeg in the amplest manner. 1,000 dinars were carried, every day, to Jalaleddin's residence, for the maintenance of his kitchen only. The two allied princes sent ambassadors to Baghdad, desiring the Caliph's aid against the governor of Iraq. Nasir-ad-Din sent several of his most distinguished men with full powers. Encouraged by this embassy, and reinforced with subsidiary troops, they advanced against Iraq, defeated and killed the governor, Nasir-ad-Din Manjali, and appointed another in his stead. After an absence of 18 months, Jalaleddin returned to his fortress of Alamut. As, during his journey and campaigns, he had everywhere proclaimed his abhorrence of the system of his ancestors, and had corroborated his declaration by his prudent conduct, the chiefs of Islamism universally met him with kindness and friendship. He was desirous of cementing his alliance by a closer family union with the princes and viceroys of Kailan. They, however, replied that, without the Caliph's consent, they could not comply with his wishes. Jalaleddin sent an ambassador to Baghdad, and Nasir-ad-Din granted his viceroys permission to ally themselves with Jalaleddin. He received in marriage the daughter of Kikawus, who bore him his successor, Alaeddin Muhammad. In order not to confound this Kikawus, viceroy of Kailan, with his namesake, the Prince of Riyan, of the family Kopra, which might the more easily occur, as both have been hitherto unknown to European historians, we have purposely omitted to speak of the latter, who had already, half a century before, entered into political relations with the Ismailites, his next neighbors. We shall now embrace, at one view, the 50 years' contemporaneity of the Grand Masters of the Assassins, and the princes of the House of Khopra, or Debuy. It is, however, necessary to premise a few words concerning the geographical position of the northern neighbors of the Ismailites. The mountain range, which bounds the Persian Iraq Jebel on the north, is, as it were, the bulwark of Persia against the Caspian Sea. The partly flat and partly hilly country, lying between it and the northern declivity of this chain, is divided into 4 provinces, so that 2 of them are situated immediately at the foot of the mountains, and the other 2 lie between the former and the sea coast. Dilem and Thabaristan are to the south, and on the declivity of the mountains, the former to the west, the latter to the east. Beyond them lie Gilan and Mazandaran, the former to the north of Dilem, the latter of Thabaristan. This quadruply divided territory is bounded on the north by the Caspian Sea, and on the south by the above-mentioned mountains, on the southern side of which the domain of the Ismailites extended from Alamut, the seat of government, southeasterly, to Khomis and Kohistan. Almost in the center of these 4 provinces, beyond the Caspian Alps, which maps distinguish with precision, lies the unnoticed district of Riyan and Rostamdar, ruled by its native princes, whose family maintained its stand, uninterruptedly, for 8 centuries, while in Gilan, Dilem, Thabaristan, and Mazandaran, dynasties rose and fell. As the territory of Riyan and Rostamdar lie immediately on one side of Mount Demawend and Alamut, and its subordinate places on the other, these rulers of Rostamdar demand our attention, as the nearest neighbors of the Assassins, and, after them, the lords of Mazandaran, as the most powerful of this pentarchy. Both these ruling families, and the country over which they held sway, possess, besides the interest attaching to them, as being connected with the history of the Assassins, one more peculiar, and hitherto unnoticed in European histories, one which arises from the antiquity of their origin, and the exceedingly ancient monuments of the Persian Empire, still existing in these provinces. In the time of the ancient Persian monarchy, the family of Hanafshah reigned in Thabaristan and Mazandaran, till Korad, the father of Nushirvan, transferred the government of this country to his eldest son, Kias. Kias revolted against his brother Nushirvan, who had ascended the throne of Persia, and succumbed to his arms. One of his descendants, called Bond, successfully reasserted the rights of his predecessors, in the 45th year of the Hijra, and the family bond, of the blood of Nushirvan. Although twice interrupted by the Dilemides and Alida, reigned for a period of 700 years, until, after their third fall, the dynasty Jalawi arose on their ruin. No less venerable than this race of the lords of Mazandaran, to whom, likewise, Kohistan owed obedience, was that of the family Debuy, or Khopra, which reigned, uninterruptedly, from the 40th year of the Hijra. When Baduspan possessed himself of the sovereignty of Riyan and Rostamdar, to the 888th, when the family Kiamers supplied their place. Baduspan was a descendant of that blacksmith, so famous in the history of the East, Ka by name, who overthrew the tyrant Sohak, and hoisted his leathern apron for a flag, which, adorned with pearls and jewels, glittered till the end of the monarchy, as the national standard. Feridun, the legitimate heir, whose right to the throne the magnanimous Smith proclaimed, was not only born in this province, in the village Waragi, the oldest place in Thabaristan, but also secretly educated there, during the reign of the tyrant. His mother had taken refuge there, and had fed the child with the milk of a buffalo cow, cow, the head of which, sculptured on Feridun's mace, has become no less celebrated among the national insignia than the leathern apron. It was, then, from the mountains of Thabaristan, that the young hero commenced the fight for freedom, which the smith, Ka, maintained in the capital. Sohak was made prisoner near Babylon, and confined in the village of Wurgi, at the foot of Demawend, whence freedom issued, and where tyranny expired. Feridun divided his kingdom among his 3 sons, Irj, Turan, and Salem, and retired into his native land, to Temishkudi, which, according to the Shahnameh, formed a triangle with the cities, Sari and Kurgan, the ancient Astrabad. Irj, having fallen in a contest with his brothers, his son Maleksha, excited by his grandfather Feridun, undertook to avenge him. The bones of the 3 brothers repose at Sari, under an edifice of stone, which has resisted the efforts of centuries, and of thousands of men, who have endeavored to destroy it. The plains and glens of Thabaristan were the scene of the splendid battles of Maleksha and Afrasiab. When Iran resisted the eruption of Turan, the whole country is, in fact, as may be perceived from this cursory topographical notice, the classic ground of ancient Persian history. Besides the descendants of Nushirvan's brother, and of the liberator, Feridun, and the families of Bond and Khopra, whose origin mounts to the highest Persian antiquity, that of Khioumers, which reigned from the fall of the Khopra, to the foundation of the empire of the Sefi. Trace their descent from the king of the same name, who appears so darkly through the remote clouds of historical traditions, that many writers actually confound the first Persian king with the first man. Nevertheless, this family is, as far as we know, the last which has traced its origin, authentically, to the ancient Persian kings. Chance has, in the conformity of the names of the first and last sovereign, repeated the play of words, which appears in history, in the fall of several great kingdoms. The first and last rulers of the Eastern and Western Roman empires, of the Seljukides, of the governors of Thabaristan, of the prophets of the Muslimin, and of the last of his successors of the family of Abbas, had similar names. The names of Augustus, Constantine, Muhammad, Togrul, Khioumers, commence and terminate the series of Roman, Byzantine, Arabian, Seljukian, and Persian royal families, and, perhaps, the European Turkish Empire will end, as it began, with an Ottoman. After this glance at the great interest, which the country immediately bordering on the Ismailitic territory, to the north, presents to the lover of Oriental history, both in a topographical and historical point of view, we shall again direct our attention to the rulers of Riyan and Rostamdar, who together are called Istander. Aston means mountain, in the language of Thabaristan, a language entirely unknown in Europe, and Istander, ruler of the mountains, is equivalent to the appellation Sheikh al-Jibal, or the old man of the mountain, that is, the Grand Master of the Assassins. The latter shared this title, derived from the character of his territory, not only with the families of Khopra, but also with that of Bond, who ruled over Mazandaran, and, before the Ismailites, over Kohistan, and also with the chiefs of the highlands beyond Demawend. Aston, Jebel, Ku, are Thabaristanish, Arabic, and Persian words, signifying mountain. The sovereigns of the family Khopra called themselves Istander, or Prince of the Mountains, as the Grand Master of the Assassins, swaying the scepter on the other side, was named Sheikh al-Jibal, Old Man of the Mountain. Istander Kikoas ben Hezaras reigned in the first half of the 6th century of the Hijra, at Riyan, on the one side of the Alps, while, on the other, flourished, as Lord of the Mountain, at Alamut, Muhammad, son of Busirgamid, Grand Master of the Assassins. The innate hostility, existing between the Ismailites and all legitimate governments, was still more increased by the natural jealousy of proximity and by the friendly alliance between Kikoas and Shah Ghatsi, Prince of Thabaristan. The latter was one of the greatest and most implacable enemies of the Assassins, whose hatred against those foes of government and faith was spurred on by motives of personal revenge. The Assassins had murdered, as he was coming out of the bath, at Sarkos, the Shah's favorite, an exceedingly handsome youth, whom he had sent with 1,000 cavalry to the court of Sanjar. Shah Gassi buried him with great pomp, near the tomb of the Imam Ali Musa, and erected a vaulted chapel over his grave, richly endowed with the lands of the surrounding villages. From this moment he never paused in the persecution of the murderers, who, after bereaving him of what was dearer than life itself, threatened to deprive him of that also. His general, Shelko, made a nocturnal incursion into the Ismailitic territory, and immolated with the sword many thousands of the initiated to the dagger, and erected, in Redbar, 5 towers formed of their skulls. Shah Gassi sent first against them his brother-in-law, the Prince of Dilem, Kia-bu-Surkamid, of the same name as the then Grand Master of the Assassins, and, after his death, the Prince of Riyan. Thus were irreconcilably opposed to each other, Kia-bu-Surkamid, of Dilem, against Kia-bu-Surkamid, of Alamut, the highland chieftain of one side of the Alps, to the old man of the other. When Kikawis, after the death of his nephew, Kia-bu-Surkamid, of Dilem, united the government of that province with the lordship of Riyan and Rostamdar, Shah Gassi, of Thabaristan, remitted the sum of 30,000 dinars, which Delemistan paid, as tribute to his treasury, but on condition that he should maintain a continued war against the order of the assassins. The effect of this was that, at that period, they dared not show themselves anywhere in Riyan, Mazandaran, and Dilem, and that the Muslimen of those provinces were safe from their daggers. Kikawis undertook some expeditions against Alamut itself, and plundered and ravaged the surrounding country. He wrote a letter to the Grand Master Kia Muhammad, in the following words. May the life of the infidel, the wicked, the accursed, the base, the reprobate, be extirpated from the face of the earth. May the Almighty God annihilate his house, and the angel of torment prepare his dwelling in hell. God, the Most High, has not in vain commanded to the faithful and the pious the destruction of the infidel and the atheist. The greatest grace and highest favor of the Almighty is shown in this, that the flaming sword of perdition is waving over your heads and country, that ye, having recourse to empty arrogance and senseless cunning, hemmed in on all sides, are now like the hunted fox, lost in the brake. What hinders ye now from showing your manhood against us, who sit publicly everywhere, without chamberlains or doorkeepers, guard or officers? Against me, your greatest foe on God's earth? The Grand Master replied in the style of the order, laconically, and cutting as their stilettos. We have read thy letter, the contents are insults, and insult recoils on the insulter. The successor of Kikawis, Iskander Hazarasp, son of Shernish, struck into an entirely different line of policy. Weary of the war against the assassins, he concluded a treaty of peace and amity, resigned his strongest castles to them, and even abandoned himself to the extravagances of drunkenness. 2 of the grandees of his court, whom he had injured by killing the favorite of one, and the brother of the other, fled to Erdeshir, king of Mazandaran. They complained that their prince, allied with the assassins, even trod in their steps, and represented that if the king should suffer this to proceed unresented, the murderers would soon spread themselves through Mazandaran, and cause universal desolation. Erdeshir entered into the spirit of this representation, retained the complainants at his court, and dispatched a person of distinction to Hazarasp, to admonish him to more reasonable conduct. The admonition being ineffectual, his nobles deserted him, and fled to Erdeshir's court. Others took up arms against him, supported by Erdeshir with an army. Hazarasp, thus abandoned, went over to the assassins, with whom he sought refuge. Shah Erdeshir appointed the Said Edi Ilohaki Abirisa, governor of Dilem. In a nocturnal attack, executed by Hazarasp, supported by the Ismailites, the Said was slain, and Shah Erdeshir swore that he would not rest till he had revenged the murder of the Said. With the death of Hazarasp, the latter fled to the strong castle, Welij. Erdeshir took Nur-en Naju, and besieged Welij for a considerable time. Finding, however, the investment of it too difficult, he retreated, and appointed Hezbareddin Khurshid, viceroy of Riyan and Rostamdar, in place of Hazarasp. The latter went into Iraq, and thence to Hamadan, where he sought protection from Togrul, the last sultan of the Persian line of the Seljukids. Togrul sent an ambassador to Erdeshir to intercede for Hazarasp. The Shah of Mazandaran replied, "If Hazarasp wishes to regain the sovereignty of Riyan, let him do penance for his impiety, and break off his connection with the assassins, or the Sultan may point out another place where he may be beyond the alliance of the Order of Murderers." The Seljukid Sultan approved of the decision of the King of Mazandaran. Hazarasp fled to Ray, where he sought the hand of the daughter of Sarajeddin Kamil, and aid from his father-in-law. Being unable to effect his purpose, he went straight with his brother to Shah Erdeshir, who wished to confine him to the castle of Welij. The commandant, who had formerly served under Hazarasp, refused to imprison his former lord. At length, however, Hazarasp terminated his unquiet life, being murdered by Hezbareddin, unknown to Erdeshir. The Shah caused his infant son to be brought up, but ere he attained his majority, and the government of Riyan, he fell by the hand of one Bistan, who pretended to the sovereignty. The murderer fled to Alamut, which had ever been the safest asylum for such criminals. The Grand Master immediately offered to deliver him up, if Erdeshir would, in return, surrender the village of Hurjan to the order. Erdeshir would not consent, but replied to the envoy, "What is a wretch like Bistan, that I should yield one of my possessions to the assassins for him?" This happened in the 610th year of the Hejra, that is, in the third of the re-establishment of Islamism, by the Grand Master, Nev Musulman, who, on offering to give up the murderer, remained, indeed, true to his newly adopted system of restoring religion. Yet at the same time made this measure of policy subordinate to the interest of the order. Although no murder stains the history of Jalaluddin's reign, and so far his conduct was in full accordance with his system, the historian is, nevertheless, compelled not only to question the purity of his motives, but also the sincerity of his return to the doctrines of Islamism. Two circumstances place this in a very suspicious light. In the first place, the just-mentioned refusal to deliver up the murderer, who had sought within the walls of Alamut, the usual sanctuary of impiety, unless in return for the cession of a village. Secondly, in the burning of the books, when Jalaluddin pretended to celebrate an auto de fe of the works and rubrics of former Grand Masters, in order to convince the deputies from Kaswin of the truth of his conversion. In this, however, it is probable that he consumed the works of the dogmatists and fathers of Islamism, while the great library of free-thinking and immorality, together with the metaphysical and theological works of Hassan Sabah, the founder, were preserved, though secretly, and only, as we shall see below, devoted to the flames on the fall of Alamut and dissolution of the order. It is, therefore, more than probable that Jalaluddin's conversion of the Ismailites to Islamism, so loudly proclaimed abroad, and his public abjuration of the doctrine of impiety, was nothing else than hypocrisy and deeply designed policy, in order to re-establish the credit of the order, which had been exposed to the anathemas of priests and the ban of princes, by the inconsiderate publication of their doctrines, and to gain for himself the title of prince, instead of the dignity of Grand Master. Thus the Jesuits, when they were threatened with expulsion by the Parliament, and with a bull of dissolution from the Vatican, when, on all sides, the voices of cabinets and countries rose against the principles of their morals and policy, denied their doctrine of lawful rebellion and regicide, which had been imprudently hinted at by some of their casuists, and openly condemned the maxims which they, nevertheless, secretly observed as the true rules of the order. This assertion of a pure moral system and genuine Christianity availed little in reinstating in the possession of their former greatness and power the once unmasked and exposed order of the Jesuits, and equally small success had the assassins in regaining their preceding influence and authority. By this system of proselytism, which was preached from every pulpit. The 12 years' reign of Jalaladdin was too short to efface from the minds of the people the traces of a system which had lasted 50 years. Under his son and successor, the Ismailites sank anew into their old habits of impiety and crime, by which they and their forefathers have been the abhorrence of the world, and the outcasts of mankind. Poison had put an end to the bloody reign of Muhammad II, the predecessor and father of Jalaladdin. It likewise accelerated the accession of his son and successor, Alaeddin Muhammad III, a boy of 9 years of age. The poisoned goblet, which had supplied the place of the poniard, was now replaced by it. The dagger raged unceasingly, by order of the boy, among his own relatives, who were accused as accomplices in the poisoning of his father. According to the doctrine of the Ismailites, the Imam, even though a youth, is always considered as having attained his majority, and the efficiency of his commands is neither enfeebled by the age of childhood nor the childishness of age. His orders require unlimited obedience, as emanating from the higher power, centered in the vicegerent of the deity, and the Ismailites blindly followed the deadly behests of the young prince, by which their hands, for 12 years unused to the dagger, again became accustomed to it. Reign of Alaeddin Muhammad III, son of Jalaladdin Hassan Nev Musulman. Although, in the warm climate of Arabia and Persia, human nature arrives sooner at maturity, and the intellect sooner attains the freedom of independence, than in the colder region of Europe, we can more easily conceive a maiden of 9 to be marriageable than a boy of the same age to be capable of governing. It appears more natural that Aish should, at the age of 9, have become the bride of the Prophet Muhammad, than that his namesake should, at the same age, have assumed the throne of the assassin sovereignty. If this is not surprising, still less is it so that the boy, scarcely emancipated from the care of the harem, should surrender to it both himself and the administration of affairs. The women governed, and Alaeddin amused himself with feeding sheep, while the assassins, as heretofore, raged as wolves in the folds of Islamism. All the wise ordinances, which Jalaladdin, the new Musulman, had instituted for the advantage of religion and morality, were abolished by Alaeddin, the new infidel. Atheism and licentiousness again raised their heads, and the dagger was once more red with the blood of virtue and merit. In the 5th year of his reign, Alaeddin, having bled himself without the knowledge of his physician, an excessive loss of blood threw him into a deep depression and melancholy, from which he never recovered. From that time, no one ventured to propose to him any remedies, either for himself or the disorders of his government. Whoever spoke anything in the least displeasing to him, concerning political affairs, received torture or death for his answer. Thus everything was concealed from him, whether domestic or foreign, and he was without any friends or advisers, who could venture to lay representations before him. The evil increased beyond all measure, the finances, the army, the administration, sunk into the fathomless abyss of utter ruin. Alaeddin, nevertheless, treated the Sheikh Jamaluddin Gili with great reverence. He was entirely devoted to him, and sent him an annual pension of 500 dinars, on which the sheikh lived, although he enjoyed besides a gratuity from the Prince of Farsistan. The inhabitants of Kaswin reproached him for distributing the latter, and living on the money of the impious. The sheikh replied, "The imams declare the executions of the Ismailites and the confiscation of their goods to be lawful. How much more lawful, then, is it to make use of the money and goods which they give of their own accord?" Alaeddin, to whose ears, probably, this talk of the Kaswiners came, affirmed that he spared them only on the sheikh's account, and that if Jamaluddin Gili did not reside there, he would fill sacks with the earth of Kaswin, and hang them on the necks of its inhabitants, and drive them to Alamut. He ordered a messenger, who gave him a letter of the sheiks once when he was intoxicated, to receive 100 blows of the bastinado, and said to him, "Thoughtless and foolish man that thou wert, for giving me a letter of the sheiks when I was intoxicated, thou shouldst have waited till I had come from the bath, and recovered my senses." Besides the sheik, Alaeddin held in considerable estimation the great mathematician, Nasreddin, of Tus, who had been sent as a hostage to Alamut by Muhammad Mohtasham Nasreddin, to whom he had dedicated his celebrated work, Akhlaq-i Nasri, the Ethics of Nasr. He, as we shall soon see, as Prime Minister of Alaeddin's successor, supported, for a time, the tottering edifice of the Ismailitic rule. It fell, however, at last, affording to the world a remarkable proof of what talents and a thirst for revenge are able to effect in the maintenance and overthrow of thrones. During the reign of this weak prince, there took place the following negotiation with Sultan Jalaluddin Mankburni, the last of the sultans of Khwarezm, according to the relation of an eyewitness. On his return from India, he had appointed the Emir Orkan, governor of Nishabur, immediately bordering on the possessions of the Ismailites. Orkan's lieutenant, in his absence, ravaged, by bloody and repeated attacks, the territories of Tim and Cain, the capitals of Kurdistan, and the principal seat of the assassins. One of the latter, Kemaleddin, came as ambassador, to request the suspension of hostilities. Orkan's lieutenant, however, deigned to give no other answer than the silent, but emphatical one, of drawing several daggers from his girdle, and throwing them on the ground, before the envoy, signifying either that he wished to show his contempt for the daggers of the assassins, or that he would have him to understand that he would meet dagger with dagger. This hieroglyphical style of embassy is a chief feature in the diplomacy of the East, which not only speaks to women in the language of flowers, but also to princes, by images and symbols rather than words. The most ingenious messages of this kind mentioned by Eastern writers are those which passed between Alexander and the Indian king, Porus, who endeavored to surpass each other in subtlety and vaunting. They terminated in Alexander's sending for a cock to pick up the corn, which was shaken from a sack before him, intimating that though the hosts of the Indians should be as numerous as the grains of corn, the Greeks, as brave as game cocks, would soon swallow them up. A companion to this hieroglyphic of the cock is afforded in that of the dead hen, which Alexander is said to have sent to Darius, concerning the claim of the tribute of golden eggs or bisena, bisa, meaning an egg, to explain to him that the hen which had laid these golden eggs was dead. These and similar hieroglyphical embassies were as little effectual in settling the quarrel between Darius and Alexander as they were in the case of the Ismailites, who resolved to procure for themselves that satisfaction which had been denied them. While Sultan Mankburni was residing at Kenja, Orkan was attacked without the city walls by 3 assassins, and killed on the spot. They then, with their bloody daggers in their hands, entered the city, and shouted the name of the Grand Master Alaeddin. They thus proclaimed the power and sovereignty of their superior in a manner most befitting a combination of homicides, namely, by blood and unsheathed poniards. They sought the vizier, Shirful Mulk, nobility of the kingdom, in the divan of his house, but not finding him there, he being with the Sultan, they wounded one of his servants. As a token of their visit, they ran through the streets of the city, and declared themselves to be assassins. In which capacity, they had already, at the Grand Vizier's residence, left dagger wounds instead of a visiting card. Their insolence, however, did not go, this time, unpunished. The people crowded together, and put them to death with a shower of stones. In the meanwhile, an Ismailite envoy, Bedreddin Ahmed by name, having traveled as far as Barlakan, on his way from Alamut to the Sultan's court, on being informed of the above occurrence, inquired of Shirful Mulk, the vizier, whether he should continue his journey forwards, or return. The vizier knowing the enterprising vigor of the assassins, and dreading the fate of Orkan, answered that he might come in all security, and on his arrival, the vizier applied all his energies to the satisfaction of his demands, which were the suspension of the ravages of the Ismailite territory, and the cession of the fortress of Damaghan. The vizier succeeded in having the first point promised, and the second was allowed, in a solemn instrument, in consideration of the annual sum of 30,000 pieces of gold. The Sultan departed on a journey to Azerbaijan, and the envoy remained as the vizier's guest. At a grand banquet, the wine having already mounted to their heads, the envoy said to his host that, in the immediate retinue of the Sultan, among his guards, marshals, and pages, there were several Ismailis. The vizier, curious to become acquainted with these dangerous unknown, entreated the ambassador to produce them, and gave him his handkerchief as a pledge that no harm should befall him. Immediately 5 of the most confidential of his chamberlains stepped forward as disguised assassins. "On such a day, at such an hour," said one of them, an Indian, to the vizier, "I could have murdered thee with impunity and unobserved, and, if I did not, it was merely from the want of my superior's command." The vizier, terrified, and apparently naturally timid, and still more so when intoxicated, stripped off his clothes, threw himself, in his shirt, at the feet of the 5 murderers, conjuring them, by their own lives, to spare his, and protesting that he would be a more faithful slave of the Grand Master, Alaeddin, than of the Sultan Menkberney. The Sultan, on hearing of the cowardly baseness of his vizier, sent him an angry message, with the command to burn the 5 Ismailites alive. Shirful Mulk would gladly have avoided the execution of this command. At length, he reluctantly obeyed, and caused the 5 assassins to be thrown on the pile, in the flames of which they deemed themselves happy, in being the sacrifice of their master, Alaeddin. Alaeddin, the superintendent of the pages, whose duty it was, more than that of any other officer of the court, to watch over the immediate retinue of the Sultan, was condemned to death for admitting assassins among the pages. The Sultan then departed for Iraq, and the vizier remained in the province of Azerbaijan, and with him the relator of this occurrence, Abulfadl-Nisawi. While they were staying at Burda, Salaheddin came from Alamut, as ambassador of the Grand Master, who, being admitted to an audience of the vizier, spoke as follows: "Thou hast sacrificed 5 Ismailis to the flames, to ransom thy life. Pay for each of these unhappy men the sum of 10,000 pieces of gold." The vizier, confounded by the message, treated the envoy with distinction, and then commanded his secretary, Abulfadl-Nisawi, to prepare a deed in due form, by which he bound himself to pay the Ismailis the annual sum of 10,000 ducats, in addition to the 30,000 due from them to the Sultan's treasury. At so dear a rate did emirs and viziers purchase a respite of their lives from the daggers of the assassins, which were constantly pointed against their breasts. Alaeddin could seek counsel from the Sheikh Jamaluddin, and the astronomer, Nasireddin, in spiritual and temporal affairs, in objects of politics and science, but neither of them could afford him a remedy for his diseased brain and mental malady. To find a skillful physician, he applied by embassies to the Lord of Farsistan, the Atabeg Mozaffareddin Ebubekir, who endeavored to gratify him, from the natural dread of the dagger, common to all the princes of the time, and which made them inclined to fulfill the wishes of the prince of the Ismailites. He dispatched the Imam Beheddin, son of Sayyidin el-Darsuni, one of the first physicians, distinguished alike by his theoretical science and his practical art, who employed his attainments, not without some success, in the cure of Alaeddin. When the latter was somewhat better, he could never obtain license to return. For this once, it was not the death of the sick, but of the convalescent, that released the physician. Alaeddin died, not from the consequences of his early loss of blood, but from the usual remedy of the order, assassination. Ambition, and the fear of not attaining the supreme power till late, or not at all, was the cause of his murder, as it had been of similar preceding ones. Alaeddin had several sons, and had declared the eldest of them, Rockneddin, while yet a child, his successor. As he grew in years, he was honored as their superior, by the Ismailites, who made no difference between his commands and those of his father. Alaeddin, irritated by this premature obedience, declared that the right of succession was transferred to another of his sons, but the Ismailites paid no attention to this declaration, in accordance with the received maxim of their sect, that the first declaration is always the true one, and that with it the business ends. Our readers may recollect a similar example, in the history of the Egyptian Caliph, Mostensir, mentioned in the second book, who first declared his son Nisar, and afterwards, being compelled by the Emir el-Driyash, his younger son, Mustili, as his successor, whence arose the great schism of the Ismailites, some adopting the side of Nisar, and others that of Mustili. Hassan Sabah, the founder of the assassins, who was at that time in Egypt, was obliged to quit the country, as he belonged to the former, and much the more natural was the prepossession of the Ismailites, which, in the spirit of their founder, decided in favor of the first declaration. Rockneddin, fearing for his life, which was threatened by his father, resolved to retire from the court, and to wait in some strong castle for the moment which should call him to the government. The same year, Alaeddin afforded likewise matter of suspicion to several of his grandees, and occasion to look after their personal safety. They concealed their well-grounded fears, under the mask of the most fawning adulation, and conspired with Rockneddin against Alaeddin's life, in order to secure their own. Hassan of Macedon, no Ismailite, but a Mussulman, but who stained his faith by a disgraceful connection with Alaeddin, was selected by them to be the murderer, and as he was the instrument of Alaeddin's unnatural lust, to be the instrument of his unnatural death. They watched the opportunity when Alaeddin lay, as usual, intoxicated among his sheep and shepherds. In order to devote himself to this pleasure, he had built a wooden house near his flocks, and while he was sunk in sleep, Hassan of Macedon, by command of Rockneddin, shot him through the neck with an arrow. The murderer received the proper reward, he and his children were put to death, and their bodies burnt. The planner of the murder was tortured, if not by the stings of conscience, by the reproaches of his mother, until the vengeance of heaven reached him also. Thus Alaeddin, whose father had been poisoned by his nearest relation, was murdered by an assassin employed by his son, and the horror of parricide revenged parricide. Thus we come back upon the remark so frequently repeated by Oriental historians, and noticed by us in the commencement of this book, that parricide begets parricide, as though heaven would proclaim the atrocity of the crime. Thus we come back upon the remark so frequently repeated by Oriental historians, and noticed by us in the commencement of this book, that parricide begets parricide, as though heaven would proclaim the atrocity of the crime. By the horror of the punishment, as if an unnatural son were the only fitting executioner of an unnatural son, and the terrible alone could revenge the terrible. If a double parricide stain the annals of other dynasties, nature and terror stop with the second, lest, by a long enchainment of horrors and a series of parricides, our belief in humanity and in the most sacred feelings should expire. The history of the assassins alone, in heaping atrocity on atrocity, surpasses hell itself. We see 4 murders in succession, by near relations, criminally and horribly avenged by near relations. From Hassan, the illuminator, to the fall of the order, the blood of the Grand Masters dropped, from step to step. Down to the last, 2 of them died by the hands of their sons, 2 by those of their nearest relatives, poison, and the dagger prepared the grave which the order had opened for so many. Hassan fell by the dagger of his brother-in-law, and his wicked son, Muhammad, the latter, aiming at the life of his son, Jalaluddin, was anticipated by him with poison, which murder was again revenged by poison, by his nearest relative. Alaeddin, son of Jalaluddin, had the mixer of the poison put to death, and was himself murdered, by his own son's command. The place of the ruby goblet of Jemshid, and the sparkling sword of Rustam, the royal insignia of the ancient Persian kings, was supplied with the assassins, by the envenomed cup and polished dagger. The Grand Masters directed it to the hearts of their enemies, without being able to turn it from their own. Their guards, the devoted to death, were common murderers. Hell reserved for the Grand Masters themselves the privilege of parricide. End of Book V. Book 6. Reign of Rokneddin Karsha, the last Grand Master of the Assassins. The crimes of the Society of Murderers, which had long ago exceeded the measure of humanity, had, at length, filled to overflowing that of retributive vengeance. After an existence of 170 years, the tempest of destruction fell, with terrific fury, on the assassins. The conquering power of Genghis Khan, thundering in the distance, had passed innocuously over their heads, but under the third of his successors, Mangda Khan, the whirlwind of Mongols swept over the eastern world, and, in its desolating progress, carried away, along with the Caliphate and other dynasties, that of the assassins. In the year 582 of the Hijra, when the 7 planets were in conjunction, in the sign Libra, as they had been, a century before, in that of Pisces, all Asia was trembling, in expectation of the end of the world, which astrologers had declared was to happen, the first time by a deluge, and the second by hurricanes and earthquakes. But if, the first time, a swollen mountain torrent drowned only a few pilgrims, in order not to put the prophecy to the blush, and the second, there was so little wind on the appointed night, that lights burnt freely in the open air, on the top of the minarets, without being extinguished. Nevertheless, at both periods, political revolutions came to the help of the astrologers' predictions, who had interpreted the conjunction of the planets as indicating physical changes. At the end of the 5th century of the Hijra, the deluge of the assassins inundated the whole of Asia, and at the end of the 6th, Genghis Khan rushed on, like a hurricane, and the earth quaked under the hoofs of the Mongols. The rage of the tempest afterwards spread through all Asia, and the shocks of the earthquake carried their ruin as far as Europe. During the reign of Mangdu, the conquest of China and Persia was completed by his brothers, Kublai and Hulagu, and as the preponderating power of the latter, trod into ruins the citadel of the assassins, and rolled the caliph's throne in the dust. His expedition to Persia deserves our most particular attention. Tanju Nuyen, the general of Mangda Khan, who covered the frontiers of Iran, sent to his master the ambassadors of the Caliph of Baghdad, who complained of the atrocities of the assassins, and besought him to extirpate the vile race. Their complaints were seconded by those of the judge of Kaswin, who was at the Khan's court, and went in armor to the audience, fearing the daggers of the assassins, against whose crimes he raised the voice of humanity. Mangdu immediately collected an army, which he placed under the command of his brother, Hulagu, whom, on departing, he addressed in the following words: I send thee, with much cavalry and a strong army, from Tehran to Iran, the land of great princes. It is thine, to observe the laws and ordinances of Genghis Khan, in great things, and in small, and to take possession of the countries from the Oxus to the Nile. Assemble round thee, with favors and rewards, the obedient, and the submissive, but tread into the dust of contempt and misery, the refractory and mutinous, with their wives and children. When thou hast done with the assassins, begin the conquest of Iraq. If the Caliph of Baghdad comes forward willingly to serve thee, then shalt thou do him no harm, but, if he refuse, let him share the fate of the rest. Upon this, Hulagu went from Karakoram to the camp, and put his forces in order, and reinforced them with 1,000 families of Chinese firework makers. These latter managed the besieging machines and the artillery of flaming naphtha, which has been known to Europe under the name of the Greek fire since the Crusades, but was long before used by the Arabs and Chinese, as well as gunpowder. In Ramadan, he broke up his camp, and receiving constant reinforcements on his march, he halted for a month, first at Samarkand and afterwards at Kash. Hither came Shamseddin Kurt and Emir Arghun, from Khorasan, offering him its homage, and from hence he sent ambassadors to the princes of the surrounding countries, with this message: by command of the Khan, I am advancing against the assassins to destroy them. If you will support me in this enterprise, your trouble shall be rewarded, your country protected. But if ye conduct yourselves negligently, I will, after having finished this affair, advance against you. So shall ye know it, it is foretold to you. As soon as the news of the approach of his victorious standard was spread abroad, ambassadors appeared from Rum, from Sultan Rokhnenin, Prince of the Seljuks and Fars, from the Atabegsad of Iraq, Azerbaijan, Kyrgyzstan, and Shirvan, to offer the homage of their masters. The beginning of the month Silhij, in the 553rd year of the Hijra, Halakha crossed the Oxus by a temporary bridge and amused himself by lion hunting on the hither side. Here winter overtook him, and the cold was so severe that most of his horses perished. He was compelled to wait till spring, when Arghun Khan appeared at his command in the camp. The political affairs of the latter were conducted by his son Garai, Ahmed Bataji, and Khoja Leddin Atamulk, the vizier, writer of the celebrated historical work Jahan Kusha, Conqueror of the World. Halakha marched from Shirvan to Kawaf, whence being himself attacked with indisposition, he dispatched his general, Kaib Kanian, on the conquest of Kohistan. He went himself to Tus, the native city of the greatest Persian poet, astronomer, and vizier, Ferdowsi, Nassereddin, and Nisamu-el-Mulk, the renowned burial place of the Imam Ali ben Musa Risa, and established his quarters in a newly laid-out garden of Arghun Akka. From thence he went to Manchurai, where the wives of Arghun and his lieutenant, Asenan Taher, gave him a sumptuous banquet. He then sent the Prince Shamseddin Kurt as ambassador to Nassereddin Mohtasham, Rokhneddin's governor in Sirtact. Although an old man, Nassereddin, the first patron of the astronomer of the same name, who has immortalized his memory by his ethical work dedicated to him, nevertheless accompanied the envoy in person to the camp of Halakha, who loaded him with marks of distinction. Halakha, on arriving on his march at Junishan, commanded the place, which had formerly been destroyed by the Mongols, to be rebuilt, at the public expense. He then returned to Kirkan, where he sent another embassy to Rokhneddin Karsha, the lord of Alamut, summoning him to obedience and submission. Rokhneddin had just ascended the throne, still reeking with the blood of his father, and followed in his political conduct the treacherous advice of his vizier, the great astronomer, Nassereddin of Tus. The latter had presented a work to the Caliph Mostarsam, for which, instead of receiving honors and rewards, as he expected, he only gained contempt and insult. Alchemy, the Caliph's vizier, jealous of Nassereddin, objected to the work that, in the dedication, the title of vicegerent of God on earth, was wanting, and the Caliph, who thought it badly written, threw it into the Tigris. From this moment, the insulted savant swore vengeance against the vizier and the Caliph, and fled to Alamut, where the Grand Master still clutched his dagger, beneath which more than one vizier and one Caliph had already fallen. As the Grand Master, however, did not interest himself with sufficient earnestness in Nassereddin's revenge, or did not expedite it quickly enough, for the approach of Halakha drew the attention of the order away from the Caliph to the consideration of their own defense, and as, according to all probability, the citadel of the Ismailites would, at length, be obliged to succumb to the hosts of the Mongols, Nassereddin immediately changed his plan and designs. He resolved, in the first instance, to deliver up his master, and the castles of the assassins, to the advancing victor, in order to ensure, by treachery, the means to his ultimate revenge and to pave the way for the destruction of the caliph's throne, with the ruins of the order. He thus extended the prospect of his revenge, and his joy at the fall of his foes took a wider compass. The vizier and the caliph would only have bled under the poniards of the assassins. The burning brands of the Mongols, however, menaced the conflagration of the capital and the whole edifice of the caliphate. The lust of destruction must have been great in that mind, which could sacrifice the assassins to its revenge, because they unsheathed their daggers too slowly for his purpose. By the advice of Nasreddin, Rokneddin Karsha sent to Baisar Nuban, Halaka's general, who had already reached Hamadan, an embassy of submission, and expressing his desire to live in peace with everyone. Baisar Nuban answered that as Halaka was not far off, Rokneddin would do best to go to him in person. After several messages, it was determined that Rokneddin should send his brother Shihinsha in Baisar's suite to Halaku. Shihinsha addressed himself to Baisar, and the latter gave him his own son, as escort on his way to Halaku. He himself, however, by command of his lord, entered the district of Alamut, with his army, on the 10th of the month Jemisi-el-Ul, in the 654th year of the Hijra. The assassins and the troops of the order occupied a height near Alamut, which they defended obstinately against the Mongols. The rock was steep, and the occupying party numerous. The assailants, compelled to abandon the attack, burned the houses of the Ismailites and ravaged the fields. While this happened near Alamut, and after Shihinsha had arrived at Halaka's quarters, the latter sent an envoy to Rokneddin, with the command as follows: because Rokneddin has sent his brother to us, we pardon him the guilt of his father and his partisans. He himself, who has, during his short reign, as yet proved himself guilty of no crime, shall destroy his castles, and repair to us. At the same time, Baisar received orders to suspend the ravaging of the province of Rudbar. After the arrival of these orders, Rokneddin caused some of the battlements of Alamut to be knocked down, and Baisar withdrew his troops from Rudbar. By order of Rokneddin, Sadreddin Sunji, one of the most respectable of the order, went, accompanied by an envoy of Halaka's, to the latter's camp, to announce submissively to him that the prince of the assassins had already begun to demolish his castles, and that he was proceeding in the work of destruction, that he, however, dreading the presence of Halaku, requested the term of a year, after the lapse of which, he would appear at his court. Halaka sent back Sadreddin, the Ismailite envoy, accompanied by one of his basakakis, or officers, and wrote to the Grand Master, if Rokneddin's submission be sincere, let him come to the imperial camp, and cede to Basakaki, the deliverer of this letter, the defense of his country. Rokneddin, misled by his evil genius, and the ill advice of Nasreddin, delayed his obedience to this command. He sent the vizier, Shamseddin Kilaki, and his cousin, Sefeddin Sultan Melik ben Kia Mansur, again, with ambassadors, to Halaku, to cloak his refusal to appear in person, under bad excuses. He commanded, at the same time, his governors and commanders of Kahistan and Kurdku, to hasten to the Mongol camp, and to proffer their homage. As soon as Halaku reached Demawend, which lies immediately on the mountains of the assassins, he dispatched the vizier, Shamseddin Kilaki, to Kurdku, to bring the commander of that fortress into the camp, in pursuance of Rokneddin's command. One of the envoys, who had accompanied the vizier and Rokneddin's cousin to the camp, was sent, on the same mission, to Kahistan, and the latter proceeded, with Halaka's ambassador, to the castle of Maimundis, where Rokneddin had established his residence, in order to inform him that the ruler of the world had now advanced as far as Demawend. There was now no longer any time for delay, but if he wished to wait a few days, he might, in the meanwhile, send his son. These ambassadors arrived at Maimundis the beginning of Ramadan, and gave the intelligence that Halaka's victorious standards were floating on the frontiers, and communicated his commands. At this news, Rockneddin and his people fell into stupid astonishment and helpless terror. He answered the ambassador that he was ready to send his son, but then, urged by the persuasion of his wives and short-sighted advisers, he delivered to the envoy the child of a slave, who, being of the same age as his son, was substituted for him, and requested that Halaku would allow his brother Shihincha, who was still at his court, to return. Halaku, who was already on the confines of Redbar, easily unmasked the imposture, and, without betraying his discovery, sent back the child, 2 days after, with the information that, on account of his youth, the Khan would not detain him, and that, if he had an elder brother, he might be sent into the camp in exchange for Shihincha, who would then be permitted to return. In the meanwhile, the governor of Kurdka had arrived in the camp, and Halaku, who now permitted Shihincha, Rockneddin's brother, to return, dismissed him with these words, "Tell thy brother to demolish the castle of Maimundis, and come to me. If he comes not, the eternal God knows the consequences." During these negotiations, the Tawaji, or recruiters of the Mongols, had collected so considerable a number of troops that hill and dale swarmed with them. On the 7th of the month Shawwal, Halaku appeared in person before Maimundis, to undertake the siege of that fortress, and a battle took place on the 25th. Rockneddin, ill-advised, and still worse betrayed by Nassereddin, sent, at length, his other brother, Iran Shah, together with his son, Kia Shah, and the vizier, Nassereddin, into the camp to offer his homage and submission, and to request a free retreat. They were accompanied by the most distinguished members of the order, who bore rich presents. Nassereddin, instead of speaking for his prince, and placing the strength of the fortress in the balance of the negotiation, told Halaku that the security of the castles of the Ismailites need not trouble him, that the stars foretold clearly the downfall of their power, and the sun would accelerate their ruin. The surrender of the place was then agreed upon, on condition of an unmolested retreat, and on the 1st of the month Silkide, Rockneddin, and his ministers and confidants, evacuated the castle of Maimundis, and went into Halaku's camp. The gold and the presents, which he brought with him, were divided among the troops. Halaku had compassion on Rockneddin's youth and inexperience, he having scarcely been seated more than a year on the throne of his fathers. He gave him good words and flattering promises, retained him as his guest, but the traitor, Nassereddin, as his vizier. The latter, who had put the fortress and the Grand Master into the hands of the Khan, and had laid the axe at the root of the assassin power, had effrontery enough to compose a chronograph on this occurrence, which immortalizes his treachery and revenge, containing the date of this affair in 2 verses. In Halaku's camp, Rockneddin was given into the custody of a guard of Tartars, and officers of the Khan accompanied the Grand Master's deputies into the district Redbar, in order to demolish the castles belonging to the assassins. There situated, others were dispatched to the 2 grand priorates of Syria and Kohistan, to summon the commandants of the places belonging to the order, to surrender them to Halaku, in the name of the last Grand Master. The number of these strongholds amounted to more than 100, and these, by which the mountainous parts of Kohistan, Iraq, and Syria were crowned, formed the girdle of the assassin's power, reaching from the shores of the Caspian to those of the Mediterranean Sea. In all these, the dagger was the insignia of dominion. In Redbar, alone, more than 40 were leveled with the ground, all well fortified and full of treasure. The 3 strongest refused obedience to Halaku's summons and Rockneddin's commands. The commanders of Alamut, the Grand Master's capital, of Lamsur and Kurdku, replied that they were waiting for the Khan's arrival to surrender them to him. Halaku struck his camp and appeared, in a few days, before Alamut. He sent the captive Grand Master to the foot of the ramparts to persuade the inhabitants by promises and threats to surrender. Rockneddin obeyed, but the governors of the fortress refused to yield. Halakha left a blockading force before Alamut, and marched to Lamsar, whose inhabitants came out to meet him, and offer their allegiance. The constancy of the Alamuters being shaken by this, they sent an envoy to Rockneddin, to beg him to intercede with the enraged prince in their favor. By the mediation of Rockneddin, Halakha allowed the commander a safe conduct to the camp. The inhabitants requested 3 days to remove their money and goods. This was permitted, and on the third, the castle was given up to pillage. Alamut, or the Eagle's Nest, so called from its inaccessible height, lay on a rock, which presented the shape of a lion kneeling, with his neck stretched on the ground. The walls rose from the lion's rock, which they equaled in solidity. As it did them in its perpendicular rise, they were vaulted for the defense of the garrison. The rock was excavated into corn magazines and cellars for honey and wine. These had been, for the most part, filled in the time of Hassan Sabah, and so excellent was the choice of the spot, and the care bestowed upon it, that neither had the wheat become moldy, nor the wine sour, which was considered by the Ismailites as a miracle of their founder. The Mongols, who, without knowledge of the locality, sought in the subterraneous chambers and cellars for treasure, fell into the wine and honey. The armies of the assassins being scattered, and their poniards broken in the destruction of their fortresses, Halakha returned in the month Selhaj of the same year to Hamadan, where he had left his children. Rockneddin, who accompanied him, was treated with kindness, either from pity or contempt. Entirely degenerated from the blood of his fathers, he had not even the virtues of a common assassin, courage and contempt of death, still less those of a grand master, strength of rule and statecraft. Already morally a slave, even before he fell into the hands of Halakha, he still showed himself in the same character by the meanness of his pursuits. A Mongol girl, of the lowest grade, was the object of his affections, and Halakha, who neglected no opportunity of exposing him to the shafts of public scorn, commanded a solemn marriage, on being asked for the slave by the prince of the assassins. After the completion of the ceremony, Rockneddin begged the favor of being sent to the great Khan Mangu. Halakha was, at first, astonished at this senseless request, by which Rockneddin sought his own destruction. As, however, he did not feel himself called upon to prevent it, he gave him permission and a troop of Mongols as an escort. Rockneddin had promised on his way to persuade the garrison of Kurtku, the last castle of the assassins which still held out against the Mongols, to surrender. He left Halakha's camp at Hamadan, on the 1st of Rabiul-Awwal, in the 655th year of the Hijra. As he passed Kurtku he sent the inhabitants a public message, requiring them to surrender. He, however, secretly instructed them to hold out, and to deliver the fortress up to no one. By this foolish, contradictory policy, by which he had already entailed the ruin of the order, he now accelerated his own. On arriving at Karakoram, the Khan's capital, the latter, without admitting him to an audience, sent him the following message: If thou pretendest to be submissive, wherefore hast thou not surrendered the castle of Kurtku? Return and demolish the yet unyielded castles, then mayest thou share the honor of appearing in our imperial presence. When Rockneddin and his escort had reached the Oxus, on his return, the latter, under pretense of taking refreshment, made him dismount, and pierced him with their swords. Manga had already, some time before, issued the command to Halakha to exterminate all the Ismailites, and not to spare even the infant at his mother's breast, and immediately upon Rockneddin's departure, the sanguinary task was commenced, which had only been delayed till Kurtku, and the remainder of the castles of the assassins in Kahistan and Syria should have fallen. He sent one of his viziers to Kaswin, to put to death, indiscriminately, Rockneddin's wives, children, brothers, sisters, and slaves. Only 2 relations, females apparently, of Rockneddin, were selected from this devoted band, not for mercy, but to be the victims of the princess, Bulgan Khatun's private revenge. her father, Jagatai, having bled by the assassin's daggers. A command, similar to that given to the governor of Kaswin, was issued to the viceroy of Khorasan. He assembled the captive Ismailites, and 12,000 of these wretched creatures were slaughtered, without distinction of age. Warriors went through the provinces and executed the fatal sentence, without mercy or appeal. Wherever they found a disciple of the doctrine of the Ismailites, they compelled him to kneel down, and then cut off his head. The whole race of Kia Biserdamid, in whose descendants the Grand Mastership had been hereditary, were exterminated. The devoted to murder were not now the victims of the order's vengeance, but that of outraged humanity. The sword was against the dagger, and the executioner destroyed the murderer. The seed, sowed for 2 centuries, was now ripe for the harvest, and the field plowed by the assassin's dagger was reaped by the sword of the Mongol. The crime had been terrible, but no less terrible was the punishment. The castles of the assassins in Rudbar and Fuhistan, Cain, Tun, Lamsur, and even Alamut, the capital, were now in the hands of the victor. Kurdku alone, whose garrison had been encouraged not to yield by Rockneddin, when on his way to Mangu, resisted the besieging forces of the Mongols for 3 years. It is situated in the district of Damaghan, near Mansurabad, on a very lofty mountain, and is, probably, the same as the castle Tagado, mentioned by the Armenian historian Haytham, who has converted the 3 years' siege into one of 30 years' duration. Circumstantial details of this siege are found in Sahareddin, the historian of Masendaran, and Rian, whose princes, having done homage to the overwhelming power of Halakha Khan, received his commands to besiege Kurdku, while he was engaged in his expedition against Baghdad. At that period, the throne of Mazandaran was filled by Shemso-el-Muluk Erdesher, of the family of Bond, and at Rian reigned the Istander, or mountain prince, Shirakim, of the family Kapar. They were united in the bonds of friendship, relationship, and contiguity of situation. The Prince of Rian had given his daughter in marriage to the Shah of Masendaran, and Halakha Khan promised himself a large result from the wisdom of his measures in imposing upon them both the conduct of the siege of Kurdku. It was in the beginning of spring that the poet, Qutbi Rayani, who was in the camp of the allied princes, sung a solemn poem in honor of spring, in the language of Thabaristan, beginning. The sun has now once more passed from the fish to the ram. Spring waves her flowery banner to the east wind. By this distich, inserted by the historian Sahareddin in his work, the existence of a particular language in Thabaristan is made known to Europe. It consists of a mixture of Mongol, Uyghur, and Persian words. The inspiration of the native poet had so great an effect upon the 2 princes that, without waiting for the Khan's permission, they raised the siege and marched home, in order fully to enjoy, in their native plains, the delights of returning spring, unmindful of the wrath of Halakha Khan, of which they soon felt the full weight. Ghazan Bahadur was dispatched from the army to chastise them for their disobedience. The Prince of Rian, who had first set his son-in-law the bad example of withdrawing, had the magnanimity to take the whole fault upon himself, and, in order not to expose his own and his relatives' possessions to the ravages of the Mongols, he went, of his own accord, to Amul, where Ghazan Bahadur had encamped. He had the good fortune to appease the Khan, and received, both for himself and the Shah of Masendaran, a new investiture of their principalities, which had been declared forfeited by their disobedience. The effect of this invocation of spring, of the Thabaristani poet, is, although in an opposite manner, no less remarkable in martial and literary history than are the hymns with which Tertius animated the Spartans to the combat, and if the Greek poet has been imitated in our own time. In the songs of the Prussian and Austrian soldiery, and with the happiest effect, nevertheless, no siege has ever been raised yet, either by the Pervigilium Veneris or by Berger's imitation of it. This desertion of the siege, by the two commanders, explains its protraction, for full 3 years, a period, which, without being extended to 30, appears amply sufficient, since Alamut, the strongest of the assassins' fortresses, yielded, on the 3rd day, after being summoned by Hulaku. After the fall of Alamut, the residence of the Grand Master, and the center of the order, Atamlik Jawaini, the learned vizier and historian, asked and obtained from Hulaku permission to search the celebrated library and archives of the order, for the purpose of saving the works which might be worthy of the Khan's preserving. He laid aside the Quran and some other precious books and committed to the flames, not only all the philosophical and skeptical works, containing the Ismailite doctrine and written in harmony with it, but also all the mathematical and astronomical instruments, and thus at once destroyed every source from which history might have derived a more circumstantial account of the dogmas of the Ismailites and the statutes of the order. Fortunately, in his own history, he preserved the results of the information which he derived from the library and archives of the order, together with a biographical sketch of Hassan Sabah, from which all the more modern Persian historians, as Merkhand and Wasif, have collected their stories, and which we ourselves have likewise followed. The existence of this library, at the time of the conquest, convicts of hypocrisy the 6th Grand Master, Jalaluddin Nev Musalman, since he could not have committed to the flames, in the presence of the deputies of Kaswin, the archives and doctrinal works of the order which remain preserved. For the inquisitorial zeal of Atamlik Jawaini. This fanatical zeal has, at all periods, but particularly in the Middle Ages, converted millions of books into ashes. If the West does, not unjustly, as Gibbon believes, accuse the Caliph Omar of the conflagration of the Alexandrian library, the East returns the charge with the accusation of the burning of the books at Tripoli, where an immense library of Arabic works was consumed by the Crusaders. The assertion that, in the former place, the baths were heated for a space of 6 months with the wisdom of the Greeks, is as extravagant as that in Tripoli alone, 3 millions of Arabic manuscripts fed the flames, but that both conflagrations were lighted up by the torch of fanaticism, is not. On that account, the less an historical fact, clearly attested and confirmed by the first historians of the East. The Library of Alexandria was burnt by the Muslimin, because, according to the instructions of Omar, the Quran only was the book of books, and all knowledge not contained in it was vain and useless. The library at Tripoli was consumed by the Christians, because it contained, for the most part, nothing but the Quran, and the works written on it. At Alamut the Quran was preserved by Jawaini, and the philosophical works written against it, doomed to destruction, and at Fars, a century before, an auto da fe of theological books was held by Sultan Yaqub. Had these two alone been lost, there would not be so much reason to complain, but with them, the conflagrations of Alexandria and Alamut swept away treasures of Grecian, Egyptian, Persian, and Indian philosophy. End of Book 6. Book 7. Conquest of Baghdad, Fall of the Assassins, Remnant of them. In the fall of Alamut, the center of the assassins was gone. The props of their authority were broken, in the loss of the castles of Redbar and Kohistan. Still, the Grand Prior of Syria refused submission to the Grand Master's orders to surrender, the armies of the Mongols being, as yet, too distant to compel his obedience. A far greater object occupied the mind of Hulaku than the destruction of a few Syrian mountain forts, in which the order, after the fall of Alamut and the annihilation of the Ismailites in Persia, might yet, though with difficulty, raise its head. He entertained no less a project than the conquest of Baghdad, and the overthrow of the Caliph's throne, on which the Arabs had, in the Prophet's name, already, for 6 centuries and a half, ruled over the world of Islam. This great event is, not only by its immediate consequences, but also from its proximate cause, inseparably connected with the destruction of the assassins. In the second year after the fall of Alamut, and, consequently, before the conquest of Kurdku, the last fortress of the assassins, which only surrendered in the third year of the siege, Baghdad, the queen of the cities of the Tigris, fell. The overthrow of the caliphate, as we have seen, in the instructions given by Mango to his brother Hulaku, did not enter immediately into the plan of the Khan, who merely claimed submission and troops, but Nassereddin, the great savant and traitor, who had delivered the capital of the assassins into the conqueror's hands, and had paved a road to his own revenge, over its ruins, labored unceasingly to urge Hulaku to the destruction of the caliphate. Besides the close connection of this event with the one which we have described, it is in itself so great and important in the history of Asia and the Middle Ages, so attractive from the novelty and rarity of the subject, that we cannot deny our readers and ourselves the pleasure of following the Khan in his expedition from Alamut to Baghdad. The siege and conquest of Constantinople by the Turks is, perhaps, the only event in history worthy to be compared with that of Baghdad by the Mongols, and the fall of the long-sinking Byzantine Empire may be placed by the side of that of the Caliphate. The conquest of other cities, on whose sieges history has dwelt with astonishment and admiration, or with pity and terror, is less mighty in its consequences, because, under their ruins, no throne of universal sway has been buried. This interest is wanting in the most obstinate and glorious sieges of ancient and modern history, however remarkable by the great names of the assailants, or the consummate skill with which they may have been prosecuted, or the patient courage with which they have been defended. Tyre and Saguntum, illustrious in their besiegers, Alexander and Hannibal, Syracuse, which has immortalized the names of Marcellus and Archimedes, Rhodes, twice attacked by Demetrius Poliorcetes, and defended against the Turks by Villars de l'Isle Adam, Candia, and Saragossa, have all earned unfading glory by the lion courage of their inhabitants and defenders, but, although these cities fought for the highest of earthly objects, their country's freedom, still their fall did not draw down with it the seat of the ancient dominion over half the world. The history of the conquest of other celebrated cities, the seat of universal monarchy, such as Babylon and Persepolis, under whose ruin were buried the Assyrian and Persian monarchies, is wrapped in the distance of thousands of years and impenetrable obscurity. The destruction of Jerusalem eclipses in the brightness of its luster that of all those cities, not, however, on account of the importance of its power, or of its siege, for that by Khosrow's was not less remarkable than that by Titus, but because the latter was described by Tacitus. If Gibbon had had access to the sources which are at our command, the conquest of Baghdad would not have shone with less splendor, in his immortal work, than that of Constantinople, nor would it have been so briefly treated. What we want of his power of expression must be supplied by the richness of the material. After the fall of Alamut, and the other fortresses of the assassins, except that of Kurdku, Hulaku vacated the territory of Kaswin, and marched to Hamadan, whither his general, Tanjunawian, hastened from Azerbaijan, to lay an account of his victories at the foot of the throne. Hulaku dismissed him, with instructions to advance to Rum and Syria, and to subject the whole of Asia and Africa, to the extreme western boundary, to his dominion. In the month of Rabiul-Awwal, in the 555th year of the Hijra, he commenced his march against Baghdad, and proceeded as far as Tebris, whence he sent an ambassador to the Caliph, Mostasem, with the message, "When we went out against Redbar, we sent ambassadors to thee, desiring aid, thou promisedst them, but sentest not a man. Now, we request that thou wouldst change thy conduct, and refrain from thy contumacy, which will only bring about the loss of thy empire and thy treasures." The ambassadors having dispatched their mission to Mostasem, the latter sent the learned Sherfeddin ibn Josi, the most famous orator of his time, and Bedreddin Muhammad of Najwan to Halaku with a haughty message. The Khan, irritated at this, gave more easy audience to the councils of Nasireddin, who continually urged him to march against Baghdad, and to the treacherous invitation of Ibn al-Qamai, the Caliph's vizier. Mu'addin Muhammad ben Abdalmalek al-Qamai, who, as vizier, administered the affairs of the caliphate with unlimited power, and, by the blackest treachery, caused its fall, is stigmatized ignominiously as traitor throughout the whole East, and the name of al-Qamai is not less abhorred in their history than is that of Antalcides, in that of the Greeks, as eloquent and versed in poetry and the polite literature of the Arabs, as Nasireddin was in the mathematical sciences. He was no less faithless to his lord. Both poet and mathematician were traitors. Nasireddin had personal cause of complaint against al-Qamai, who, by his censure, had occasioned the Caliph's throwing into the Tigris the poem dedicated to him by the former, adding that it was, in every respect, badly written. It is probable that Nasireddin was a better astronomer than poet, but it is still more probable that al-Qamai was jealous of the credit which he might gain with the Caliph. The vizier would not have deemed it necessary to warn the viceroy of Khorasan, Nasireddin Mohtsham, with whom the astronomer was, against a mediocre or bad Qasid, who was a juggler, and wished to insinuate himself into the favor of the Caliph. Out of respect for al-Qamai, the viceroy, on this warning, threw the astronomer into prison, notwithstanding he had dedicated his great work, Akhlaq-i Nasiri, to him. He escaped to Alamut, where, as vizier of the last Grand Master, he, meditating revenge against al-Qamai, and the Caliph Mostasem, laid the foundation of it in the ruin of the assassins. Ibn al-Qamai, like Nasireddin, swore vengeance against the Caliph. He had to complain, not only of the neglect of some of the grandees and favorites being unpunished by Mostasem, but also, he feared for his own personal security, on account of some severe measures against the Shiites, to which sect he himself belonged. He entered, therefore, on the same path of treachery, in which Nasireddin had already preceded him, and besieged the ear of Halaku, with complaints and invitations, which were readily accepted. Nasireddin, Halaku's vizier, and Ibn al-Qamai, the caliphs, played mutually into each other's hands. The contemporaneous fall of two such powerful sovereignties, as that of the assassins and of the caliphate, caused by the jealousy and treachery of an astronomer and a wit, is unique in history. Ere we commence the detail of the fall of the Caliph throne of Baghdad, it will be proper to premise a few words relating to the foundation and splendor of this renowned city. Baghdad, the city, valley, or house of peace, the citadel of the holy, the seat of the caliphate, called also the oblique, from the oblique position of its gates, was founded, on the banks of the Tigris, in the 148th year of the Hijra, by Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, the second caliph of the Abbas family. It stretches 2 miles along the eastern banks of the river, in the form of a bow with an arrow on the string, and is surrounded by a brick wall, whose circumference of 12,400 ells, is interrupted by 4 gates, and 163 turrets. When Mansur resolved upon building the city, he called his astronomers, at whose head was his vizier, Nevbacht i.e. New Fortune, to determine a fortunate hour for laying the foundations, and the latter chose a moment when the sun stood in the sign Sagittarius, by which the new city was promised flourishing civilization, numerous population, and long endurance. At the same time he assured the Caliph that neither he, nor any of his successors, would die within the walls of this capital, and the confidence of the astronomer in the truth of his prophecy is less surprising than its fulfillment by 37 caliphs, the last of whom, Mostasem, during whose reign Baghdad fell, did not die within its walls, but at Samarra, a place built below Baghdad, on the banks of the Tigris, by Motassem, the 8th Abbasid Caliph, called the Eighter from the coincidence of the number 8, in his nativity, for his Mamluk guard. As Baghdad, from the circumstance of no caliph having died within its walls, merited, most peculiarly, the name of the house, valley, or city of peace, so also on account of the great number of holy men of Islam, who are buried within or without it, and whose tombs are so many objects of the pilgrimages of the Muslimin, it gained the title of bulwark of the holy. Here are the mausolea of the greatest imams, and the most pious sheikhs. Here reposes the Imam Musa Qasim, the seventh of the 12 imams, who, in direct descent from Ali, claimed the right to the throne, and the caliphate, on account of their relationship to the Prophet, also the imams, Hanafi and Hanbali. The founders of two of the four orthodox sects of the Sunnah, the Sheikhs, Junaid, Shabli, and Abdulqadir Gilani, the chiefs of the mystic sect of the Sufis. In the midst of the monuments of the imams and sheikhs, stand those of the caliphs, and their spouses, of which that of Zobeide, the wife of Harun al-Rashid, has, by the strength of its construction, survived the repeated captures and destructions of Baghdad, by the Mongols, Persians, and Turks. Equally splendid specimens of Saracenic architecture are the academies, colleges, and schools, two of which have immortalized the names of their founders in the history of Arabic literature. The academies, Nisami and Mostansari, the former instituted in the first half of the 5th century of the Hijra, by Nisim al-Mulk, the great Grand Vizier of Maleksha, Sultan of the Seljuks, the latter, built 2 centuries later, by the Caliph al-Mustansir Billah, with 4 different pulpits for the 4 orthodox sects of the Sinaites. The most magnificent of all the palaces was that of the Caliph Muqtadir Billah, called the House of the Tree, and seated in a wide extent of gardens. In the middle of the vestibule, near 2 large basins of water, stood 2 trees of gold and silver, each having 18 branches, and a great number of smaller boughs. One of these bore fruit and birds, whose variegated plumage was imitated with different precious stones, and which gave forth melodious sounds, by means of the motion of the branches, produced by a mechanical contrivance. On the other tree were 15 figures of cavaliers, dressed in pearls and gold, with drawn swords, which, on a signal being given, moved in concert. In this palace, the Caliph Muqtadir gave audience to the ambassadors of the Greek Emperor, Theophilus, and astonished them with the numbers of his army, and the splendor of his court. 160,000 men stood in their ranks before the palace, the pages glittered in golden girdles, 7,000 eunuchs, 3,000 of whom were white, the rest black, surrounded the entrance, and, immediately at the gate, were 700 chamberlains. On the Tigris floated gilded barks and gondolas, decorated with silken flags and streamers. The walls of the palace were hung with 38,000 carpets, 12,500 of which were of gold tissue, and 22,000 pieces of rich stuff covered the floors. 100 lions, held by their keepers with golden chains, roared in concert with the sound of fifes and drums, the clang of the trumpets, and the thundering of the tam-tam. The entrance to the audience chamber was concealed by a black silk curtain, and no one could pass the threshold without kissing the black stone of which it was formed, like the pilgrims at Mecca. Behind the black curtain, on a throne 7 ells high, sat the Caliph, habited in the black mantle, Borda, of the Prophet, girded with his sword, and holding his staff in his hand as a scepter. Ambassadors, and even princes, who received investiture, kissed the ground in front of the throne, and approached, conducted by the vizier, and an interpreter, and were then honored with a habit of ceremony, kalat, and presents. So Toghrul Beg, the founder of the Seljuks, on receiving investiture from the Caliph Kambi Amrillah, was dressed in 7 kaftans, one over the other, and presented with 7 slaves, from the several different states forming the caliphate. He received 2 turbans, 2 sabers, and 2 standards, in token of being invested with the sovereignty of the East and the West. These proceedings of the Caliph's court were copied by that of Byzantium, and traces of them have been preserved to the present day, in the ceremonials of the great kingdoms both of the East and the West. Theophilus, whose love of splendor rivaled that of the Caliph, built a palace in Constantinople, the exact counterpart of the House of the Tree, even to the golden tree, and the artificial singing birds on it, which was no less an object of admiration to the envoys of the European courts than the original at Baghdad had been to the Greeks. The etiquette of the Caliph's court, which was repeated at Byzantium, still subsists at the Constantinopolitan courts, as Liutprand describes it. When the Caliph rode out, he was saluted with the shouting a long formula of benediction. In the same manner was the Greek emperor, with the cry of many years, I omicron lambda upsilon Cairo omicron nu iota zeta epsilon iota nu. And so is the Ottoman Sultan, at this day, with the usual Tihakyasha, may he live long. The two turbans, which are placed before him when he enters the mosque, signify his sovereignty over Asia and Europe. The Prophet's sword and mantle are preserved in the treasury of the Seraglio. The Borda, that is, the Arabian prince's mantle of black, afterwards embroidered with gold, is still worn by the princes of Lebanon, and the emirs of the desert. Its colors, black and gold, were adopted in the livery of the Roman emperor. The military force no longer bore any proportion to the splendor and magnificence with which the sinking throne of the Caliphate was still enriched, as in the glorious days of Muqtadir. The army, indeed, still consisted of 60,000 cavalry, under the command of Sulayman Shah, but even this number was diminished by Ibn al-Qamai's treachery. The latter proposed the curtailing the forces and dismissing the men, in order to save their pay and preserve the treasure, and, in spite of the opposite warning of the four greatest officers of state, the commander-in-chief, Sulayman Shah, the first and second inkholders, or secretaries of state, and the chief cupbearer, he lulled the Caliph into security from the danger of the Mongols, so that he carelessly stretched himself on the pillow of ease and effeminacy. While he was occupied with the conquest of Kohistan and the extirpation of the assassins, Halaka received a letter from Ibn al-Qamai, who promised to deliver into his hands the bulwarks and treasure of the Caliph's city, and magnifying the charms of the capture. He studiously depreciated the dangers of the attempt till they disappeared. The Khan, however, did not blindly trust the traitor's promises. The former unsuccessful attempts upon Baghdad were too fresh in his memory. Shirmagun, the general of Genghis Khan, had, during the reign of the Caliph Nasr-Ledinillah, twice advanced against Baghdad, with an army of 124,000 men, and twice was he beaten back, with the loss of the greater part of his forces. Halaka had recourse to Nasreddin, his vizier, and, through him, to the stars, in which the latter naturally read the overthrow of the Caliphate, so long determined upon by his revengeful spirit. Ibn al-Qamai's divining rod struck on the deeply concealed vein of Nasreddin's inveterate rancor, and treachery responded to revenge. In accordance with Nasreddin's counsels, Halaka, as soon as he reached Hamadan, sent the before-mentioned embassy to the Caliph, whom he requested to send to meet him, one of the two secretaries of state, the chief cupbearer, or the commander of the army, with whose opposition to his views he was fully acquainted. The Caliph sent the learned orator, Ibn al-Jusi, who poured the oil of his eloquence into the fire of wrath, and returned, without performing his task. Halaka, still more enraged, commanded the Emir Sobranjan to advance to Erbil, and cross the Tigris, and then to form a junction with the troops of the Emir Boyanj, on the western side of Baghdad. In the meanwhile, he himself broke up his headquarters at Hamadan. On the news of the advance of the Mongol vanguard reaching Baghdad, the Caliph dispatched Fatheddin, one of his oldest and most experienced commanders, with the Secretary of State, Mujahedin, one of his young favorites, and 1,000 cavalry, armed with lances, who, in the first action, beat the Mongols and forced them to retreat. Fatheddin's gray-headed experience wished to encamp, but Mujahedin's youthful arrogance incited him so long with insulting charges of cowardice and treachery that he, at last, gave orders to pursue the enemy. They overtook them at the western branch of the Tigris, called Dojale, or Little Tigris. Fethenen mounted a common horse, on whose fore and hind legs he had iron chains fastened, and so remained in one spot, to show to all that he was determined not to desert his post in the field, and that he would either conquer or die there. Night, and the fatigue of both armies, put an end to the combat, and dropping their arms, they sank into those of sleep. But while the Caliph's army were buried in slumber, the Mongols cut through some dikes, and the water broke impetuously on the opposing forces. The darkness of the rushing waters, and that of the night, was made still darker by the despair of the army. Then they saw the words of the Quran fulfilled, darkness on darkness, everywhere darkness, and, like Pharaoh's host, they were buried in the waves. The brave old Fethenen, whose prudence would have averted the danger, perished, and the rash youth, Mujahedin, whose arrogance had produced it, escaped with 2 or 3 companions, who brought the news of the catastrophe to Baghdad. So blind was the Caliph's partiality to his favorite, so slight his sorrow for the loss of his army, that on receiving the intelligence, he merely exclaimed, 3 times, thankfully, God be praised for the preservation of Mujahedin. And when the enemy had already advanced as far as Jebel Hammer, the Red Mountain, 3 days' march from Baghdad, and he was informed of their approach, he only replied, how can they pass that mountain? All representations to the contrary were either unheard or ineffectual. In the meanwhile, the main body of the Mongols had pushed forward on the road of Yakuba, and was encamped on the eastern bank of the Tigris. Then only did the Caliph command the gates of Baghdad to be shut, the fortifications to be garrisoned, and preparations to be made for defense. The 2 secretaries and Suleiman Shah once more led the elite of the army against the enemy. The battle lasted 2 days, with various fortune, but with equal loss. On the 3rd, Halaku prohibited the Mongols from renewing the attack, and resolved to enclose the city in a blockade. On all the heights without the city, and on all the towers and palaces which commanded it, were placed projectile engines, throwing masses of rock and flaming naphtha, which breached the walls and set the buildings on fire. At this period, the 3 presidents of the Sharifs, or descendants of Ali, who resided at Hela, on the banks of the Euphrates, not far from the ruins of Babylon, sent a letter to Halaku, in which they offered their submission, and added bitter complaints of the wrongs which they had suffered from the Caliph. They informed him that according to a tradition preserved by their glorious ancestor, the Lion of God, the Sage of the Faith, the son-in-law of the Prophet Ali, the son of Abu Talib, the period of the fall of the family of Abbas, and the conquest of Baghdad, was arrived. Halaku, equally pleased with the homage of the descendants of the Prophet, and with the prophecy, answered them graciously, and commanded his general, Amir Aletin, to occupy the district of Hela, and to protect the inhabitants from violence. Thus their hatred against the family of Abbas secured them against the rage of the Mongols. After the siege had lasted 40 days, the Caliph convoked a general assembly of all the grandees of the realm, in which Ibn al-Alchemy spoke at great length of the innumerable host of the Mongols, and the impossibility of long resisting them. He therefore recommended a treaty with Halaku, who was more desirous of the treasures than the dominions of the Caliph. He advised a mutual alliance between a daughter of Halaku and a son of the Caliph, and between a daughter of the latter and a son of the former, that the ties of peace and friendship might be drawn the closer. For this purpose, the Caliph should go in person to the Khan's camp, and thus the blood of thousands would be spared, the city preserved from utter destruction, and the Caliphate fortified against every enemy by the acquisition of so powerful an ally. The fear and pusillanimity of the Caliph caused him to listen to Alchemy's faithless advice. He sent him, in the first place, into the camp to negotiate peace, under the same conditions as had been offered to him from Hamadan. He returned with the answer, probably suggested by himself, that what was admissible at Hamadan is no longer so before the gates of Baghdad. Then, only one of the great dignities of the realm was demanded. Now all four were, namely, the commander of the army, Suleiman Shah, the two ink-holders or secretaries of state, and the chief cupbearer. The siege continued 6 days longer with renewed vehemence. On the 7th, Halakha caused 6 letters of immunity to be prepared, in which it was stated that the Qadis and besides the sheikhs and imams who had not borne arms should be secure of their lives and property. These letters were attached to arrows and shot into the city on 6 sides. One of the 2 secretaries, who despaired of the safety of the city, and was more anxious for his own, embarked on the Tigris to seek it in flight. As, however, he came abreast of Karyat el-Akab, he was stopped by a body of the Mongol troops, posted there for the purpose of cutting off the communication between Medine and Basra. 3 of his vessels fell a prey to the flaming naphtha, and he was himself compelled to return. The Caliph, who had already renounced all hope, now sent Fakhreddin Damagani and Ibn Durish with presents to Halakha and to treat with him concerning the conditions of peace. These 2, however, returning without success, he dispatched, on the following day, his son Abulface Abdurrahman, with very considerable presents, and, on the 3rd, his brother Abulfasl Abu Bakr, with the noblest and greatest personages in the state. These embassies were as fruitless as the first, and the vizier, who was sent into the camp along with Ibn al-Jusi, again brought back the surrender of Suleiman Shah and the secretaries, as the indisputable condition of the caliph's free exit. Suleiman Shah, and one of the secretaries, after being assured of a safe conduct, went to Halakha, who sent them back to the city, commanding them to bring with them their families and whole household, in order that he might send them unobstructedly to Syria and Egypt. They returned to the camp with a considerable escort of troops, who seized this opportunity of deserting the city. Different quarters had just been assigned them, when an Indian struck out the eye of one of Halakha's principal emirs with an arrow. Halakha seized this accident as a pretext for the most sanguinary rage. He commanded the Secretary of State and his suite to be put to death, and the general, Suleiman Shah, and his officers, to be brought, bound, before him. He said to him, "How comes it that so great an astrologer as thou could not foresee the hour of thy death? Wherefore didst thou not counsel thy Lord to enter the path of submission, in order to save thy own life and that of others?" Suleiman Shah replied, that the Caliph's evil star had made him deaf to good advice. After some interrogatories and replies of this kind, the general and his officers were put to the sword. Many thousands, who had surrendered into the hands of the conqueror on the faith of the safe conduct, were murdered, unarmed, after they had been separated from each other, on pretense of being sent into different provinces, a cold-blooded and faithless cruelty, which, however, is not without example, having been repeated both in the East and in the West. The history of Alexander, of Charlemagne, Genghis Khan, Timur, and other conquerors, presents us with instances similar to this atrocity of Halakha, agreeing also wonderfully with it in the number of the victims, from 3 to 4,000. As well as in the circumstances of the promised safe retreat, the division into detachments, and the dialogue held with the commanders, who, for that very reason, were the more certain of their lives being spared. The Caliph, seeing no farther hope of saving his life except by surrendering to the conqueror, repaired to the Khan's camp. After a siege of 49 days, on Sunday, the 4th of the month Jafar, in the 656th year of the Hijra, he was attended by his brother and his 2 sons, together with a suite of nearly 3,000 persons, qadis, sides, sheikhs, and imams. Only the Caliph and the 3 princes, his brother and 2 sons, together with 3 of the suite, 1 in 1,000 in all, 7 persons, were admitted to an audience. Halakha concealed the perfidy of his designs under the mask of smooth words and the most friendly reception. He requested the caliph to send word into the city that the armed inhabitants should throw away their weapons and assemble before the gates, in order that a general census might be taken. At the order of the caliph, the city poured out its unarmed defenders, who, as well as 195 the person of Mostassim, were secured. The next day, at sunrise, Halakha issued commands to fill up the ditch, demolish the walls, pillage the city, and massacre the inhabitants. The ditch, according to the expression of the Persian historian, deep as the deep reflections of wisdom, and the walls as high as the soaring of a lofty mind, were in an hour leveled. The army of the Mongols, as numerous as ants and locusts, mined the fortifications like an ant-hill, and then fell upon the city as destructive as a cloud of the latter. The Tigris was dyed with blood, and flowed as red as the Nile, when Moses, by a miracle, changed its waves into blood, or it was at least as red as the Egyptian river is to this day, when it is swollen by the annual miracle of nature, its overflow, and colored red by the red loam and sand which it washes down from Abyssinia, affording a natural explanation of the Mosaic miracle. The city was a prey to fire and the sword. The minarets and domes of the mosques glowed, like fiery columns and cupolas. From the roofs of the mosques and baths flowed melted gold and lead, setting on fire the palm and cypress groves which surrounded them. The gilded battlements of the palaces fell like stars to the earth, like the demons who endeavored to scale the battlements of heaven. In the mausolea, the mortal remains of the sheikhs and pious imams, and in the academies, the immortal works of great and learned men, were consumed to ashes. Books were thrown into the fire, or where that was distant, and the Tigris near, were buried in the waters of the latter. Gold and silver vessels from the palaces and kitchens of the great fell, in such quantities, into the hands of the ignorant Mongols that they sold them by weight, like brass or tin. The treasures of Asiatic splendor and art, accumulated for centuries in the caliph's city, became the booty of barbarians. So great a quantity of Persian and Chinese gold tissues, Arab horses, Egyptian mules, Greek and Abyssinian slaves of both sexes, coined and uncoined gold, silver, pearls, and precious stones, was found. That the private soldier became richer than even the chiefs of the army, or the Khan himself had ever been before. And yet the treasures of the caliph's palace had not been touched, as these the Khan retained for himself. After 4 days' pillage, he went, on the 9th of the month Safir, in company with the caliph, to the palace of the latter, where he, as his guest, as he said, desired his host to give him all that he was able. This Mongol politeness struck the caliph with such terror, that his whole body trembled, and as he either had not the keys, or could not find them, he ordered the bolts and locks to be broken open. 2,000 costly garments, 10,000 ducats, and many jewels, were brought out, which the Khan, without deigning them a glance, distributed among his suite, and then turned to the caliph with the words, "Thy public treasures belong to my servants, now produce thy concealed ones." Mostassim pointed to a spot, on excavating which were found the 2 basins of treasure, so celebrated in the history of the Caliphate, each filled with bars of gold, weighing each 100 mescals. Nasser-Ledanilla's wise economy had commenced filling these 2 vessels, Mostansar's prodigality emptied them, and Mostassim's avarice again replenished them. An anecdote is told, in the history of the last reigns of the caliphs, that Mostansar, when he paid his first visit to this treasure, prayed aloud, "Lord, my God, grant me the favor to be enabled to empty both these vessels during my reign." The treasurer smiled, and being asked his reason, he said, "When thy grandfather visited this treasure, he besought heaven to rain only until he had filled these 2 basins, while thou desirest precisely the reverse." Mostansar applied this gold in the foundation of useful institutions, which immortalize his name, particularly in the erection of the celebrated academy, which was named after him, Mostenseri, and also Amoel Meteris, that is, the mother of academies. Mostasem, on the other hand, hoarded gold from avarice, whereas a politic application of his riches, in the pay of troops and tribute, might have saved his throne from ruin. Halaka's cruelty to Mostasem realized the Grecian fable of the wishes of King Midas. He commanded plates filled with gold to be placed before him, instead of food, and on the caliph's observing that gold was not food, the Mongol told him, by an interpreter, for that very reason that it is not food, wherefore hast thou not rather given it to thine army to defend thee? Or distributed it amongst mine to satisfy me? Too late, Mostasem repented the consequences of his avarice, and after spending a sleepless night, tormented with the pangs of hunger and conscience, he prayed, in the morning, in the words of the Quran, O Lord, my God, possessor of all power, thou givest it to whom thou wilt, and takest from whom thou wilt, thou raisest up and pullest down whomsoever thou pleasest, in thy hands is all goodness, and thou art mighty over all things. The Khan now held a council of his ministers, to deliberate concerning the fate of the Caliph, and it being their unanimous opinion, that prolonging his existence would only be preserving the bloody seeds of war and insurrection, and that only with his life could the dominion of the Caliphate be terminated, his death was determined. But as Halaka himself deemed it improper that the Caliph should suffer as an ordinary criminal, and the blood of the Prophet's successor be shed by the sword, Mostasem was wrapped in a thick cloth, and beaten to death. So great was the religious veneration for the sacred person of the Caliph, and thus did Eastern etiquette extend even to the execution of kings. From similar motives of reverence, the Ottoman sultans, when a revolt costs them their lives, are not strangled, but are put to death by compression of the genitals, a singular and elaborate trait of executioner tenderness. As the pillage and sack of Baghdad had commenced 4 days before the Caliph's death, so it continued 40 days afterwards, till the barbarians dropped their swords from fatigue, and fuel was wanting for the flames. If we abstract the usual horrors of insulted humanity, which have been repeated in every sacked city, and only in Baghdad were carried to the highest pitch of enormity, we shall not blame the Mongols so much in their conquest of that city, for the conflagration of the mosques, and the desecration of the mausolea, for the destruction of the immense treasures, and the melting of the gold and silver vessels, nor even for the demolition of the bulwarks of holiness, and the overthrow of the Caliph throne, as for the annihilation of the libraries, and the loss of many 100,000 volumes, which fell a prey to the flames. They consisted of the treasures of Arabic literature, the accumulation of nearly 500 years, together with the relics of the Persian, which had probably been saved from the destruction of Menin. As the second Caliph had commanded his general, in Egypt, to consume the Alexandrian library, so he also caused that of Menin, the residence of Khosrows, to be thrown into the Tigris, and Omar, whom some European historians have in vain endeavored to exculpate from this high treason against literature, is loaded with the double guilt of the double auto da fe of the Greek and the Persian library, by fire and water. As the Arabs destroyed these libraries, 5 centuries before, in 2 years, so did the Mongols, in the same space, annihilate the Arabian libraries of Alamut and Baghdad. To this double conflagration must be added that of the great libraries of Tripoli, Nishabur, and Cairo, in the same century. Thus the conjunction of the 7 planets in the same sign of the zodiac, which indicated, according to some astrologers, a universal deluge, and according to others, a universal conflagration, might be justly understood to signify the inundation of the Mongols, and the burning of the libraries. A most melancholy observation is suggested by the destruction of the libraries of Alamut and Baghdad. It is, that the fall of both was caused by the guilt of learned men, the former, by the perfidy of the astronomer, Nassereddin, the latter, by the treachery of the bel esprit. Ibn Alchemy, both being sacrificed to their revenge. The fate of these two learned statesmen, distinguished alike by their great talents and evil hearts, who caused the overthrow of the assassins and the caliphate, falls now to be mentioned. A few words will suffice. After the conquest of Baghdad, Nasreddin built the celebrated observatory of Maraga, by which, as well as his astronomical tables, both his name and that of Halaku are immortalized in the history of astronomy. Thus that science derived, at least, some advantage from the many evils in which astrology had been its handmaid. Ibn Alchemy, the man of letters and vizier, instead of the reward he expected, reaped that of a traitor. As such, treated by the Mongols with the most profound contempt, he died, in a few days, a prey to remorse and despair. The inhabitants of Baghdad wrote on every wall, over the gates of the caravanserais and schools, in large letters cut in marble, the curse of God on him who curses not Ibn Alchemy. One of the traitor's partisans, a Shiite, having expunged the knot from one of these inscriptions, was punished with 70 blows of the bastonado. The name of Ibn Alchemy is intimately interwoven with that of Nasreddin, in the history of the fall of the assassins and the caliphate. Asia long trembled from the shock of the violent fall of the empire of the dagger and the prophet's staff. The conquest of Baghdad has almost diverted us from our proper object, not merely by the intrinsic importance of the subject, but also on account of its intimate connection with the end of the assassins, whose overthrow prepared that of the caliphate. After their castles in Redbar and Kohistan had been razed to the ground, and numbers of them massacred and scattered, they still maintained their stand, for 14 years, in the mountains of Syria, against the armies of the Mongols, the Franks, and the Egyptian Sultan, Bibars, one of the greatest princes of the Circassian Mamelukes of Egypt. This prince, who zealously sought for supreme power, was not inclined to share it any longer with the remains of the assassin order, which had been chased from the mountains of Persia. During his reign, Frank and Arab vessels put into the Egyptian ports, with embassies, which the Christian and Arabic princes, such as the German Emperor, Alfonso of Aragon, the commander of Yemen, and others, sent with rich presents to the Syrian Ismailites. Bibars, in order to show that he was far above all fear of the order, levied on all these presents the usual customs, and sent to the superior in Syria a letter, full of threats and reproaches. Terrified and humbled by their misfortunes in Persia, they answered submissively, and with the request that the Sultan would not forget them in his peace with the Franks, but include them in his treaty, in token of his protection of them as his slaves, and, in fact, Bibars, who in this year concluded a peace with the Knights Hospitallers, made the abolition of the tribute paid by the Ismailites one of the conditions of the treaty. The following year, he received an embassy of the Ismailites, who sent him a sum of money, with the words that the money which they had hitherto paid to the Franks should, in future, flow into the treasury of the Sultan, and serve for the pay of the defenders of the true faith. 3 years afterwards, when Sultan Bibars was marching against the Franks in Syria, the commanders of the different towns appeared to do him homage. Nejmeddin, the Grand Master of the assassins, however, instead of following this example, requested a diminution of the tribute, which the order now paid to the Sultan instead of the Franks. Sarameddin Mobarek, the commandant of the Ismailite fortress, Alaka, had formerly drawn upon himself the anger of the Sultan, but having received pardon on the intercession of the governor of Sihin, or, according to others, of Hama, he appeared with a numerous suite, in Bibar's presence, who received him into favor and loaded him with honors. He granted him the supreme command of all the castles of the Ismailites in Syria, which were no longer to be governed by Nejmeddin, but by Sarameddin, in the name of the Sultan of Egypt. Masyet, as the property of the Sultan, was subjected to the command of Emir Asenin. In conformity with his orders, Saruman appeared before the walls of this fortress, of which he possessed himself, partly by stratagem, and partly by the massacre of a number of the inhabitants. Nejmeddin, the late Grand Master of the Order, an old man of 70 years of age, and his son, implored the Sultan's clemency. He had compassion on them, and granted the former the restoration of his authority, in conjunction with Saruman, in consideration of an annual tribute of 120,000 drachmas. A contribution of 2,000 gold pieces was required of Saruman, and Nejmeddin left his son in the Sultan's court, as a pledge of his obedience and fidelity. In the meanwhile, Saruman, having taken possession of Masyut, drove out Asenan, the governor named by the Sultan, but not being able to maintain the place against the approaching forces of the Sultan, he threw himself into the castle of Alaka. Asenan returned from Damascus, whither he had taken refuge, again to Masyut, to the command of which he was restored by the Sultan's troops, who left him a garrison and bodyguard. Malik Mansur, Prince of Hama, who had been charged by Bibars with the restoration of the emir, and the deposition of Saruman, took the latter prisoner, and brought him before the Sultan, who threw him into a dungeon. The castle of Alaka surrendered to the Sultan's army on the 9th of Shawwal. Nejmeddin, the former Grand Prior, again held the command of the Ismailite castles in Syria, in the name of the Sultan, by whom Shamseddin was retained at court, as the pledge of his father's fidelity. On a suspicion being raised against him, he came in person to court, and offered, with his son, Shamseddin, to deliver up all the castles, and to live in future in Egypt. His offer was accepted, and Shamseddin departed for Kehf, to induce the inhabitants to surrender within 20 days. Not appearing, however, at the end of this term, the Sultan admonished him, by letter, to fulfill his promise, and Shamseddin desired that the castle of Kolea should be left in his possession, in exchange for which he engaged to yield all the rest. The Sultan acceded to his request, and sent Alameddin Sanjar, the judge of Hama, for the purpose of receiving from Shamseddin the oath of allegiance and the keys of Kehf. The inhabitants, however, secretly instigated by the latter, refused to admit the envoy. A second embassy having no better effect, Bibars gave orders for the castle to be besieged. On this, Shamseddin left Kehf, and repaired to the Sultan, who was encamped before Hama, and was honorably received, receiving, however, intelligence in a letter that the inhabitants of Kehf had sent assassins into the camp in order to murder his principal emirs. Bibars caused Shamseddin and all his suite to be arrested and carried into Egypt. At the same time, 2 officers of the order, who had persuaded their friends in the castle of Kawabi to surrender to the Sultan, were seized at Sarmin. This castle surrendered to negotiation, that of Kolea to force, and, in the following year, those of Manafa and Cadmus fell into the Sultan's hands. The inhabitants of Kehf wished to oppose a longer resistance, but being closely blockaded, and cut off from all relief, they at length sent Bibars the keys of the town, and the emir Jamaluddin Akansa made his entry on the 22d of Silvide. From this moment, Bibars was master of all the forts and castles which had been in the possession of the Ismailites, and he ruined their power in Syria, as Halakha had done in Persia. Next to Masyut, the residence of the Grand Master, Shian, a strong place on a rock, abundantly supplied with water, and at a short day's journey from Latakia, had been lately particularly distinguished by the valiant exploits of its commandant, Hamza, one of the greatest heroes among the Syrian Ismailites. This Hamza must not be confounded with Hamza, the companion of the Prophet, and one of the bravest heroes of Mohammedanism, nor with Hamza, the founder of the religion of the Druzes. The numerous battles and enterprises of the assassins, their valorous defense against the armies of the Crusaders, and the Egyptian Sultan, Bibars, and the adventurous character of their whole history, offered a fertile source to the Syrian romance writers and storytellers, a source of which they did not fail to avail themselves. This was the origin of the Hamza name, or Hamziads, a kind of chivalrous romance, modeled after the style of the Antar, Dulhemmet, the Nilal, and other Egyptian works. After the conquest of Syria by the Ottomans, the tales of the feats and adventures of Hamza passed from the mouths of the Arabian storytellers and coffee-house orators to those of the Turks, and Hamza, together with Sid Bat-Tal, Sid Y. Campeter, the proper Sid of the Orientals, an Arabian hero, who fell in battle against the Greeks at the siege of Constantinople by Harun al-Rashid, afforded the richest materials for Turkish romances, which are exclusively occupied by the feats of Hamza and Sid Bat-Tal. The tomb of the Cid in the Anatolian Sanjak Sultanogi is, to this day, a much frequented resort of pilgrimages, enriched by the Sultan Suleiman, the legislator, with the endowment of a mosque, a convent, and an academy. The conquest of Masyut was succeeded by that of Alaka, and, at length, 2 years after, by that of Kahaf, Mainoka Cadmus, and of the other castles on the anti-Lebanon, and thus the power of the Ismailites was overthrown, both in Syria and Persia. One of their last attempts at assassination is said to have been directed against the person of St. Louis, King of France, but the falsity of this supposition has already been demonstrated by French writers. The power of the Ismailites had now terminated, both in Persia and Syria. The citadels of the Grand Master, in Rudbar, and of the Grand Priors, in Kahistan and Syria, had fallen. The bands of the assassins were massacred and scattered. Their doctrine was publicly condemned, yet, nevertheless, continued to be secretly taught, and the order of the assassins, like that of the Jesuits, endured long after its suppression. In Kahistan, in particular, remains of them still existed, that being a region which, on account of its very mountainous character, was more impracticable than the surrounding countries, and, being less accessible to the persecutors of the order, it afforded the partisans of the latter a more secure asylum. 70 years after the taking of Alamut and Baghdad, in the reign of Halaka's 8th successor, Abu Said Bahadur Khan, the great protector of the sciences, to whom Wasif dedicated his history, the whole of Kahistan was devoted to the pernicious sect of the Ismailites, and the doctrine of Islamism had not yet been able to enter the hearts of the natives, hard as their mountain rocks. Abu Said determined, in concert with the lieutenant of the province, Shah Ali Sejistani, to send an apostolic mission for the conversion of these miscreants and infidels. At the head of the Society of Missionaries, which was composed of zealous divines, was the Sheikh Ahmededdin, surnamed of Bokhara, one of the most esteemed jurisconsults, who on the destruction of that city, had fled to Kahistan. His grandson, Jalali, in his work, Naso el-Muluk, Counsels for Kings, dedicated to the Sultan Shahrukh, the son of Timur, relates the history of this mission from the mouth of his father, who had accompanied his grandfather to Kahistan. Ahmededdin, with his 2 sons, Hasameddin and Nejmeddin, the father of Jalali, and 4 other ulamas, in all 7 persons, went to Cain, the chief seat of the Ismailites, where, since the illuminative period of Hassan II, the mosques had fallen down. The pious institutions decayed, where the word of the Quran was no longer heard from the pulpit, nor the call to prayers sounded from the minaret. As prayer, 5 times a day, is the first of the duties of Islamism, and the call to it proclaims aloud the creed of the faithful, Ahmededdin resolved to commence his mission with it. He went, therefore, with his 6 companions armed, to the terrace of the castle of Cain, from whence they began, at the same instant, to cry out on all sides, "Say God is great! There is no God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet." To prayers. Up! To do good. This summons, to which the unbelieving inhabitants had long been unaccustomed, instead of collecting them in the mosque, excited them to a tumult against the summoners, and, although the latter had taken the precaution to be armed, They did not deem it expedient to purchase the crown of martyrdom with their lives, by defending themselves, but took refuge in a drain, where they hid. As soon as the people were dispersed, they again mounted the terrace, and repeated the call to prayers, and the retreat to the drain. In this manner, their obstinate zeal, supported by the power of the governor, succeeded in accustoming the ears of the infidels to the formula of the summons to prayer, and then to that of prayer itself, and sowed the good seed of the true doctrine of Islamism on the waste field of infidelity and atheism. While the political wisdom of Abu Said was endeavoring to extirpate the Ismailite doctrine in Persia, its ashes still smoldered in Syria, and, from time to time, threw out destructive flames, which were extinguished in the blood of the slaughtered victims, as it had originated in Egypt, and had but served as an instrument of the ambitious designs of the Fatimites, so the Circassian sultans of that country availed themselves of the last fruits of the widespread tree of murderous policy, in order to execute their revenge, and to try the dagger on those enemies who resisted the sword. A memorable instance of such an attempt is afforded us in the history of the Emir Kara Sankar, who had deserted the court of the Egyptian sultans, and had entered into the service of the Khan of the Mongols. 2 years after Abu Said had sent the before-mentioned learned Jalali to Kohistan, the Egyptian sultan, Muhammad, the son of Bibars, sent no less than 30 assassins from Masyut to Persia to sacrifice the Emir Kara Sankar to his vengeance. They arrived at Tebris, and the first having been cut to pieces in his murderous attempt, the report was soon spread that assassins were come to murder the Khan Abu Said, the Emir Juban, the Vizier Ali Shah, and all the Mongol nobles. A second attempt on the life of Kara Sankar cost, like the former one, that of the murderer. A similar attack had been made on the governor of Baghdad, and Abu Said, the great Khan, prudently shut himself up in his tent for 11 days. Nevertheless, the Egyptian Sultan, Muhammad, did not give up his vengeful attempt on the life of Kara Sankar. He sent a merchant, named Yunus, to Tebris, with a large sum of money, to hire new assassins. Yunus sent for them from Masyut, and concealed them in his house. One day, as the Emir Juban was riding in company with the Emirs Kara Sankar and Afram, 2 assassins watched a favorable opportunity to murder the 2 latter. The first assailant, who was too hasty in his attack on the Emir Afram, only tore his clothes with his dagger, instead of wounding his breast and being cut down on the spot. The second did not think it advisable to approach Kara Sankar. Inquiries were immediately set on foot into the funduks, Fandiki, of Tebris, for the purpose of discovering the haunts of the assassins. The merchant, Yunus, was arrested, but his life was preserved by the interest of the vizier. The emirs Afram and Kara Sankar took all necessary precautions for the preservation of their own. A servant of the latter, a native of Masyut, searched the whole city of Tebris to find out the assassin who was to have poniarded his lord, and found him, at last, in the person of his own brother. The emir, in order to gain him over, gave him 100 pieces of gold, and a monthly salary of 300 dirhams, together with other presents, for which he was induced to betray his accomplices. One of them escaped, another stabbed himself, a third expired under the torture, without confessing anything. In the meanwhile, the assassins at Baghdad executed their commission better than those at Tebris. One of them threw himself on the governor, as he was going out to ride, and plunged his dagger into his breast, saying, "In the name of Melek Nasser," and escaped so quickly to Masyut that he could not be overtaken. From that place, he sent information of the accomplishment of the murder of the governor to Sultan Muhammad. The 2 emirs redoubled their vigilance, and, by means of the Ismailite in Kara Sankar's pay, discovered 4 others, who were immediately put to death. Nejmeddin Selami, who had been sent as ambassador from Muhammad to the Khan Abu Said, insinuated himself into a confidential intercourse with the Emir Juban and the vizier. He informed his master of the execution of the 4 assassins, in whose place 4 others were immediately sent, 3 of them being arrested and discovered, expired under the pangs of the torture. Fortunately for Selami, the 4th escaped, who was the bearer of the Sultan's letter to his plenipotentiary at Masyut, whence he apprised the Sultan of the ill success of his mission. Selami continued his negotiations with the Emir Juban and the Vizier, so happily that they concluded a peace with the Sultan, on condition that he should send no more assassins into their country. Notwithstanding this, the Emir Kara Sankar was attacked anew, while he was hunting, by a murderer, who only, however, wounded his horse in the thigh, and was immediately killed by the guard. Even in the suite of the Emir at Mash, who came on his second embassy to Abusad's court, 2 assassins were detected, one of whom immediately stabbed himself, and the other, after refusing to confess, was put to death in chains. Juban loaded Itmash with reproaches, saying that, by sending these murderers, the Sultan scoffed at the treaty, and the ambassador assured him, in return, that if they really were assassins, they must have arrived at Tebris before it was signed. After Itmash and Selami had returned to the Sultan, their master, in Cairo, the latter wrote once more to the Masyut Ismailites, reproaching them for not fulfilling their contract. They sent him for answer one of their best fed Avis, a great eater, who devoured a calf and drank 40 measures of wine a day. After being kept some time at Karamedan's house in Cairo, he went to the court of the great Khan Abused, in the suite of Selami, who was sent as ambassador, with presents. At the feast of Bairam, when the emirs were attending the Khan, Selami ordered the assassin to watch the moment when Kara Sankar should leave the palace, from the banquet. The first, said he, who comes out, is the destined victim. By accident, the vizier called the Emir Kara Sankar back. Just as he was on the point of quitting the palace, and the governor of Rum, who was dressed in red, like him, fell beneath the blows of the murderer, who jumped from a roof onto the governor's horse and stabbed him. Being taken, he died under the most horrible tortures, without confessing a word. Murderer succeeded murderer, in attempting to satisfy the Sultan's desire of revenge, but, fortunately, Kara Sankar escaped them all. If we may credit the testimony of Makrasai, no less than 124 assassins lost their lives in attempting that of Kara Sankar. So little is the life of man in the power of his species, and so incapable are the tools of murder of cutting the thread of those days, which the Almighty has numbered. 3 generations after Abusad's mission, when the whole of Kahistan had returned, at least in appearance, within the pale of the true faith, the Sultan Shahrukh, the son of Timur, sent Jalali of Cain, who usually lived in Herat, and was thence called Al-Herat, and Al-Kaini, for the purpose of ascertaining the state of belief in that province. Jalali felt himself the more called upon to engage in this inquisitorial affair, as his grandfather had presided over the apostolic mission, and because the prophet had appeared to him in a dream, and put a broom in his hand, with which he was to sweep the country. He interpreted this vision as a celestial call, by which he was appointed to the high office of cleansing away all the impurities of unbelief, and he entered upon it with a conscientious zeal, and a spirit of more than Islamitic toleration. His before-mentioned work, The Counsels for Kings, contains the results of the report of his inquiry given to Sultan Shahrukh, and likewise, some information respecting the secret policy of the still unconverted Ismailites, taken from Jawani's History of Jahan Kusha, the Conqueror of Worlds. Within the space of 18 months, Jalali traveled through the whole of Kahistan, and everywhere found that the ulamas, or teachers of the law, were true Orthodox Sinaites. Besides, the descendants of the Prophet passed for such, and, still more, the dervishes, who represented themselves to be Sophies, or mystics. The emirs of Tabs and Shirkuh were good Sinaites, but the commanders of the other castles, and even the servants of the government, Begjian, were to be suspected. For the rest, the peasants, merchants, mechanics, were all good Muslimin. Notwithstanding the people were entirely devoted to the true doctrine of Islamism, still it appears that the order preserved its existence in secret, long after the loss of temporal power, in the hope of, some time or other, recovering it, under more favorable circumstances. The Ismailites, indeed, no longer ventured to unsheath the dagger against their foes, but the chief aim of their policy, to acquire influence in affairs of state, remained. They, in particular, sought to make proselytes of the members of the Divan, in order, by this means, to secure the majority of voices in their favor, and to stifle in their birth all complaints and denunciations of their secret doctrine. For this reason, the author of Jahan Kusha, Conqueror of the World, as well as the writer of the Siyasat-o-el-Muluk, Art of Governing, or Discipline of Kings, warns princes to place in the Divan none of the officers of Kohistan, who were more or less to be suspected, on account of their principles. When entrusted with the management of the finances, they were, indeed, never in arrear with their contracts, so that the public treasury had never any claims against them. They, however, ruined the villages which they farmed, and sent the surplus of the taxes to their secret superiors, who still preserved an existence at Alamut, the center of the ancient splendor of the order. Thither also flowed a portion of the revenues of pious institutions, the produce of which was destined for the support of mosques and schools, servants of religion, and teachers. Similar well-intentioned warnings have, in our own times, been frequently given to princes. The attentive ear of government is always the most powerful obstacle to the rise of secret orders and societies to power. Remains of the Ismailites still exist both in Persia and Syria, but merely as one of the many sects and heresies of Islamism, without any claims to power, without the means of obtaining their former importance, of which they seem, in fact, to have lost all remembrance. The policy of the secret state-subverting doctrine of the First Lodge of the Ismailites, and the murderous tactics of the assassins, are equally foreign to them. Their writings are a shapeless mixture of Ismailite and Christian traditions, glossed over with the ravings of the mystic theology. Their places of abode are, both in Persia and Syria, those of their forefathers, in the mountains of Iraq, and at the foot of Anti-Lebanon. The Persian Ismailites recognize, as their chief, an imam, whose descent they deduce from Ismail the son of Jafar Sadiq, and who resides at Cake, a village in the district of Qum, under the protection of the Shah. As, according to their doctrine, the imam is an incarnate emanation of the deity, the imam of Cake enjoys, to this day, the reputation of miraculous powers, and the Ismailites, some of whom are dispersed as far as India, go in pilgrimage, from the banks of the Ganges and the Indus, in order to share his benediction. The castles in the district of Rudbar, in the mountains of Kohistan, particularly in the vicinity of Alamut, are still inhabited, to this day, by Ismailites, who, according to a late traveler, go by the general name of Hossainis. The Syrian Ismailites live in 18 villages, dispersed round their ancient chief place, Masyat, and are under the rule of a sheikh or emir, who is the nominee of the governor of Hama. Being clothed in a police of honor, he engages to pay to Hama an annual sum of 16,500 piastres. His vassals are divided into two parties, the Sawaydani and Kisrawi, the former so named after one of their former sheikhs, the latter for their extraordinary veneration of the prophet Kaiser, Elias, the guardian of the spring of life. The former, who are by far the smaller number, live principally at Feudera, one of the 18 places under the jurisdiction of Masyat. 3 miles east of that fortress lies a strong castle, whose name, pronounced Calamus, is probably the same with the Cadmos of Arabian historians and geographers. From thence, the chain of mountains, after several windings, descends to the sea, near Tripoli. In 1809, the Nasseris, the neighbors and enemies of the Ismailites, possessed themselves, by treachery, of their chief fortress, Masyat. the inhabitants were pillaged and murdered. The booty amounted to more than 1,000,000 piastres in value. The governor of Hama did not suffer this rash enterprise of the Nasseris to go unpunished. He besieged Masyut and compelled them to resign the fortress to its ancient possessors. The latter, however, sunk into complete political insignificance. Externally they practiced the duties of Islamism with austerity. Although they internally renounce them, they believe in the divinity of Ali, in uncreated light as the principle of all created things, and in the Sheikh Rashideddin, the Grand Prior of the Order in Syria. Contemporary with the Grand Master, Hassan too, as the last representative of the deity on earth. We shall mention here, in passing, as they are neighbors of the Ismailites, the Nasseris, the Motwelis, and the Druzes, 3 sects anathematized by the Moslems on account of their infidelity and lawlessness. Their doctrine agrees, in many points, with that of the Ismailites, their founders having been animated with the same spirit of extravagant fanaticism, of unprincipled licentiousness. The Nasseris and Druzes are both older in their origin than the Eastern Ismailites, the former having appeared in Syria, as a branch of the Karmathites, as early as the 5th century of the Hijra. The latter received their laws from Hamza, a missionary of Hakam bi Amrillas from the Lodge of Cairo. The former believe, like the Ismailites, in the incarnation of the divinity in Ali. The latter consider that maddest of tyrants, Hakam bi Amrillah, as a god in the flesh. Both abjure all the rules of Islamism, or only observe them in appearance. Both hold secret and nocturnal assemblies stigmatized by the Muslimin, where they give themselves up to the enjoyment of wine and promiscuous intercourse. The origin and doctrine of the Motweli is less known than that of the Nasseris and Druzes. Their name is corrupted from Motwilin, the interpreters, and therefore, probably, indicates a sect of the Ismailites, who taught the Tenvil, or allegorical interpretation of the commands of Islamism, in opposition to the Tensile, or positive letter of the word, not from God, the sense of which is a command to the true believer. The reproach of immorality, which these sects share in common, is certainly much more applicable to the Motwelis than to their neighbors. For the inhabitants of the village of Martaban, on the road from Latakia to Aleppo, who offer travelers the enjoyment of their wives and daughters, and who consider their refusal as an affront, are Motwelis. In still worse report than the Ismailites, Motwelis, Nasseris and Druzes, are some tribes of Syrian and Assyrian Kurds, who are called Yazidis, because they hold in peculiar veneration Yazid, the caliph of the Umayyad family, who persecuted, sanguinarily, the family of the Prophet, and likewise the devil, neither of whom they curse like other Muslimin. Their sheikh is called Karabash, that is, blackhead, because he covers his head with a black scarf. The name of their founder is Sheikh Hadi, who, according to opinion, prayed, fasted, and gave alms for all his future disciples, so that they believe themselves exempted from these duties of Mohammedanism, and that, in consideration of his merits, they will go to heaven without appearing before the tribunal of God. All these still existing sects are designated by the Muslimin, generally, Sinaites, freethinkers, Mulhad, impious, and Bathini, esoterics, and, on account of their nocturnal assemblies, sometimes the one, sometimes the other, receive from the Turks the name of Mumsoindaran, or the extinguishers, because, according to the accusations of their religious adversaries, they extinguish the lights, for the purpose of indulging in promiscuous intercourse, without regard to kindred or sex. Similar charges have been, at all times, raised against secret societies, whenever they concealed their mysteries under the veil of night, sometimes groundlessly, as against the assemblies of the early Christians, of whose innocence Pliny affords a testimony, sometimes but too well-founded, as against the mysteries of Isis, and, still earlier, against the Bacchanalia of Rome. As the latter was the first secret society mentioned in Roman history, as dangerous to the state, and which assumed religion as a cloak to every enormity, the similarity of the subject, renders the mentioning them not out of place here. As, in the 6th century, after the flight of the Prophet, and the establishment of Islamism, the pest of the Ismailites threatened, under the appearance of religion, to undermine and overthrow the edifice, so also, in the 6th century, after the foundation of Rome, and the Republic. The pest of the Bacchanalians menaced the ruin of the city and the state, under the mask of religion. A Greek of mean extraction, says Livy, came first into Etruria, skilled in none of the arts which that most learned of all nations has devoted to the culture of the mind and the body, but a sacrificer and soothsayer, not that he spread his doctrine by public teaching, or filling the mind with a sacred horror, but as the president of secret and nocturnal sacrifices. At first, but few were initiated. Afterwards, however, the people, both men and women, were admitted. In order to attract the mind the more, wine and banquets were added to religious sacrifices. When the intoxication of the wine, night, the mixture of the sexes, and of youth and age, had extinguished every shadow of shame, vice and corruption of all kinds burst forth, every one having at hand the means of gratifying his desires. There was not merely one species of vice and the mere promiscuous intercourse of noble youths and maidens, but also from this source proceeded false witnesses, false documents, false informations, and accusations, poisoning, and secret murder, so secret, indeed, that even the bodies of the dead were not found for sepulchre. Much was attempted by stratagem, but most by violence. Violence remained concealed, because, in the midst of the yells and noise of cymbals and drums, the cries of the violated and the murdered could not be heard. The consul, Posthumus, had no sooner given intelligence to the Senate of the discovery of the existence and object of this secret society, than the latter adopted the most powerful measures for the safety of the state and the commonweal, and proceeded against the members of the Bacchanalia as criminals against the state, with the utmost rigor. The speech of the consul to the people advised them to watch over the peril which threatened the state from the conspiracy of vice with religion. I am not sure, said he, that some of you may not have fallen into error, for nothing has a more deceptive appearance than corrupted religion. When the deity is made a cloak for iniquity, the mind is seized with terror, lest, in the punishment of human imposture, some divine law may be transgressed. This unveiling of crime, from which the mask of religion had been torn, and the rigor with which the Bacchanalians were persecuted, not only in Rome, but also throughout Italy, with the sword and exile, stifled, in its birth, the monster whose increasing strength menaced the state with ruin. Had the princes of the East acted in the same spirit towards the first secret societies, and the emissaries of the Lodge of Cairo, as the Senate and consuls had done, the sect of the Ismailites would never have attained political influence. Nor would the blood-dropping branch of assassins have sprouted from that poisonous stem. Unfortunately, as we have seen in the course of this history, several princes were themselves devoted to the secret doctrine of infidelity and immorality, and others were deficient in strength to restrain its progress with effect. Thus, through the blindness of princes, and the weakness of governments, through the credulity of nations, and the criminal presumption of an ambitious adventurer, like Hassan Sabah, the monstrous existence of secret societies, and an imperium in imperio, attained so frightful an extent and power, that the murderer seated himself openly upon the throne, and the unbounded dominion of the dagger in the hands of the assassins was an object of terror to princes and rulers, and insulted mankind in a manner unexampled and unique in history. We have, more than once, briefly pointed out the analogy which the constitution of the Order of the Assassins presents with contemporary or more modern orders, but, although so many points of similarity are found, which can neither be accidental nor yet spring from the same cause, but which, probably, through the medium of the Crusades, passed from the spirit of the East into that of the West, they are still insufficient to make a perfect companion to the Order of the Assassins, which, thank heaven, has hitherto been without parallel. The Templars, incontrovertibly, stand in the next rank to them. Their secret maxims, particularly in so far as relates to the renunciation of positive religion, and the extension of their power by the acquisition of castles and strong places, seem to have been the same as those of the Order of the Assassins. The accordance, likewise, of the white dress and red fillets of the Assassins, with the white mantle and red cross of the Templars, is certainly remarkably striking. As the Templars, in many respects, trod in the footsteps of the Assassins, so also did the Jesuits, whose exertions for the aggrandizement of their order and its preservation, if not by political power, at least by secret connections and influence, agree entirely with the similar policy of the Assassins after the fall of Alamut. The Assassins were, themselves, as we have seen, a branch of the Ismailites, the proper Illuminati of the East. The institution of their lodge at Cairo, the various grades of initiation, the appellations of master, companions, and novices, the public and the secret doctrine, the oath of unconditional obedience to unknown superiors, to serve the ends of the order, all agree completely with what we have heard and read, in our own days, concerning secret revolutionary societies, and they coincide not less in the form or their constitution than in the common object of declaring all kings and priests superfluous. The ostensible object of this institution was in itself sufficiently laudable, and the exoteric doctrine had merely for its object the extension of knowledge and the mutual support of the members. The House of Science at Cairo, or the public school of the Lodge, was the temple of the sciences, and the model of all academies. The greater number of the members were certainly deceived into good faith by the fair exterior of a beneficent, philanthropical, knowledge-spreading form. They were a kind of Freemasons, whose native country, as we have seen, may really be sought and found in Egypt, if not in the most ancient times, at least in the history of the Middle Ages. As in the West, revolutionary societies arose from the bosom of the Freemasons, so in the East did the Assassins spring from the Ismailites. Traces of retribution immediately executed, which fulfilled the sentence of the order as infallibly as though it were the arm of fate itself, are, perhaps, likewise to be found in the proceedings of the Vame, or secret tribunal. Although its existence only commenced 200 years after the extermination of the order of murderers in Asia, the insanity of the enlighteners, who thought that by mere preaching, they could emancipate nations from the protecting care of princes, and the leading strings of practical religion, has shown itself in the most terrible manner by the effects of the French Revolution, as it did in Asia. In the reign of Hassan too, and as, at that period, the doctrine of assassination and treason openly proceeded from Alamut, so did the doctrine of regicide produce from the French National Convention, in Jean de Brie, a legion of regicides. The members of the convention who sat with Robespierre on the side of the mountain, and who decreed the king's execution, would have been satellites worthy of the old man of the mountain. Like the initiated to murder, they almost all died a violent death. The dominion of the Assassins sank under the iron tramp of Hulaku. Their fall drew after it that of the ancient throne of the Caliph, and of other dynasties. Thousands bled under the conquering sword of the Mongols, who went forth as the scourge of heaven, like Attila and Genghis Khan, to steal with blood the deadened nerves of nations. After him, the remains of the hydra of assassination quivered in the remnant of the sect of the Ismailites, but powerless and venomless, held down by the preponderance of the government in Persia and Syria, politically harmless, somewhat like the juggling of the Templars of the present day, and other secret societies watched by the vigilant eye of the police in France. In writing this history, we have set two things before us as our object, to have attained which is less our hope than our wish. In the first place, to present a lively picture of the pernicious influence of secret societies in weak governments, and of the dreadful prostitution of religion to the horrors of unbridled ambition. Secondly, to give a view of the important, rare, and unused historical treasures, which are contained in the rich magazine of Oriental literature. We have but seized the prey which the lions of history have abandoned, for Muller, in his 24 books of history, has not mentioned the assassins at all, and Gibbon, who, according to his own avowal, let no opportunity escape him of painting scenes of blood, has treated them but superficially, although, at the same time, both these great historians have snatched from oblivion, with the pencil of the most masterly description, many other insignificant events, the sources of which were accessible to them. We may easily estimate from this condensed account of all that is worth knowing of and concerning the order of assassins, and which is but sparingly scattered through the works of Eastern writers, how many concealed rarities and costly pearls are to be found in the untrodden depths of the ocean of Oriental history. End of Book 7. Notes. Note A, page 127. After giving a view of the dogmas of the Ismailites, Rousseau adds, such were, substantially, the dogmas of the first Ismailis, and such, nearly, are those which their descendants in Syria profess to this day. I say, nearly, for there can be no doubt that the latter, having fallen so tremendously from their ancient social organization, must also have lapsed from their original faith. This belief, now more than ever disfigured, is become, to the last degree, extravagant, from a mass of abuses and senseless superstitions, introduced in the course of time. A certain Sheikh Rashideddin, who appeared among them, I believe, 300 years ago, put the finishing stroke to their errors, by making them believe that he was the last of the prophets, in whom the divine power was to be manifested. This impostor, who was profoundly versed in the sacred writings, appears to be the author of the book, some fragments of which I have translated, and in which he promulgates his principles as if he were himself the Almighty. Note B, page 131. The sovereign of the assassins is called Sheik by Oriental authors. Vincent Leblanc names him Segukmer, a word compounded of Sheik and Emir, and makes him reside in Arabia, but nothing that such an author says is astonishing. The Arabic word sheik, which is equivalent to the Latin senior, and which has its two significations in the lower Latinity, has been ridiculously rendered vetus, vetulus, senex, instead of senior, when dominus was not meant. We read vetulus de Monte in the Chronicle of Nicholas of Treves, A.D. 1236, vetulus de Montanus, in that of William de Nantes, of the same year, vetulus de Montibus, several times in Synodo, and senex de Montanus, in the Latin translation of Marco Polo. In Hayton, sex montus is but the contraction of senex montus, which Batilai, who translates it, Prince of Six Mountains, has not understood. We have seen him called Summisabos, Prolatus, Magister Cultulorum, by James de Vitry, in the same author. We read that this sovereign was commonly called Simplex. He gives himself the title of Simplicitas Nostra, in his letter to Philip Augustus, handed down by William of Newbury. This is one of the two which have been supposititiously attributed to him. This simplicity consisted in inhumanly putting to death those whom he deemed enemies of his sect, or whom he regarded as extortioners, as William of Tyre expresses himself. The assassins exercised their enormities alike, against both Mohammedans and Christians. We see in history the catalogue of caliphs, princes, and viziers, slain by their emissaries. I am also convinced that the sheik, simple as he entitled himself, caused assassinations to be committed at the solicitation of other princes, from motives of interest, in which religion had no share. We are justified in believing this, from what their commandant in Syria said to Henry II, Count of Champagne, when he invited him to pass through his domains, see Inimicum aut insidiatorum regni haberet. Ab hujus modi servis sui continuo interfici procurit. These are the words given by Sinudo, so that, when the chief of the assassins is made to speak otherwise, in his letter, dated from Massiot, and inserted by Nicholas of Treves, in his Chronicle A.D. 1192 Ciatis quat nullum hominum merced aliqua vel pecunia occidimus, it is a reason why we should suspect it to be false. In fact, it is very probable that the English fabricated the letter addressed to Leopold, Duke of Austria, in order to procure the liberty of King Richard I, whom he detained in prison, and that, at the same time, they addressed another to Philip Augustus, to remove his suspicions about the murder of the Marquis of Montferrat, and to obviate his acting hostilely against them in their king's absence. The best justification of Richard must be derived from the generosity of his character, whatever ferocity his valor may have possessed. This king, when mortally wounded at the siege of Toulouse, in the Limousin, by a crossbowman, not only pardoned him after the town was taken, but also before his death ordered him to have 100 shillings given to him. With regard to the true cause of the assassination of Conrad, Marquis of Montferrat, there is great reason to believe that Humphrey, Lord of Thoron, the first husband of Isabel, the daughter of Amalric, and heiress to the kingdom of Jerusalem, seeing his wife, together with the crown, fall into the possession of Conrad, employed the assassins as the ministers of his revenge. Note C, page 132. The following is the supposititious letter, from the Old Man of the Mountain, to Leopold Duke of Austria, as given in Reimer's Foedera, Volume I. p. 23. Leopoldo, Duci Austriae, Vitus de Monte, salutum, cum plurini regis et principes ultramare ricardum regem Anglii et dominum de mort marquisi inculpant, juro per deum ca in aeternum regnet, et per legem quam tenemus, quod in aegis mort culpam non habuit, est causa siquidem mortis marquisi talis. Unis ex fratribus nostris, in unam navem de Sultalia ad partes nostras venibat et tempestas forte illum apud Tyrum impulit, et marcisis facit illum rapi et oxidi, et magnum aegis pecuniam repuit. Nos vero marquiso nuncios nostros misimus mandantes, ut pecuniam fratris nostrae nobis rederet, et de mort fratris nostrae satisfacerit, quam super reginaldum dominum Sidonis posuit. Et nos tamen fecimus per amicos nostros quod in veritate civimus, quod ipsi facit illum oxidir et pecuniam ilius rapir. Et iterum alium nuncium nostrum, nomini Eurisum misimus ad eum, quem in mari mergir voluit, sed amici nostrae illum atiro festin interfacere residir, ca ad nos cito pervenit et ista nobis nunciavit. Nos quoque ex illa ora marquisum desideravimus oxidir. Tunc quoque duo fratres misimus ad Tyrum, ca eum per et fer coram omni populo tiri occiderant. Haec atac fiat causam mortis marquisi, et bene dissimus vobis in veritate, quod dominus Ricardus rex Anglii in hac marquisi mort nullum culpam habuit, etica, propter hoc domino regi Anglii malum fecerunt, injust fecerunt et sine causa. Ciatis pro certo quod nullum hominum hujus mundi pro merced aliqua, vel pecunia occidimus, nisi prius malum nobis fecerit. Et Ciatis quod litieris istis fecimus in domo nostra ad castellum 226 nostrum massiat, in dimitio Septembris, anno ab Alexandro millesimo quingentesimo decimo quinto. Which may be rendered as follows. To Leopold, Duke of Austria, the Old Man of the Mountain sends greeting. Seeing that many kings and princes, beyond sea, accuse the Lord Richard, King of England, of the death of the Marquis, I swear, by the God who reigns forever, and by the laws which we observe, that he had no share in his death. The cause of the Marquis's death was as follows. One of our brethren journeying in a ship, from Saltalia to our parts, was driven by a tempest near to Tyre, and the Marquis had him seized and put to death, and laid hands on his money. Now we sent our messengers to the Marquis, requiring him to restore our brother's money, and give us satisfaction for our brother's death, of which he accused Reginald, Lord of Sidon, but we ascertained the truth, by means of our friends, that it was the Marquis himself who caused him to be slain, and his money to be seized. And again we sent another messenger to him, by name Eurysus, whom he would have thrown into the sea, had not our friends caused him to depart hastily from Tyre. He came quickly to us, and told us these things. We, therefore, from that hour have desired to slay the Marquis. So then, we sent 2 brethren to Tyre, who killed him openly, and almost before the whole people of Tyre. This, therefore, was the cause of the Marquis's death, and we tell you of a truth, that the Lord Richard, King of England, hath had no share in this death of the Marquis, and they who, on that account, ill-treat the King of England, do it unjustly, and without cause. Know ye for certain, that we slay no man in this world for any gain, or reward, unless he have first injured us. And know, that we have drawn up these present letters in our palace, in our castle of Massiot, in the middle of September, in the 1515th year after Alexander. Note D, page 137. Memoir on the Dynasty of the Assassins, and on the Origin of their Name, by M. Sylvestre de Sacy, ran at the public meeting of the Institute of France, July 7, 1809. Among the writers who have transmitted to us the history of those memorable wars, which, for a space of nearly 2 centuries, unceasingly depopulated Europe, in order to carry destruction and desolation throughout the finest regions of Asia and Africa, there is scarcely one who does not make mention of that barbarous horde, which, established in a corner of Syria, and known by the name of assassins, rendered itself formidable both to the Orientals and Occidentals, and exercised its atrocities indifferently against the Moslem Sultan and the Christian prince. If the historians of the Crusades have mingled a few fables with the information which they have handed down to us regarding the tenets and manners of these sectarians, we ought not to feel surprised, for the terror which they inspired scarcely permitted our warriors to search very deeply into their origin, or to procure exact data concerning their religious and political constitution. Even their name has been disfigured and presented under a multitude of different forms, and it is to this that we must attribute the uncertainty of modern critics as to its origin and etymology. Among all the writers who have devoted their attention to historical and critical researches into the subject of the assassins, none has shed more light upon it than M. Falconet. Nevertheless, as this learned gentleman had not applied himself at all to the study of the languages of the East, and could not, therefore, avail himself, in his inquiries, of the assistance of the Persian and Arabian writers, whose works had never been either published or translated, he has not been able to trace the assassins up to their true origin, nor to give the etymology of their name. It is to supply this defect in his labors that I have decided upon treating this subject anew. In a dissertation, which I submitted to the judgment of the class, and of which I shall present you with a short analysis, I proposed to inquire, what was the doctrine of this sect, and by what ties they were related to one of the principal divisions of Mohammedanism, and, lastly, why they had received a name, which, passing with a slight change into the West, has furnished several modern languages with a term expressive of a cool premeditated murder. It is a most singular circumstance, which cannot fail to strike us in studying the history of the religion and power of the Mohammedans, that their empire, which, in a small number of years, subjected the whole of Arabia, Syria, Egypt, Persia, and several other vast regions of Asia and Africa, was, from the very first, torn by intestine divisions, which seemed as though they would arrest its progress, and ensure the neighboring potentates against the invasion which menaced them. It is difficult to explain how the spirit of faction, which armed the Mussulmans against each other, should not have checked the rapidity and extent of their conquests, but, without stopping to consider this point, which forms no part of our subject, we shall content ourselves with stating the fact that the death of Muhammad was the signal of discord amongst those who had embraced his doctrine, and hitherto fought under his victorious standard. Ali, Muhammad's cousin, and husband of his daughter, Fatima, who, to an ardent zeal for the new religion, added more instruction than the rest of the Mussulmans, seemed destined to supply the place of the legislator and pontiff of Islamism, and to complete the work left still imperfect by him. But Muhammad had not had the prudence to name his successor, or, if he had done so, as Ali's partisans generally maintain, he had not given his nomination sufficient publicity to prevent its being contested, and he had neglected to invest it with that divine sanction which he so well knew how to give to all his determinations, even when the interests of his household and the altercations excited by his wife's jealousy were the only matters in question. Ali, in consequence, saw the wise Abu Bakr, the fierce Omar, and the weak Othman, preferred before him, and it was only after the violent death of the latter that the suffrages of the Mussulmans seemed to unite in his favor. Scarcely had he ascended the throne, ere an ambitious man, supported by a powerful family, declared himself his rival, and succeeded, by treachery and availing himself of Ali's faults, in stripping him of an authority whose legitimacy was irrefragable. Ali soon fell beneath the murderer's dagger. His two sons were not long in experiencing the same fate, and, from that moment, were laid the immovable foundations of that schism, which, to this day, divides the disciples of Muhammad into two great hostile factions, which, for several centuries, ceased not to steep the eastern provinces of the empire in blood, and was felt in the most southern parts of Arabia, and even on the shores of the Atlantic Ocean. The partisans of Ali themselves soon split into several parties, and though united in their veneration for the blood of the Prophet, which flowed in the veins of the descendant of Ali, they neither agreed in the prerogatives they attached to this noble origin, nor on the branch to which the right to the dignity of Imam was transmitted. This name, which comprises the idea of all temporal and spiritual power, and which, in the opinion of some fanatics, was nearly co-equal with that of divinity, was the watchword of all the enemies of the caliphs descended from the houses of Muawiyah and Abbas, but they did not all recognize the same person as Imam. One of the most powerful, among the factions formed of the followers of Ali, was that of the Ismailians, so called, because they maintained that the dignity of Imam had been transmitted, through an uninterrupted succession of descendants, from Ali to a prince named Ismail, and that, since his time, this same office had been filled by personages unknown to man, awaiting the moment when the posterity of Ali should at length triumph over its enemies. A character peculiar to this sect is that it explains all the precepts of the Muslim law allegorically, and this allegory was pushed so far by some of the Ismailian doctors that it tended to nothing less than the abolition of all public worship, and the foundation of a purely philosophical doctrine, and a very licentious moral code, on the ruins of all revelation and divine authority. To this sect belong the Karmathites, whose enormities we shall not here mention, to whom the Wahhabis, who at this time fill several of the provinces of the Ottoman Empire with the terror of their name, and who, under the mask of reformers, appear destined to overthrow the Mohammedan religion, seem to have succeeded. From this same sect issued the Fatimite caliphs. These, after establishing themselves in Africa, were not long in depriving the caliphs of Baghdad, of Egypt and Syria, and they formed a potent empire, which lasted 2 centuries and a half, until it was overthrown by Saladin. These Fatimite caliphs acknowledged themselves to be Ismailians, but the interests of their policy obliged them to disguise the secret doctrines of their sect, which were known only to a small number of adepts, and the most intolerant of them imposed no other obligation on their subjects than the recognition of Ali and his descendants' right to the sovereignty, and to vow a mortal hatred against the caliphs of Baghdad. In the person of the Fatimites, the Ismailians had ascended the throne, and deprived the Abbasides of a considerable portion of their empire, but their ambition was not satisfied. The race of the Prophet ought not to share the sovereignty with the descendants of usurpers, and even the honor of Islamism, and of the doctrine taught and propagated by the Imams, required that all Muslims should be united in the same faith, and pay obedience to a single legitimate pontiff. To attain this end, missionaries, spread throughout all the Oriental provinces, secretly taught the dogmas of the Ismailians, and labored unceasingly to increase the number of their proselytes, and to inspire them with the spirit of revolt against the caliphs of Baghdad, and the princes who acknowledged their authority. About the middle of the 6th century of the Hijra, one of these missionaries, named Hassan, son of Ali, having been gained over to the Ismailians, afterwards signalized himself by his zeal in the propagation of his adopted sect. This man, in other respects a good Mussulman, being persuaded that the Fatimite Caliph, Mostansir, at that time reigning in Egypt, was the legitimate Imam, resolved to repair to his court, deeming himself happy in being able to proffer his homage, and to revere in him the image and vicegerent of the deity. For this purpose, he left the northern provinces of Persia, where he was exercising the secret and dangerous functions of missionary, and proceeded to Egypt. His reputation had preceded him thither. The reception which he met with from the Caliph rendered it beyond the reach of doubt that he would soon be called to the first offices. As usual, favor excited jealousy, and Hassan's enemies soon found an opportunity of rendering him an object of the Caliph's suspicion. They even wished to have him arrested, but Mostansir acceding reluctantly to their plans of revenge, they were satisfied with putting him on board a vessel bound for the northern coast of Africa. After some adventures, strongly tinged with the marvelous, Hassan returned to Syria, and thence passing through Aleppo, Baghdad, and Ispahan, he traversed the several provinces submitted to the Seljoukide rule, everywhere performing his missionary functions, and omitting no means to effect the recognition of Mostansir's pontificate. After much traveling about, he at length established himself in the fortress of Alamut, situated in ancient Parthia, a short distance from Kaswin. The predictions of Hassan and some other missionaries had multiplied the partisans of the Ismailites in these regions so considerably that it was far from difficult to him to compel the governor of that fortress, commanding in the of the Sultan Maleksha, to sell it to him for a moderate sum of money. Having become master of the place, he was able to maintain himself in its possession against all the Sultan's forces, and, by the insinuations of the missionaries, whom he sent into the environs, and by planned excursions, he subjected several places in the immediate neighborhood, and erected for himself an independent sovereignty, in which, however, he only exercised his authority in the name of the Imam, whose minister he acknowledged himself to be. The position of Alamut, situated as it is in the midst of a mountainous region, caused its prince to receive the title of Sheikh al-Jibal i.e. Sheikh, or Prince of the Mountains, and the double sense of the word Sheikh, which means both prince and old man, has occasioned the historians of the Crusades, and the celebrated Marco Polo, to call him the Old Man of the Mountain. Hassan and his successors, for nearly 3 centuries, were not satisfied with having established their power in Persia. They soon found means to possess themselves of several strong places in Syria. Masyet, a place situated in the mountains of the Anti-Libanus, became their chief seat in that province, and also the residence of the Prince of Alamut's lieutenant. This branch of the Ismailites, which had settled in Syria, is the one mentioned by the Western historians of the Crusades, and to which they have given the name of Assassin. Before proceeding to the etymology of this name, we ought to observe that Hassan, and the two princes who succeeded him in the sovereignty over the Ismailites of Persia and Syria, although attached to the peculiar tenets of the sect, nevertheless observed all the laws of Islamism, but under the fourth prince of this dynasty, a great change took place in the religion of the Ismailites. This prince, who was named Hassan, son of Muhammad, pretended that he had received secret orders from the Imam, by virtue of which he abolished all the external practices of Muslim worship, permitted his subjects to drink wine, and gave them a dispensation from all the obligations which the law of Muhammad imposes on its followers. He publicly announced that the knowledge of the allegorical sense of the precepts dispenses with the observation of the literal sense, and thus gained the Ismailites the name of Mulahid, or the impious, a title by which they are most frequently designated by Oriental writers. The example of this prince was followed by his son, and, for about 50 years, the Persian and Syrian Ismailites persisted in this doctrine. After this period, the worship was restored and preserved among them, until the entire destruction of their power. The embassy which the old man of the mountain, of the historians of the Crusades, that is, the sovereign of the Ismailites, sent to Amaury I, king of Jerusalem, falls under the reign of one of the two apostate princes, whom we have just mentioned. It is true, then, as William, Archbishop of Tyre, says, that the prince by whom this embassy was sent had suppressed all the practices of the Muslim religion, destroyed the mosques, authorized incestuous unions, and allowed the use of wine and pork. When we read the sacred book of the Druzes, or the fragments which we possess of those of the Ismailites, we have little hesitation in believing that this prince, as the same historian asserts, was acquainted with the books of the Christians, and that he had formed a wish not to embrace the Christian religion, but to study more accurately its doctrines and observances. Let us now pass to the name assassin. This word, as I have already said, has been written in a variety of ways, but to confine myself to those possessing the best authority, I shall state that it has been pronounced Assassini, Assassini, and Hysassini. Joinville has written Hassasi. The limits which I have prescribed myself forbid my entering here into the discussion of the various etymologies of this name, which have been proposed by different learned persons. Suffice it for me to say that they have all been mistaken, because they had, no doubt, never met with the word in any Arabic author. The assassins are almost always called by Oriental historians Ismailites, Mulahid I. E. The impious, or Batanites, signifying partisans of the allegorical sense. Only one literary person, in a letter, preserved by Minaj, had a glimpse of the true etymology, but he had erected it on bad foundations, as he had not the slightest suspicion of the motive which led to the Ismailites being designated by this term. One of the most illustrious, most certainly, of the victims to the fury of the Ismailites, is Saladin. It is true, this great prince escaped their attacks, but he was twice on the point of losing his life by these wretches' daggers, for which he afterwards reaped a striking revenge. It is in perusing the account of these reiterated attempts, in some Arabic authors, contemporaries of Saladin, and ocular witnesses of what they relate, that I have been convinced that the Ismailites, or, at least, the men whom they employed to execute their horrible projects, were called in Arabic, Hashishin in the plural, and Hashishi in the singular, and this name, slightly altered by the Latin writers, has been expressed as exactly as possible by several Greek historians, and by the Jew, Benjamin, of Tudela. As for the origin of the name in question, although I have not gleaned it from any one of the Oriental historians that I have consulted, I have no doubt whatever that denomination was given to the Ismailites, on account of their using an intoxicating liquid, or preparation, still known in the East by the name of hashish. Hemp leaves and some other parts of the same vegetable form the basis of this preparation, which is employed in different ways, either in liquid or in the form of potiles, mixed with saccharine substances, or even in fumigation. The intoxication produced by the hashish causes an ecstasy similar to that which the Orientals produce by the use of opium, and, from the testimony of a great number of travelers, we may affirm that those who fall into this state of delirium imagine they enjoy the ordinary objects of their desires, and taste felicity at a cheap rate, but the too frequent enjoyment changes the animal economy, and produces, first, marasmus, and then death. Some, even in this state of temporary insanity, losing all knowledge of their debility, commit the most brutal actions, so as to disturb the public peace. It has not been forgotten that when the French army was in Egypt, the general-in-chief, Napoleon, was obliged to prohibit, under the severest penalties, the sale and use of these pernicious substances, the habit of which has made an imperious want in the inhabitants of Egypt, particularly the lower orders. Those who indulge in this custom are, to this day, called Hashishin, and these two different expressions explain why the Ismailites were called by the historians of the Crusades, sometimes Assassini, and sometimes Assassini. Let us hasten to meet an objection, which cannot fail to be made against the motive on which we found the origin of the denomination of assassins, as applied to the Ismailites. If the use of intoxicating substances, prepared from hemp leaves, is able to disturb the reason, if it throws a man into a sort of delirium, and makes him take dreams to be realities, how could it be proper for people who had need of all their sang-froid and mental calmness, in order to execute the murders with which they were charged, and who were seen to proceed to countries most remote from their own residence, to watch many days for an opportunity favorable to the execution of their designs, to mix among the soldiers of the prince whom they were about to immolate to the will of their chieftain, to fight under his colors, and skillfully to seize the instant which fortune offered for their purpose? This, certainly, is not the conduct of delirious beings, nor of madmen, carried away by a fury which they are no longer able to control, such as travelers describe those who ran amok, so much dreaded among the Malays and Indians. One word will suffice in answer to this objection, and with this, Marco Polo's account will supply us. This traveler, whose veracity is now generally acknowledged, informs us that the old man of the mountain educated young men, selected from the most robust inhabitants of the places under his sway, in order to make them the executioners of his barbarous decrees. The whole object of their education went to convince them that, by blindly obeying the orders of their chief, they ensured to themselves, after death, the enjoyment of every pleasure that can flatter the senses. For this purpose, the prince had delightful gardens laid out near his palace. There, in pavilions, decorated with everything rich and brilliant that Asiatic luxury can devise, dwelt young beauties, dedicated solely to the pleasures of those for whom these enchanting regions were destined. Thither, from time to time, the princes of the Ismailites caused the young people, whom they wished to make the blind instruments of their will, to be transported. After administering to them a beverage which threw them into a deep sleep, and deprived them, for some time, of the use of their faculties, they were carried into those pavilions, which were fully worthy of the gardens of Armida. On their awaking, everything which met their eyes, or struck their ears, threw them into a rapture, which deprived reason of all control over their minds, and uncertain whether they were still on earth, or whether they had already entered upon the enjoyment of that felicity, the picture of which had so often been presented to their imagination. They yielded in transport to all the kinds of seduction, by which they were surrounded. After they had passed some days in these gardens, the same means which had been adopted to introduce them, without their being conscious of it, were again made use of to remove them. Advantage was carefully taken of the first moments of an awakening, which had broken the charm of so much enjoyment, to make them relate to their young companions, the wonders of which they had been the witnesses, and they remained themselves convinced that the happiness which they had experienced in the few days which had so soon elapsed was but the prelude, and, as it were, the foretaste of that of which they might secure the eternal possession, by their submission to the orders of their prince. Although some exaggeration might be supposed to exist in the Venetian traveler's recital, and although, instead of crediting the existence of these enchanted gardens, which is, however, attested by many other writers, we should still reduce all the wonders of that magnificent abode to a phantom, produced by the exalted imagination of the young men who were intoxicated with the hashish, and who, from their infancy, had been nursed with the idea of this happiness. It would not be the less true that we here find the use of a liquor, destined to deaden the senses, and in which we cannot overlook that its employment, or rather abuse, is spread throughout a great part of Asia and Africa. At the epoch of the Ismailitic power, these intoxicating preparations were not yet known in the Moslem countries. It was only at a later period the knowledge of it was brought from the most eastern regions, probably even from India into the Persian provinces. Thence it was communicated to the Mussulmans of Mesopotamia, Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt. No doubt, the Ismailites, whose doctrines had several points of resemblance with those of the Indians, had acquired this knowledge earlier, and preserved it as a precious secret, and as one of the principal springs of their power. This conjecture is supported by the fact that one of the most celebrated Arabian writers attributes the introduction amongst the Egyptians of an electuary prepared from hemp to a Persian Ismailite. I shall conclude this memoir by observing that it is not impossible that hemp, or some parts of that vegetable, mixed with other substances unknown to us, may have been sometimes employed to produce a state of frenzy and violent madness. We know that opium, the effects of which are, in general, analogous to those of intoxicating preparations made with hemp, is, nevertheless, the means made use of by the Malays to throw themselves into that state of fury, during which, being no longer masters of themselves, they murder every one they meet, and blindly precipitate themselves into the midst of swords and lances. The means employed thus to alter the effects of opium is, if travelers are to be believed, mixing it with citron juice, and to allow the two substances to incorporate for a few days. Note E.P. 137. To the editor of the Moniteur. Paris, December 23, 1809. Sir, you were kind enough to insert in your 210th number, of the 29th of July last, the memoir on the dynasty of the Assassins, and on the origin of their name, which I read at the public sitting of the Institute, on the 7th of the same month. That memoir has occasioned a letter, dated from Marseilles, the 16th of September, 1809, and signed M. Our old residence in the Levant, to be likewise inserted in your 269th number, of the 26th of September. I do not know whether I am mistaken in suspecting that the signature of that letter disguises a justly celebrated name, whose authority might have added great weight to the objections contained in the letter, had the writer of it been inclined to make himself known. However, as the author, or authors, of that letter, in attacking, although in the most gentlemanly manner, and with the most obliging expressions, the etymology of the word assassins, which I have proposed, display no common knowledge of the Arabic language, I think it becomes me to justify my opinion, and reply to their objections, the more so, as the paper which I read at the public sitting of the 1st of July, was but a very brief extract from a much more extended memoir, and that this memoir, as well as all the others that I have submitted to the judgment of the ancient history and literature class of the Institute, will, perhaps, not be published during my lifetime, owing to the caprice of circumstances, which neither I myself, nor that class of the Institute, have power to control. The origin which I attributed to the word assassin, appears, to the authors of the letter in question, to be too far-fetched. Consequently, they propose another, and affirm that the name of the assassins is nothing more than the plural of Hasses, a word which, they add, is employed by the people of Syria, and even of Lower Egypt, to designate a thief of the night, a robber. These gentlemen might have supported their opinion by most respectable authorities, for their etymology is not new, and I did not fail to make mention of it, as well as of a host of others, which were, perhaps, unknown to them, in my memoir, read at the private sitting. This discussion was not admissible in a reading destined for a public meeting. I have, therefore, suppressed it entirely. Permit me to transcribe a few lines here. Thomas Hyde, I remarked, who had, no doubt, never encountered the true denomination of the assassins in any Arabic writer, believed that it must be the Arabic word Hasses, derived from the root hassa, which signifies, amongst other things, to kill, to exterminate. This opinion has been adopted by Menage and the learned Falconet. M. Volney has likewise admitted it, but without citing any authority. I then discussed the various etymologies proposed by M. de Casanova, the prelate J. S. Assamani, M. Falconet, the celebrated Reisk, M. Court de Geblin, the Abbé S. Assamani of Padua, and lastly, Lemoyne, and I showed that none of these writers had given the true etymology of the name, with the exception of Lemoyne, who had, indeed, perceived that the denomination of assassins or assassins was derived from the Arabic word hashish. But, I add, M. Lemoyne did not know why the Ismailites bore the designation of Haskishan, Hashishan, and he has given a very bad reason, which has caused the proscription of his etymology. Messrs. M. R. assuredly imagine that it is merely conjecturally that I have maintained that the Ismailites were designated by the name of Haskishan, Hashishan, by the Arabs, for they express themselves thus. The oldest Italian and French authors commonly write Assassini, sometimes Hysassini. And Assassini, jointly wrote at Hassasi. On these grounds, M. de Sacy doubts not that the Arabic which has served as the type was hashish, signifying herb in general and in one particular meaning, hemp. Now, because the Arabs have long known how to prepare a beverage from hemp, which intoxicates and maddens like opium, and because this beverage has sometimes been made use of to stimulate fanatics to the deed, which the Mussulmans call the Holy War, namely, premeditated murder, M. de Sacy will have it that the whole sect of the Ismailites, which supplied many of this kind of fanatics, was called Hachichi or Hashishi, that is, the herb people, but in order to establish this, it is necessary, in the first place, to prove that the use of this beverage was habitual and general among this sect, so much so, as to distinguish them from all other Arabs, who used it, but without becoming murderers like them. History teaches us nothing similar. It even appears that this artificial means could only have been employed when their primitive zeal began to cool, but, moreover, the word hashish, differs too strongly from the words assassin, Hisessin, and Hassasi, to have served as their original root. These gentlemen will allow me to observe that if they had read with attention my printed memoir, and the report made by my esteemed colleague, M. Jingwin, of the labors of the ancient history and literature class, since the 1st of July, 1808, they would have found that there was no conjecture in it at all on my part. In fact, it was in quoting different passages of Arabic authors, relating to the enterprises undertaken at different periods by the Syrian Ismailites against Saladin, that I proved to demonstration that those writers employed indifferently, in the same work, the names Ismailites, Badanites, and Hashishan, as synonymous, and that the chief of this horde of ruffians was called the possessor of the Haskiska, Hashisha. I even took occasion to observe that the Byzantine writers called the assassins Chasizioi, and that the Jew, Benjamin of Tudela, names them in Hebrew, Hashishin. These facts being incontestable, I had to inquire what was this hashish, or haskiska, hashish, or hashisha, possessed by the chief of the Ismailites, from which these latter derive their name of Haskishan, Hashishan, and, certainly, it needed no great stretch of imagination to discover the Haskaziha of the Ismailites in that of the Syrians and Egyptians of the present day. I afterwards showed, by very positive historical testimony, that, at the period when the assassins signalized themselves by their atrocities and murders, the use of intoxicating preparations made with hemp had not yet been introduced among the Mussulmans. Lastly, I proved by a host of facts, and the testimony of Marco Polo, that the hashish was not used among the Ismailites for the purpose of throwing those to whom it was administered into a state of madness and frenzy, during the continuance of which they performed the most barbarous actions, almost consciously, but that it was a secret known only to the chief of the sect, and which he employed, to deprive for a time of the use of their reason, those young men, whom he wished, by means of every kind of seduction, which could inflame the imagination and exalt the sense, to inspire with blind obedience to his behests. The chief reason why the authors of the letter which I am controverting have a difficulty in admitting that the word assassins, or assassins, is actually derived from Haskishan, is that they cannot believe that Western writers could have substituted the articulation of the Arabic sin, that is, of an S, for that of shin, which answers to our ch, sh. Eng. But they have perhaps forgotten that, at the epoch of the Crusades, the Latin language was the common idiom of writers throughout Europe, and that, in that language, the sound of the Arabic shin cannot be expressed. We must also add, the Arabic shin is not in general pronounced so strongly as our ch, sh, eng, and that the Arabians themselves have often used it for the Greek sigma, and the Latin s, of Latin names, such as Pontus, Orosius, Philippus, Busiris, and C, and lastly, that the Moors in Spain, in writing the Castilian in Arabic characters, made use of the shin to express s, for example, in the words los cielos y las tierras. See notices et extracts de manuscripts, tome 4. Page 631 and 642. Perhaps we have an example of the substitution of our s for the Arabic shin in the word Saracens, Saracens. Here, again, I am at variance with the authors of the letter, who reject the etymologies which have been hitherto proposed of the name of the Saracens, Saracens, in order to derive it from sarag or saraj, a word meaning, according to them, a saddle man, and, consequently, a horseman. These gentlemen will not take it ill if I deny the consequence, and if I remark that saraj, or, as it is otherwise pronounced, sarag, never did, and never could, according to the analogy of the Arabic language, signify anything but a man who makes or sells saddles for horses, or a stable boy who takes care of these animals' harness. As I do not wish to be believed on my word alone, I shall quote Golius, who has not omitted the word sarag, as is asserted in the postscript to the letter, and who translates it thus: "Ca confissit affipia et quaed equi et curus apparatum spectans," one who makes saddles and everything belonging to the harness of horses and carriages. Menens, who translates it into Latin, by Affipiarius, "Ca affipia et quaed ea spectat confissit, ca curum equorum et apparatus eram affipii et fallorarum habit," in Italian, by Salero, palfrenier, and in French, by Sellier, palfrenier. Germanus de Silesia, who makes it correspond with the Italian Salero. Lastly, Father F. Can, who in his Spanish and Arabic dictionary, makes use of the Spanish word salero, to translate it. The objections which Messrs. M. R. Make against one of the etymologies of the word Saracens, which several learned men have derived from the word Sarikin, robbers, are destitute of weight. It 240 is not true, that we cannot admit this etymology, without, at the same time, supposing that the Arabs called themselves robbers, because, in fact, the Arabs known to the Greeks and Latins by the denomination of Saracens, did not give themselves that name at all, but received it from the neighboring tribes, who may very well have termed them brigands. This objection has no more force against those who derive the name of Saracens, Saraceni, from Sharqi, or Shiraki, that is, Eastern. If this latter be the true origin of the name, it is beyond a doubt that it was first given to some Arabs, by nations inhabiting a more western country, and that it might afterwards have been applied to the greater part of the nation. As, according to either hypothesis, the word Saracens will have an Arabian origin, there will be some probability in supposing that this denomination, which succeeded that of the Sinaites, was first given to the nomade Arabs by the civilized tribes settled in the northeast of Arabia, and who recognized the Roman authority. In either case, if these etymologies appear too forced, I should prefer confessing that we are ignorant of the origin of the word, than deriving it from an expression which is in no respect proper to characterize the Arabian nation. I shall conclude by observing, as I did in my memoir, that, perhaps, the word Hashishan, or Hashishan, for both are used, did not properly designate all the Ismailites, but was peculiarly applied to those who were destined to the assassin service, and who were also known by the name of Fadai, or devoted. I have not, up to this day, I said, at the conclusion of my memoir, met with a sufficient number of passages in which this word is employed, to hazard a decided opinion on the subject, but I am led to believe that among the Ismailites, those only were termed Hashishan, who were specially educated to commit murder, and who were, by the use of the hashish, disposed to an absolute resignation to the will of their chief. This, however, may not have prevented the denomination from being applied to Ismailites collectively, especially among the Occidentals.